Don't give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah.
Hello and welcome everybody to the very last day of Stage 2 here at the Rainbow Six North American League, and it is going to be a fantastically epic one. I'm your host, Noah, and with me, as always, are Caliber Jacob and Jesse Chick. How you doing, gentlemen?
I'm doing well. I think it's will be a fantastically epic final day, as we say. I mean, this is it, right? 3 teams still yet to be decided for Berlin. We'll figure it out today, though.
I'm going to crucify both of you for having said fantastically epic.
Fantastically epic.
Of all of the ways you could describe this, it had to be with the most basic Cartoon Network-esque teenage-sounding method of describing it. There's better ways of hyping this up. This is monumental, ladies and gentlemen. The last day of the NAL, we have 3 teams who still have to send a jury.
Well, I think the standings are going to back you up on that. Let's take a look at them right now. As Jesse mentioned, only 1 team so far, only Oxygen, has been locked in to go to the Berlin Major. That means we still have 3 spots up for grabs, and it's anyone's game. I mean, you've even got teams like XSET that have looked so good now sort of floundering down in 5th place. It is going to be pretty crazy, isn't it?
I'm looking at this and hoping that we see a lot of close matchups, but you need to understand these teams don't want close matchups. They want blowouts. They need not only as many points as they can get, but as many rounds as they can get here. So if TSM gets a huge victory over Beastcoast as one example, that's a good thing. But if it's a close game, lots of these teams are not going to qualify. That's
right. So we wanted to go over every team in the league to set the stage for what we've got to expect today. Now, to do that, we're going to have to go fast. It's going to be a little bit of a lightning round, so bear with us. But let's break down all 10 teams in the North American League right now, starting with Spacestation Gaming.
Hackers have recovered their defense.
Looking to once again find their footing. It's been a little bit tough, not been able to make any of the international events this year very far. When they went to SI, they were the first North American team out, and yet we find ourselves in a position again where they're looking like they're not entirely themselves. We've had some fall-off performances from some big players. We're looking for ways for them to find their way back into this league, and so far it's felt like they're on the right trajectory and then they'll fall off. It's kind of a week-to-week thing.
5th place from SSG last stage, not where they wanted to be, outside of major contention. This time, though, hoping to make it back in. It will be tough, though.
They did have 1 MVP this season in Rampty, putting on some pretty good stats in one of the weeks there, but they're going to need a lot more than that, like you've said. Let's move on to our next team. It is going to be Astralis.
Astralis, one of those squads that have been a little up and down so far this stage.
Oh, wait, this is Rampy highlights. Never mind.
Rampy
We're going to do a little more. Less rapid fire than I expected.
Listen, Rampy's been fantastic. Been a little bit less up and down than Astralis have. He's been very consistent. Was struggling a little bit early on his defenses, but really shaped that up, was our MVP last Playday.
He was looking for a way to bounce back, which was the best thing about it. I actually messaged him right after this game was over, and I said, hey, congratulations, and he spilled a lot of details about how he holds himself to a higher standard, how he's looking for this kind of thing to not bring him down, and it didn't. And it was nice that we saw from Playday 7 to Playday 8, he was able to have this kind of performance. The only question is, can he do it again when literally everything is on the line for the 2nd stage in a row? SSG has to fight back for a major spot that might not even be guaranteed if they don't win their game today.
Yep, that's right. So now let's talk about our next team on the list. It is going to be Astralis, a team, again, that came as far as you possibly can, except for winning that very last map at Charlotte. Can they get back there again this time?
Map 5 of the major grand finals. The last time Astralis lost internationally. They come around back to North American League, and they have been up and down, okay? There have been some great games, especially towards the end of the stage, but they started with some unfortunate circumstances, of course. Having a player be sick, having to play from home, it wasn't the ideal start that they wanted, and you could tell it affected them. But last couple of games, they've really been bouncing back. Astralis are making that final push from the major. They want to head back to international competition. They're making a good argument for it.
I'm going to hold firm to the idea that if they didn't have that first week where they're not able to play with DP Fire or play on stage, they probably wouldn't be looking at a result like this. Iconic,
Agreed.
He does have an MVP performance, but Iconic has been very up and down the stage. He had that one fantastic game early. I think it was against Spacestation. It was that border matchup, right?
Yes, two MVPs.
Yeah, 2 MVPs. He's been doing great in some of those matchups, but then almost every other game, it doesn't really seem as though he's been performing at the same standard that got Astralis to first place in stage 1. So it's curious to see if they're even going to end up making the Berlin Major this time around.
Yeah, it's on the edge. Another team on the bubble that we need to talk about is going to be XSET. And that is a team that has been looking great, winning a lot, then losing the last 2 in a row. The question is, can they come back with a final big performance to make the major? They're in 5th place right now. It might be a little bit tricky.
I mean, it's a longevity question without XSET's coach. That's more of a problem for me because on defense, they're the best team. They are lights out. They understand how to roam deep. and they have a very complex understanding of time wasting, but then on the opposite side of the ball for XSET, it just doesn't seem like it's there. They're looking for, I guess, some other kind of stability. What, like, the thing that XSET feels like it's missing is that attacking consistency, which was the thing that when Bodega was there with them and would be able to pause games midway through, he'd usually have some sort of method to be able to get them back into it, notice a trend that the other team was doing, and then stop it cold. They were one of the best teams on attack last stage. It is not manifesting here.
Yeah, let's check out some highlights from XSET from the stage to set the stage a little bit better.
In and they'll try and block things up, but the verticality works out beautifully for these players, and there's going to be no time left for Astralis to try and take out anybody.
Finally shut down by Spirits. He's got the shotty out. What damage can he do? Quite a lot. Canadian bleeding out as well. No Finka to get you back up, so it's a 2v2. XSET, the improbable comeback. Goodness gracious, all of a sudden XSET have rebuffed DZ, and the Clutch Master on DZ. Eclipse will have to find the remaining 2 kills. He does it, but he can't get Kino. 1 kill to start off with, and the 1v1 breaks in XSET's favor. They continue to stay alive, and we are a single round away from overtime.
Feels like XSET is just so close, but is so far on so many of these occasions. Again, on one side of the ball, they look fantastic, but on the opposite side of it, they are one of the lower teams in a league that is very stacked on both attack and defensive ratings. So if they can't clean that up today, then they're probably not going to end up going to Berlin flat out, which would be a huge deal considering it feels like they didn't really reach the level everyone was expecting them to make back in Charlotte.
Yeah, true enough. Now, one team that has nothing to worry about today at all, except maybe a little bit of seeding concerns, is none other than Oxygen. They're our first place team in the standings right now, and they are the only team in North America locked in for a spot at that Berlin Major. Let's check out how their stage has gone up to now.
Brewers will take down Shala. It's all left up to Achieved, who's now dead as well. And Oxygen will win it out in overtime, taking both OT rounds for themselves and showing up TSM on one of their strongest maps at SI.
Nobody can really stop it, but there you go. Melted gun down. Vertical on the floor. Kento a kill of his own. Will do that, but here it comes. The drone up to the ceiling. Does he get it in time? Yes, he does. OXG, once the victims of a last-second yokai, the beneficiaries, they take their second round in a row, and they stretch their lead.
Parabellum has also helped out someone else. In fact, they have secured Oxygen their spot in Berlin. We have our first qualified team from NA going to the major. It is going to be none other than Team Oxygen.
The best looking team in Stage 2, Auction, are the only team confirmed for the major so far. They've got a 6-2 record. They've been dominant throughout this stage in the North American League. Big reason why is Newers, leading candidate for the stage MVP at the moment. Newers at 100 kills, the most in the league coming into our final Playday. He's looking to extend that as much as he can, rocking on the Finka and roaming around on defense. But of course, it's not over yet. They got one more game to get that best seeding possible heading to Berlin.
Oxygen looking good, but we're going to go from the first to the last. Sadly, that means it's time to talk about Mirage, a team that has had sparks of brilliance, shall we say, from time to time, but still not the results by any stretch that you would have wanted. This is their stage so far.
Somehow they've got 2 wins, but the losses that they have been pretty definitive in giving lots of other teams free points or free rounds that we'll be able to look at in the standings. They feel like they have some sort of formula, but they've not been able to execute on it properly. And it does make you wonder, if they weren't playing those first 2 weeks from home, would things have been different? If they didn't have a sick player, if they didn't have to put a coach in the mix, if they still changed up 1 or 2 roles here or there, there is something to this, and it's not like we can completely say that they're dead in the water, because when they started out on the stage, it was slow. There has been gradual, steady improvement, just nothing nearly consistent enough to even give them the hope about qualifying for a major event at any point maybe this year.
Yeah, that's right. We'll have to see how stage 3 goes, but it's looking a little bit shaky here. Meanwhile, speaking of looking shaky, DarkZero, our Charlotte Major winners, find themselves at 6th place in the standings right now, looking like they may not even get to go to Berlin. Now, last stage, we did see them pull out a last-second win, get themselves to the Major, then win the Major. They could repeat that performance, but I don't know. What do you think?
The Major champions have been majorly mid, 1-1 every week so far. A win and a loss have meant that they've really been kind of in the middle of the table throughout this second stage, and that's not going to be good enough to qualify if they keep this trend up. Thankfully for them, they do have a match against the bottom team this week against Mirage, so they should be looking to secure some more points and manage to make their way to the next Major. But again, even if they win that game, they're not confirmed. Everything is so tight right now in the North American League, and for DarkZero, who have had their struggles, especially early on in the stage, we definitely want to see a little bit better from them today.
You know, it's interesting because we've got DarkZero falling a little bit, and then meanwhile we've got Parabellum, who's going to be the next team we talk about, sitting in 2nd place after going from a team that, well, they can take games off of big teams and now they are one of the big teams. Now they are one of the teams to beat. They've got a solid shot at going to the Berlin Major, and if they go there, they could make waves. Let's check out their stage.
No, they're not going to see Kool-Aid hiding out directly in the corner. He'll be allowed to just pump one right into Bolo. Now he can get in the way of the stairs execute too. And that's it. Kool-Aid for one more as PB get it done and lock in the regulation victory.
Well, there you go. Parabellum.
It's Parabellum operating at hyperspeed. It feels like they're so fast, sometimes over-aggressive to a point where they're making it work. This is controlled chaos in a very similar way to how we saw the original XSET team try to channel it a little bit more, but it's been fantastic to watch these guys' journey. You and I have been looking at this team since back when they were the Altiora squad, when it was just Penguin on this team and Spirits trying to forge this roster from the ground up, making the Challenger League run, coming into the stage. It may have only taken 2 stages for them to find their footing at a tier 1 level to actually be able to qualify for an international event. That would be one of the quickest turnaround times we've seen of any North American team go from 0 to hero.
Yeah, Parabellum on a very fast upward trajectory here in stage 2. Another team on upwards trajectory is a team that is right underneath them in the standings currently. It's Soniqs, sitting in 3rd. Now, Soniqs was a team that made a lot of international events. They won the NAL last year, had a very rough stage 1, but they have come back with a vengeance here in stage number 2.
Firing back, but only 1 kill remains. That's it. Soniqs searching for their very first victory, and they get it.
This Sonic squad has been playing extremely well lately. Now in stage 2, sure, there's been some bumps along the road, but for the most part, this team is starting to look like a team that wants to go to an international event and do well.
Awaiting her arrival. Nyx is going to go down next. That's a dead Marmalade, and it's all left up to Benji.
And the strategy from the Soniqs to give a complete lack of respect to the interior site defense works out beautifully as they brute force their way into a plant and another round victory.
The bounce back from the boys in blue has been great. Last stage was rough, but they've really been looking good so far this stage. It's why they're up there in a top 3 position in the leaderboard right now. But it all got jeopardized last Playday with a 7-5 loss against Mirage. Now all of a sudden we're in this final Playday where everything matters for the Soniqs. They've got to get this next win, and it's going to be very rocky for them to make it to this major. They didn't make it last stage. It was a huge disappointment, but this could be their stage to make it happen.
Certainly could. Well, a team that unfortunately will not be going to the Berlin Major is Beastcoast. They're all the way down at 9th in the standings right now, just above Mirage. And although they are still a threat to play spoiler, they have had a bit of a rough stage. Let's check out the highlights from that.
Will grab the first, Trip gets the second, Plant now down though, they've missed the position of it, Kool-Aid's gonna be able to surprise, he swings out, he gets the first kill for free, does he get the second as well? No, Surf will be able to deny it, and that's gonna be Beastcoast completing a massive comeback, down all the way from 0-4, winning it in regulation. Now it's Surf versus Spirits for the clutch. However, unfortunately for Spirits, already out of time. Not going to be able to get the counter defuse going. The timer ends, and Surf even gets the kill.
Shuttle gets taken down. Suddenly, it's DP Fire in a 1v2 with Beastcoast waiting out the clock, and nothing will happen as Sweater unleashes the beast.
It's been 2 different seasons for Beastcoast. It's either sweater weather or it's so frozen that sometimes their fingers mean they can't shoot back. This team has had enough problems over the course of this year looking for ways to incorporate 2 very star-studded players into their lineup, and sometimes it feels like if he and Surf don't show up for some reason, then this wave doesn't even reach the shore. It just crashes and burns before anyone can ride it, themselves included. So it's a really big issue for them in order to, like, I guess, bounce into a major spot. They've been close before, and then at the very end of both of these stages, they've crashed pretty hard.
I mean, they just got to beat Mirage. I think that's the key.
One time,
they just got to beat Mirage one time this year, and then they can make the major. We'll see if they can do it in stage 3.
You only have 1 shot left, guys. Come on.
I know. 1 out of 3. Hey, you can get it done, Beastcoast. Don't worry. Last team we're going to talk about is going to be the team that won the 6th Invitational earlier this year, none other than TSM. Now, they have had a rough stage 1, but they bounced back a bit in stage 2. They still find themselves on the outside looking in for the Berlin Major, but maybe they can make it, maybe they can't. What do we think?
I mean, TSM were a squad that started off amazing, right? They had 4 games where they got 10 points throughout those matches, but then fell off a cliff throughout those next 4 games.
Let's check out some highlights.
Parabellum couldn't give themselves more angles to try and work with, and now TSM are decimating them as they try to clear the map.
It's a very one-sided defense, all in the favor of TSM being built off of that great play from Bulma.
Wow, there's no way Geo just got this. Oh my, what? Geo! TS, you can't do that! Geo just 1v3 clutched with a Monty. What in the world? I have never seen anything to that caliber of play.
These multi-kills from Merc are huge, and again will be a major contributor to a win by TSM should it come out. Canadian last alive, and it's a flawless round from TSM.
World champs are in hot water. They're in danger of finishing bottom 2 for the 2nd stage in a row, missing the major. That's still possible for them to qualify, but they need a lot of things to go right today. TSM are not really having the year that they wanted to have after being the world champs at the end of last year.
True enough. Well, there you have it. Our 10 teams in the North American League. A lot of different storylines colliding here on the final day of play in stage number 2. Obviously, that was a lot for us to talk about. We threw a lot of information at you, but you can digest it and send it right back in whatever way you choose at our social media accounts, R6 Esports NA on Twitter and Instagram, and use the hashtag R6NAL to let us know what you think. You could see your tweet on the broadcast on that screen right there, possibly in the future. You never know. So go for it.
As you dubbed it.
That's right. In the meantime,
I'm not calling it that, by the way.
Well, there you go. Cyberwall, I like it.
No.
I've decided this. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the day begins. Do not go anywhere. We have none other than TSM versus Beastcoast to start things off when we return.
You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your doll and tonight you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly, and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me. I'm your I got no perception. What is real, what's your projection? I make you dizzy and your head got no protection. You're lost in the game, can't remember your name. Calling on the horn and my ship will come to play. You can get no sleep, stay awake to numb the pain. Make you save your problems for another day. I'm your getaway, but you can get away. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your skin, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, pay you up for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. Let me put color in your skin, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, pay you up for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away.
That money clip us now, the new now looks like. Whoa, upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like. Whoa, 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 whoa. I hit record a drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finish friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the deep. These no Cartiers. Pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise.
It's been 4 weeks of non-stop action so far, with only one team secured for the Berlin Major. This final week of gameplay has left it all on the line. Which 4 teams will be going to Berlin? TSM, the 2022 SI World Champs, will face off against Beastcoast. The last time these teams faced each other, Beastcoast came out on top 7-2. TSM will need a win to guarantee them a spot in Berlin. Will Beastcoast come out on top with nothing to lose and prevent TSM from going to yet another major? Parabellum has shown up this stage after Blaz and Gunnar joined the team. They'll be facing off against Soniqs, former NAL champs. Winner of this matchup is guaranteed a spot at the major. DarkZero, our Charlotte Major champs with a huge possibility of not making this major. A loss will surely ruin their chances. This is not the DarkZero we're used to seeing, and even though Mirage will be their final opponent of the stage, I am sure Canadian and his team will do whatever they can to up their chances at Berlin. XSET, another standout team. We've seen a lot from them this past year. This roster has shown that they are not one to be taken lightly. Their past success at Charlotte has given this team the confidence they needed to perform at their highest level. They will be going against former teammates in Oxygen, our only NAL confirmed team for the major. A win from XSET will qualify this team and also will change seedings for Oxygen. The final match of the day is the pinnacle of leaving your destiny up to other teams in the previous matches. Everything lies on Astralis' shoulders. From being major runners-up to possibly not even qualifying for Berlin. What a fall from grace. Depending on the previous results, will be a huge upset or a huge celebration for Astralis. Iconic? Berlin? Say less. What a way for the final day of Stage 2 to end. One team locked in, 3 spots up for grabs. Which teams will make it to Berlin? We will find out, because NAL starts now.
And Beastcoast put another one up.
An easy closeout for Astralis.
Flawless. Round 4 goes their way. DarkZero in full control.
Grabs one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting ready right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again. A big victory from Spacestation.
XSET,
they play it out perfectly.
And the challenge now, quite simply, is just survive. Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
Welcome, everybody, to the Rainbow Six North American League. It is the final day of Stage 2, and we will determine the final 3 spots from North America at the Berlin Major. It is going to be an incredible day of games. I'm your host, Doa. With me at the desk, as usual, are Jesse J. Chick and Caliber Jacob. Gentlemen, it is going to be a pretty epic, fantastic day.
I need you to not say that.
Appropriate words.
No,
I don't care what you think. There's appropriate words.
Find bigger words to use. It will be a marvelous day of Rainbow Six Siege. No one ever says that.
What's the difference?
I'll give you a bigger word. It'll be an epical day. It'll be an epic.
It's not even a real word.
Day.
I'm gonna leave.
I'm gonna make up words.
I'm just gonna leave now before the game starts.
Anyway, it's not so great, majestic, wonderful, fantastic, splendiferous for a couple teams in the league. We got 2 teams that are eliminated already. Let's check it out. Just to recap that, get out of the way first. Unfortunately for both Beastcoast and Mirage, they are out. As you can see, though, Oxygen locked in. First place in the standings. They are going to Berlin, but beyond that, we don't know. We can make some guesses. There's some teams that certainly have a better chance of going than other ones, but ultimately it's just going to determine on what happens today. And we've seen so many upsets this stage. You don't even know. We have no idea.
7 teams still undecided. That's probably the most we've had going into a final day, maybe ever in the NAL.
In the NAL
certainly
for
in a
sure.
long time.
Yeah. Let's check out the standings. That'll give us a bit of a clue as far as who has a better chance. And this is kind of something that you wanted to talk about, Jacob, because this shows the place of each team after each play day. Very interesting.
Yeah, you're able to see the trajectory of all of these teams so far. If you just want to take one of these as an example, we can look at a team like DarkZero, who had a standout game against Beastcoast to start and has hovered around 6th, 7th, 5th, 8th place for nearly the entirety of the stage. Meanwhile, there are some who have had crazy roller coaster rides up and down. Parabellum 6th to 4th to 7th to 9th up to 2nd as of today.
Yeah.
If this graphic isn't proof of how crazy close all of these scores have been thus far through the NAL, I don't know what illustrates it better.
Yeah, and focus on TSM for a second. Doing so good at the start, 2nds, 3rds, 1st, 8th.
Yep.
After Playday 8, that comes after a string of losses. Playday 5 to 8, only 1 victory throughout those matches. So it's been a rough season for a couple of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at teams like XSET as well. 3rd, 1st, 2nd, 2nd, 3rd, 5th.
Yeah.
Suddenly today, they're on the outside looking in. It's a little bit rough. Let's talk about our matchup that we're going to start the day with, though. It's going to be TSM versus Beastcoast. Now, both of these teams coming off losses in their last day of play. TSM getting bodied by Parabellum, and Beastcoast losing in overtime to Astralis. So tough losses for both of these teams coming in. Beastcoast out. They can still play spoiler. TSM with a chance to get through, but they need a lot of good things to go their way.
It's going to be such a stretch for TSM to actually make it at this point. For context, just because they get 3 points today over Beastcoast, if that even ends up being the result, it's also dependent upon their round count. Their best chance in this game is to beat Beastcoast 7-0, because as it stands, they're a -4 on round differential, which means they need as many rounds as they can possibly get in this matchup, and then hope that guys like Astralis and Spacestation don't get more points on their own round differential, or it's not a one-sided game. They need to win this one and win it as fast as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Not huge implications for other teams through this game, but a couple of odds definitely changing up. You look at the Soniqs, for example. They're hoping for a Beastcoast win here. Still decent chance for them to make it to the major if TSM win, but certainly their numbers are looking a little bit better if Beastcoast get that dub and take the points away from TSM.
It's also worth noting that this is an 8th versus 9th place game. TSM sitting at 12 points, Beastcoast sitting at 10. If for some reason we see Beastcoast get a 3-point victory here, it knocks TSM down to 9th place, which is the worst spot you want to be after very obvious improvement from stage 1, because that's where they were in stage 1.
I mean, it's tragic because those bottom 2 teams don't even get any SI points, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So if you don't even place in the points, you're kind of just not going back to SI, I feel like, at this point. It would be so difficult for TSM to make it back again next stage if they end up 9th.
And back-to-back qualifiers and right into the SI winning. Maybe that's just the play. TSM worked for him once.
I guess you make it exciting, right? Well, let's talk about TSM a little bit more in depth. Like we were just talking about, it's been really rough for this team. They started out so strong. They were on top of the league even for a moment or two there in the middle of the stage, but now find themselves way outside the possibility or the likely possibility of going to a major, like we just looked at.
Outside the guaranteed possibility.
Exactly. They need a lot of good things to happen today.
Yeah, so far throughout the stage, the last couple of games especially, doesn't look like their clears have been super good. They've been losing a lot of entries over on attack. I think for this game, for TSM, you look at the difference between their first 2 weeks versus the last 2 weeks, and their stats have fallen off a cliff. Attacking win rate going from 63 down to 45, defense 48 to 35, and opening pick as well. Those first 2 weeks were great from TSM. Of a 12 possible points, TSM got 10 of them. They were first place after week 2. And then throughout their next 4 games, they got just 2 points in an overtime win. TSM have really been struggling after that halfway point hit in our stage. And listen, nobody wants to see this from TSM. All right, this is your favorite team. This is Bolo. It's what everybody loves to watch. But unfortunately, this has just been another case of them dropping the ball halfway through a stage, falling to pieces. And I really hope that this can be the game where they show up and they prove themselves, that they're not going to fall and be a bottom 2 team once again. But even if they make it, that doesn't mean that the major is theirs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is it, though. This is their last chance to try to do it. Like we said earlier, they got to win it, and they've got to win it by a lot, get that map differential. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena are a team that are not going to Berlin. We already know that Beastcoast has been eliminated from major contention, and that makes them dangerous, I think. That makes them a risky team to play against, because they're a team with nothing to lose, right? And when you play against a team with nothing to lose, oftentimes they're going to throw weird stuff at you. They're going to play with a higher level of confidence just because they don't care, you know, to a certain extent. They're going to be having fun with it. So, yeah, they're going to be scary, I think.
They came into this stage and they had a decent idea of how they were going to structure themselves, because in stage 1, they were on the cusp of going to Charlotte. They were right there. If they didn't lose to Mirage, maybe they very clearly actually do go in the first place. But it comes down to what it feels like, the performances of 2 players in particular. I went back and I checked the statistics of every game that Beastcoast have played so far at this stage. In every single win, it's been Sweater and Surf having fantastic performances. You have the odd game where like Slash Hug did well to a point where you didn't even have to worry about Sweater doing nearly as much, but you can't rely on those kinds of performances all the time, and this team needs both of those players to do well, or they don't win matchups, or they don't, like, I guess, eke out a win when it's a very close 7-5. If it's very reliant on those 2 players, that makes sense, because you want guys who are very frag heavy, very entry focused, guys who are first into the building, creating this kind of space. But for this Beastcoast team, if they don't do well, they lose games, and that's an issue.
Yeah, they're either going to be laid back and chill for this one because the pressure's off, or they're going to be mad. Either way, they're dangerous. Let's find out what map we're going to, though. The bans are in, and it's time to figure out where TSM's last stand is going to be.
Skyscraper border off the map ban first. Skyscraper, the map that these 2 teams played last stage. It was a 7-2 win for Beastcoast. You understand why TSM didn't want to play it. I thought maybe they would give it another shot because Beastcoast did have that rough game against Mirage on Sky, but they're going to take it out of the pool anyways. Villa and Cafe coming through. Villa, a ban being utilized by TSM. They're on a 3-game losing streak here. After SI has ended, they've lost to Astralis, XSET, and Parabellum. That's their 3 plays throughout the year that they've had. Then we get Theme Park Clubhouse. That Theme Park game, one that Beastcoast have actually struggled on. This was the one time that I thought maybe TSM would try Theme Park again after such a rough stage 1 on it. Against Beastcoast, you know, they really struggled here, but they don't go there instead.
These last 3 maps are ones that neither team really has that high of a ban rate on. Technically, the one that we're seeing here is the one that one of these teams has banned for half of their matchups so far, and that's TSM. They do have a win on it this stage, and it was a pretty decent game. It was rather close. Only 60% of their wins came on attack, 67% on defense. Beastcoast have not played it so far this stage. They did have a couple of attempts on it back in stage 1, but they were only 1-1 on it. It's a map they like. It's in their pool. No one's really been willing to face them on this map very often in the past several months. So it'll be nice to see a relatively even battleground between both these squads.
Well, we'll see what happens. TSM doesn't want it to be that even, though, so...
No, they need as many rounds as they can get while Beastcoast win nothing. Let's just make that very clear.
Yep, that's right. So, one thing we also have to make clear is the predictions. It's time to start the final day of predictions as well. It's been a wild one. It's been a very difficult to predict stage for many, many reasons, as we know already. But first, we're going to talk to our casters, Blue and Stokes. How you doing, gentlemen? Have you made up your minds with this one yet?
Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward for me. Ultimately, TSM's still looking to qualify here. As we were saying, they need a lot of rounds to be picked up. They're obviously going to be aware of those stakes coming into this matchup, so I'm going to hope that they have put a lot of prep behind this one and are going to be focusing up for this matchup. So my prediction is going to be a strong swing towards TSM.
All right, TSM for Blue. What do you think, Stokes?
You know, I'm just going to sound off really in the same way that Blue did. I completely agree with them. I think that TSM is going to be the taker of this one. Now, I don't know how close it's going to be. I really hope they can inch it out there and try and get like a 7-2 or something like that. But Beastcoast or Riley, so you really never know what's going to happen when they're on the field.
True enough. All right, 2 for TSM. We'll get back to our casters in a moment when the map begins. Let's talk to the analysts, though. I mean, TSM, no doubt they're coming into this one wanting to win more. Is that going to be enough?
I mean, for me, they've been trending downward.
Yeah.
A lot over the past, I'd say, 2 weeks or so, which is enough of a concern. I think they take this one, but I think it's like a 7-5 or an 8-7, which even though it's an overtime victory, for TSM, that still puts their chance at, what, 4 or 5%, maybe somewhere less. Yeah, it's really, really bad if your chance is in the single digits. So I'll give the edge because I don't like the way Beastcoast has been attacking recently, but is that enough for TSM to qualify? My answer is going to be no.
Yeah, I don't know. Oregon's a map that we've seen TSM kind of struggle on. You know, they managed to lose it in the first stage, and then this stage they played it against Mirage and got the win. Beastcoast, they really did like it when they played it back-to-back in stage 1. Also, I feel like this is just one of those games where TSM are going to troll and Beastcoast walk away with the dub. So yeah, let's say it. I'm going Beastcoast for this one. I have faith that, that they'll get the upset.
All right, spicy predictions. Bold move for the person currently in the lead for predictions-wise, but maybe that's why
you're about to lose it.
There's a reason I'm in the lead.
There you go. Well, it's time to flip the coin, and the 1884 Morgan silver dollars taking a break for the final day of the stage. Instead, we've got a 1976 John F. Kennedy bicentennial dollar to flip as, or not a dollar, half dollar to flip this time. As per the graphic, it's going to be heads. TSM Beast Coast will be tails. Let's flip it. Oh. Coin says tails. Coin says Beast Coast. Interesting.
We needed a bit of a split here.
Interesting.
I respect that. That's fine.
The other coin was struggling on the pick rate, so I'm glad we swapped it out. I got faith that this new coin will do a little bit better.
It was a rough stage for the coin as well. Yeah, we'll see if Subcoin does look better today. Let's see what the fan vote is, though, for this one. Of course, it's going to be TSM.
Poll,
like,
so
what do you ask? Yeah, obviously, it's TSM. It is an online poll. It will always go to TSM. Speaking of polls, let's check out our community poll question for you to mull over as we go into our first game. It's going to be who's more powerful, sweater with cat ears or Merc with a banana?
Sure.
Well,
okay.
I don't know. Only you can decide. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, a vital game for TSM. Their backs against the wall. Can they win big and give themselves a better chance of going to the Berlin Major? We'll find out when we come back.
I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I might rent the Lambo and go drive it like it's stolen. I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me the notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I was sipping more went for 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubble still won't go away. Last year my best man hit a stain with bare face. Now he's got a hell behind the water's cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I balance to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist. Or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you.
I'm Bolo, and this is the NAL.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NAL. It's time to get started with our first matchup of the day as we get ready to try and qualify a few more teams to lock them in for the upcoming major. About to be an interesting one to start things off. Obviously, things are quite tense for TSM, but for Beastcoast, couldn't be more relaxed, as obviously they have already had their say, their chance to qualify for the major, and unfortunately, they have not been able to make it over the top of the mountain there, so they are not really playing for a whole lot today, except for maybe a little bit of boost in their standings and possibly some SI points and season prizing to be gained from that. For TSM, though, there's a lot more on the line, so let's start talking about what exactly we can expect from them in this matchup.
We're going to be looking at this matchup quite often from their point of view today, given the circumstances like you were talking about. They're trying to get as many rounds as they potentially can without Beastcoast getting any, so they're really looking for like a 7-1, 7-2 if they can muster it. But I think the big thing to talk about as to how things could really go awry here is we got to talk about Oregon. Oregon's been a really weird map through these last two stages where we've seen a lot of topsy-turvy plays come from some of the lower hanging teams on the tree, and they've been able to get over some really big dubs on a lot of the upper echelons. So I'm a little worried for TSM here, but that doesn't mean that they can't just outright win it out. It just feels like Oregon could really keep things close, and that's not necessarily what TSM wants.
We'll have to see, though, because it might just be kind of a safe play from TSM, given that, as Jesse was showcasing on the desk there, things have been a little bit rocky for TSM over the past few weeks. Great start to stage 2, but things just haven't really been solidifying themselves as well as I think the team would have liked. Oregon is a very safe map in that respect. There's not a whole lot of room for innovation. Yes, that applies to your team's strategy as well, but it applies just as heavily to your opponent's strategies too. So you generally always know what's going to be thrown at you over the course of a round, and that may be the play here from TSM, just trying to make this as predictable of a match as they possibly can.
Yeah, it's probably the best way to go about it. You know, if you're looking at it with the critical eye, you really want to know what the other team is going to be capable of. And I think the other thing is that Beastcoast does have a couple plays on Oregon in recent history as well, so they have some VOD to work off of in that regard, which could be extremely beneficial, just depending on what information they're able to extract from that. And I mean, the big thing that we've been talking about for Beastcoast, speaking of them, has really been their scrappiness throughout these stages and their willingness to go for some plays that other teams aren't. I think the two big ones, both happening on Bank actually, being their play inside of open area with the Amaru hook and plant inside of that area, and then we also had the double drop into the retake of bottom square. Two people rotating, and I believe taking out, I think, TSM, but could be somebody else at that moment in time. But either way, Beast Coast definitely having that play style where it's starting to catch people, well, it was initially starting to catch people pretty off guard, but a lot of people having an understanding nowadays of how BC wants to handle their map control.
Yep, we'll have to see if they're going to potentially try to throw anything like that out today. Once again, given the circumstances here and the fact that they're not really playing for a whole lot in today's matchup. Obviously not the case for TSM, but for Beast Coast, there isn't really a whole lot to lose if things go awry here. So like we saw to some extent with Mirage in their last Playday, after things have been solidified for them, we're going to have to see now if Beast Coast will also be freed up a little bit, and that'll add a bit of confidence to the team's play behind some of those more unorthodox strategies. We'll have to wait and find out. We are a little bit delayed here, by the way, folks. I think we were waiting for like a client update or something along those lines, but as soon as we have that resolved, we're going to be hopping in game and starting things out here to see which team will best to start things out today.
Yes, indeed. And I'm excited to see how this ban phase is going to go here for Oregon, because we've had quite a few hampering bans as of late when it comes to this map. So I want to see if they'll try and go for something more in the hard breach vein, or if they'll just outright get rid of something like Finka and try and slow down Sweater's play a little bit. There's a lot of options currently on both sides of the coin to try and pull away from the other team and see if it could potentially have impact on their lineup. Another one being Azami, which as of recently has been one of the most banned defenders inside of North America. I don't know her current percentage right now, but I'll pull it up for you guys here soon. But Mira and Valkyrie still right up there, just as per usual.
Have started to see, obviously because of Azami being swapped in for the ban, more play out of operators like Mira and Valkyrie. It's kind of comes hand in hand with the elimination of Azami that we started to see those operators a lot more. I'd be very surprised if Mira ends up making it through the ban pool, considering this is a map where she can have a lot of extra power if she's allowed in, but like I said, we've been seeing the meta shift a little bit since the inclusion of Azami, so it wouldn't be a huge far cry if we ended up going in that direction.
She actually has a 55% ban rate right now inside of NA, which is a far cry actually from the EUL, where it's hanging inside of the 20s actually. It's the third most banned operator across the pond, so a little interesting difference in play styles and just thinking what is effective for some of the teams that they have to go up against. So that means that more than likely we'll have an Azami ban here today. Now, the thing is that Oregon doesn't necessarily need that. You know, I think Azami has a lot of really effective plays on this map, and to be honest with you, she's really effective on the majority of maps, but you know, it's not something where you can't necessarily get past it. The top floor defense is pretty complex with the ways that she can set herself up around dorms and things along those lines, but past that, it's fairly straightforward. Just give you some extra cover to work around, so they might try and prioritize something else if they're worried about the defense trying to deal with something like a Mira or potentially a Valkyrie.
Well, I'll have to wait and see. Just like we're waiting to get this game started right now. Appreciate your patience, folks, with that. We're working on getting ourselves into it as quickly as we can here. So should only be just a few more minutes, and then we'll be able to get into this and see if TSM can capture that major spot. Like the analysis desk said, it's a little bit of a tough one for TSM, given the fact that they need to try and make up a bit of a round difference between them and a few of the other teams. On top of the fact they are also still trying to stay in the top 4 itself, so definitely going to be wanting to try and claim the full 3-point spread, which means they will want to end this game inside of regulation. Don't want to be stretching the envelope too far and trying to go into overtime or something like that, as that would severely hamper TSM's chances of actually making it through into a major position. So we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to get that, because like we said, we've already seen Beastcoast and a few of the other teams looking to play spoiler for that and cause a bit more chaos by throwing these teams' chances a bit more awry.
Man, if there's one thing that you should know about North America, it's that we love playing spoils. We might not have anything on the line, but you sure do, which means we have to rip it away from you. That's happened quite a few times this year already, and we have the potential to have it again here. And not only that, but from one of the best players inside of North American history, Slashug, being on Beastcoast and longtime veteran of the game. So it'll be quite the show to see Slash go up against a team that's been together for quite some time, and a few of these players playing for a very long time as well, including Pojo Man standing behind TSM, one of the legacy players, as well as just one of the most dastardly smokes you've ever seen in your entire life. I was actually watching some of Grant Triple, actually, from DarkZero, his YouTube channel. He's got a couple of YouTube videos recently on Rainbow Six and some of like the caster calls and some of the greatest moments. Hey, by the way, got one call. Look at me. Yeah. Nice. Hey, you had a couple too. Thanks, look at man. You. Michael was on there as well, and that's where I got to see Pojo's amazing clutch on Clubhouse again, which was, I think, for the NA qualifier, where he just absolutely popped off inside of Armory. So if you guys haven't watched those, make sure to go watch it, especially if you're a newer viewer to Siege. It's just an amazing run through the history of Rainbow Six and some amazing moments that I wish we could relive again. So.
Cool. Almost got denied the fist bump there. I think we got it at the last second. But
speaking of achieved, actually, I'm very happy his hair's grown back to the proportions that it has. So I'm very happy that he's finally getting his full head of hair on his head. Because, like, I mean, the bald look, it was definitely a look, but I wouldn't say it was the look.
Well, he's got it back now, so we don't have to worry about that any further. And you guys don't have to worry about waiting to start the game anymore either, because we're finally going live. Let's get into it. It's our first matchup of the day. Beastcoast up against TSM, as TSM desperately trying to scrounge their way high enough on the rankings to earn a major spot. We'll have to see if they can make it happen. They've got the first ban as well. No surprises here. Finka getting immediately removed from the pool as she's become more and more of a banned operator here in North America, as I think more and more teams are just getting tired of her.
And I bet you have no idea what I'm about to say right now. This next ban, it's probably going to be Thatcher, if I had to assume. We're getting down here to the wire. Beastcoast sitting on this for some time, or maybe somebody just not clicking onto the actual screen, and either way, it's still going to be Thatcher. So we'll see if Beastcoast is a little bit quicker about their defensive bans, but this is just going to be really limiting for the entry game, the overall HP values of the offense. That's what you're really looking for when it comes to Finka. She has so much potential to assist your team as long as she is alive, and I mean, past that, she has everything else that you would ever want on a Rainbow Six op. You have an LMG with a lot of bullets, a lot of damage value, not too much in the recoil department. You also have frag grenades as well on top of that, so makes it to where she's so very potent. Past that, Thatcher making a lot of sense, and then Mute and Azami going to be removed from the defensive end. The Mute, the one that stands out the most, obviously. Azami, we were talking about that and the fact that she is the highest ban rate operator currently on the defense side of North America, but for Mute, he's exactly on the opposite end. We don't really see him banned out that often, but there's probably a pretty good reason. The SAS ops are not only extremely influential for the defense, but also Mute jammers are very annoying. They can hold up not only walls, but also drones and everything else in between. And you still have that SMG-11 and that M590 to play some closer range or medium range engagements and find some impact through those means. So now that we've gotten through the ban phase, we can stop our bickering about the ops that we have indeed gotten rid of. We can jump into this first defense all the way downstairs for TSM.
Since it was a choice from Beastcoast, may have been in part to alleviate some of the pressure with getting onto these sites. Obviously going up against two different shotgun operators is going to be quite a task to work with. And then the obvious gain in terms of the intel game as well has its own advantages for Beastcoast by removing Mute. Also just a pretty comfortable pick for a lot of defenders on quite a few of these sites, so he's going to shake things up in the lineup a little bit there as a result of that. Not going to see the immediate response from TSM to go over towards Amazi, which is generally what we would tend to see in response to that, but at the same time, TSM probably thinking they don't necessarily need that denial outright at this point in the game, so not going to be bringing that probably for a few rounds.
Sweater will be initially working his way in through the garage. Has one in split, but most of TSM is spread through these top two floors. You have Geo over in your big tower, a player over in security, and one up top. But Cheetah's going to take some damage, but he should not re-peak this. He really wants to try and play out his life and play for time, force Beastcoast to clear the map, not the other way around. It's going to be Merc, the player inside of Kitchen. He's actually on Oryx, so he'll be able to vacate that area if he so chooses later on and get his access to a hatch, but it doesn't seem like he's really going to be able to do that just yet. It's actually Chief is going to get taken down on the other end, so he's got some bigger fish to fry. It's going to be Bolo up top here, looking for the armory stairwell. Still has to worry about one down low as well. He's going to actually take out Anthony inside of Classroom. That's going to slow down the push just initially, but not before Sweater trades out on a Bolo and Merc with a beautiful shot from Split.
Brings it down to a 3v3. Slash will be getting ready to move himself upstairs to clear out the rest of the TSM defense. But aside from that, we're going to see these players forced back a little bit here. TSM not able to play out their aggression, probably to the fullest extent they would want to now due to that restriction. But thankfully as well, still have a good amount of map control, so might still have some weight to throw around here. Just not going to find it on the freezer side of the map. All the control that TSM has centered almost entirely on the big tower portion of the map, which means the BC do have free right to operate on pretty much the rest of the XQ that they would want to go for. It is looking like they want to play heavily into the laundry stairs as well as freezer push right now. So it might be a combined bout from them, especially if they've read into the fact that Chal is going to be the only real inside presence here. You'll note that TSM has started to correct that by rotating Geo back down, but at the same time, still going to be a 2v3 push with that third player isolated back over towards Big Tower.
Not the worst hold in the world. Definitely doable for TSM as Geo propels himself forward through Freezer. Has to worry about the angle here from Laundry. If it goes too far forward, then will actually end up dying to that player over towards his left-hand side. Surf has a frag grenade out. Don't know where this is going just yet, but it's found a home, and it's found a Geo as Surf will swing off of it. Chala to go down as well. It's all left up to Merc. What looked like a round that TSM could get in a 3 versus 3 has all of a sudden turned into a 3 versus 1 with a post plant as Drip completes that. Merc's going to be inside of Elbow for the start of this, and they already have that info after his initial gunfight where he's lost quite a bit of HP. Going to try and go through the rotate here, at least initially, but At a second glance, he's actually going to slow things down. See if any of the Beast Coast members want to try and challenge. Some nice angles being held across the board here, but it's going to be from the pillar angle, from Surf. Not worried about the soft wall, in Beast Coast make it out of it alive in the first round that TSM desperately needed.
So Beast Coast able to rebound and take control of that first round. Certainly going to be a little bit worrisome for the TSM camp. Thankfully, they played things out a bit more aggressively that round. Took a few risks on trying to kind of weigh out exactly what kind of game Beast Coast was going to play here, so there's still room for quick corrections to come in from TSM, playing to a much more traditional style of Oregon and still be able to hopefully course correct that way. We'll see if that's going to be the case, as they unfortunately won't be able to play directly into that style, since they'll be going over here towards the bedrooms next through the dorms upstairs. So they'll have to still extend their game a slight amount just to try and slow down the pacing from Beast Coast. More of a requirement than anything for this site. We'll see when we go back to the basement if any changes will be brought out for TSM.
Now, this is one of the sites where we normally see a mute brought along for the ride, but since TSM doesn't have access to mute, they're going to play this out a little bit differently. You've more than likely seen some strategies like this before, but TSM is going to actually open up the master closet to go inside of it from games, and a lot of times we'll see defenders, specifically the SAS ops quite often, play right around that breach so they can use the shotgun to its fullest advantage and try and get some easy picks onto the Beast Coast members working their way in to actually breach said wall. So past that, TSM gonna have some setup downstairs inside of kitchen. Don't know if we're gonna have a security player just yet, but I mean, this is looking pretty swell from TSM, at least initially.
Definitely the case here. Not going to see much easy access be prevalent for the Beast Coast rosters. They'll need to set up to clear out a lot. They may not necessarily have what's necessary to do so. Good amount of nades, but they'll need to get into position to properly use those. Beast Coast is wasting no time with the clear, though. Slash already working his way into the showers and already with a kill as well. Merc tries to challenge on the alibi from the edge of Yellow Hall and pays the price, and then Slash negotiates in for a second one as well, following the tracers from Bolo and take him down as well.
And that's the thing that you have to worry about. TSM, they're doing their damnedest right now to try and take it to Beast Coast, but as Blue had said earlier, Beast Coast have not a single thing to worry about. They are coasting through this matchup, and more than likely, John, they're just having a whole heck of a lot of fun. And that is possibly the worst case scenario that TSM could have on their hands, because, I mean, this is a hotly contested series for them. They have to care, and if they don't, then more than likely Beast Coast is going to bowl them over. I mean, even past that, if it does get too much of an anxiety-ridden situation, then that could also punish TSM severely as well. You don't want to be having some massive weight on your shoulders while you're trying to perform all at the same time. It doesn't exactly bode that well for quite a few people. So now Beast Coast with their initial 3 picks looking quite swell here in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Chala's going to be in behind the dorm set. We smoking out big window. Don't know if he is aware that a player will be around white. Achieved will be able to take down at least one, but that's going to be Chala's life now gone. They know that Achieved has to be around somewhere, as he just got a kill over on the trophy side. Beast close, quick to the trigger, and they'll win the round because of it.
Not even having to really negotiate their way past a lot of that utility that was deployed by TSM for the most part. Beast Coast able to outright ignore that. Some really bad signs here for the start of the game for TSM. Going to need to see how quickly they're able to potentially fix their problems.
I'm not going to lie. I really think that if you're going to call a timeout, you call the timeout right now.
That's what I was going to say. They're probably going to wait another round because they see all 3 sites at least, but I would not disagree with it if we went for one right now, because this is a really poor start from TSM.
This is just kind of a mental reset moment, and really, really hoping that TSM has this in the bag themselves. I mean, just remember, TSM are hammer lifters. This is not a slouch of a team. This is not something where it's like, oh, TSM just got to the NAL last stage, and they're trying to figure it out. No, not that at all. In fact, we're probably going to be seeing Lamborghinis on the Insta stories here soon once that paycheck hits, you know what I mean? So, but for TSM, I think that they definitely have some options still in their bag, and it's mostly just getting these trades. They're challenging or getting caught off guard, really, in a lot of different circumstances, and forcing them into these really awkward situations where they have to try and go for these trades, but it's not exactly a clear-cut situation, like for what happened to Bolo there inside of showers, where, hey, you just got to kind of pre-fire and really just pray that you get anything there. But what happens, Surf immediately, or rather Slash immediately, takes him down over inside of Cafe. So TSM looking for the mental reset here in round 3. Beast Coast, they've changed some things up a little bit. Slash won't be on the Zofia this time around. Instead, bringing the Nook.
Slight changes to the attacking lineup for Beastcoast here, just to try and give a little bit more flexibility. Slash already working his way down through the laundry stairs. Going to see if he can get an opener here, but yeah, has missed the opportunity. The timing just doesn't go his way, unfortunately. So he'll have to back away, and unfortunately won't even be able to back away. Merc decides to insert himself up the freezer stairs and down the class hallway to catch the rotation from Slash as he works his way back up. That'll knock him out, take him down. But Sweater as well now going to be isolated out by Bolo upstairs. So 2 down for Beastcoast. Finally, TSM able to put themselves in proper positioning this time on this roam, getting way more in the way of Beastcoast clear, and as a result, we're obviously seeing the impact being made before our eyes.
Yeah, really the only difference being that they're winning their ones. Bolo's going to win out his second one, his third one as well. I mean, yeah, it's easy for this guy, except he's dead now, so that's a little bit of a different circumstance, but it doesn't really matter because Drip more than likely not going to clutch this. Do love you, Drip, but it's a 1 versus 4, my friend, and I don't see you getting that far, especially with like 0 presence around downstairs and the potential to have quite a few people on roam, and not only that, but he's put some X-Kairos pellets down. You know how loud that is, John? It's very loud, which means that TSM more than likely know exactly where he is, relatively speaking, at the current moment. He'll be able to get rid of the camera outside, but really Drip is just taking some time to be able to talk to his team and see if they can change anything up for round 4.
Drip once again going to try and mask some sound. Also able to open up a few barricades for himself to play into. Not that there's really going to be any huge tactical advantage for that at this point in the round. Like Stokes was mentioning, more so just to mask the entry potentially more than anything else. He'll be able to move forward. Has the pre-fire. Nice shot as well to be able to take out Merc. At least gets away with 1 for himself. But anything beyond this is pretty much going to be nigh impossible to achieve. We will have to wait and see what he's actually able to put up on the board. But
if the crosses are played correctly, Chalk. Sometimes. You never know. You never know.
Inserts himself through the back stairs. He's going to have to watch out for the player hiding out by Harry Potter. Is not going to be able to catch them so easily. More so than anything, it's just a feigned tack pause for Beastcoast. They're just going to kind of waste their remaining time on the clock, and this is an opportunity for Beastcoast to figure out what went wrong on that round and not have to waste an actual pause doing it, basically.
Yeah, this is amazing entertainment for everybody at home right now, for sure. No, I think the thing is, past that, is that this is actually longer than a usual timeout as well. So Beastcoast has quite a bit of time to try and figure this out without having to use their tack pause just yet. And also, TSM figuring out their stuff on their end, mostly just the Bolo show really on the top floor, and Beastcoast not respecting him to the fullest, taking a lot of one-on-one engagements and just trying to pick up the pieces after the initial engagements went awry. So Gio's going to be able to pick up that last kill as Triple finally descend the stairwell and give himself over to the TSM gods. TSM finally with their very first round here in round 3.
Big chip to Bolo for the play on that round, of course, being able to pretty much single-handedly detach the attacker lineup from any viable strat, as we see him get a triple kill, I believe, over the course of this round, and is finally taken out, of course, on the rotation down, but at that point it's left down to a 1 versus 4, so not really a viable win, unfortunately, for Drip. He drops that one. Beastcoast still ahead, though, by 1, but now TSM finally forced onto a new site as they'll be locking basement away, heading up to Kids instead, where we'll have to see if they can make things up, because arguably this attack from Beastcoast on this site was even cleaner than what we saw back on the first round.
I love how confused Doa was by this question.
Oh, yeah.
It made me so happy inside. I could die happy after seeing that, just knowing that he really didn't know what was going on with the whole banana thing. 57% for Merc, and it damn well should be. I mean, off the banana is on a mission and really holding up the mantle of what Poge was capable of back in the day in very similar circumstances, at least with banana. So TSM, they're going to set things up extremely similar to what we saw the last time for their upstairs defense. They're going to have this extension out towards Cafe. Bolo will more than likely play in this area. I'm assuming Merc will be around Z/bottom white/security and might try and assist Bolo if things start to devolve over on this end of the building yet again. Now, just to remind you, last time that we saw this, Slash did have quite the entry as, whoa, Merc's going to get caught off guard on the window. Sweater pre-fires the bottom of white. And we'll be able to take him down. Merc just not having a game today.
Unfortunately, even had the premature warning, too, from the pre-fire before. I think he might have stepped into it thinking that the pre-fire was over with, but then it starts up again and unfortunately knocks his head off. So, unlucky start to the round for Merc. He ends up going down. Beastcoast, of course, more than happy about that, and they're just going to try to carry this forward into an execute. It'll work, too. Slash walks right into Kids, and it's completely undefended. He'll even get a free kill for it. Drip with another one. TSM's defense falling apart at the seams for the second defense in a row on this site. They can do virtually nothing about this retake now. They've lost virtually all
overall map control in a matter of about 5 seconds. Geo, that's a gun barrel. You're not going to be able to shoot that.
Oh!
And Surf now ready to take the kill when he swings out. It's an easy win for Beastcoast as they go up to 3 now.
That was a little gross. That was just a tiny bit disgusting. Might need a PG-13 next to that shot. That's all I'm saying. So, Beastcoast, and specifically Drip, just out here. Slash flying in the window, getting this initial frag onto Chala, immediately slaps the plant down, and TSM are completely caught off guard. And I just want to remind everyone at home, Beastcoast is that team when it comes to Amaru. They really want to Gara hook into your site and get a plant down. We've seen it, I believe, 3 times attempted by this team alone. We've seen some other teams try it like 1 time, but this is the team that you have to be aware that they can potentially throw a rush at you at a moment's notice. And TSM are completely caught off guard, discombobulated in the moment, and they lose the round. Now 3-1, and TSM really have to come back in these next 2 rounds, and that's going to force the TAC timeout because of it.
So the expected pause to come from TSM, like we said before, probably expected it to come a few rounds back, but TSM potentially not realizing how dire the situation was until that last round. At least had the correction available to be able to go back to basement and win 1 round there, but the kids' defense needs a lot of work. This has been 2 very straightforward rounds, at least as far as Beastcoast is concerned, on that upstairs hold so far.
Yes, indeed. And now they're going to throw themselves into the kitchen meeting defense. And this one's pretty unique, especially with the way that TSM has been holding map control for Oregon inside of the first minute. Really extended out towards the sides of the building. So it could be very helpful for them to play this site.
You can see once again the stakes, mainly for TSM here. Obviously, Beastcoast are out of the running for Berlin, but TSM still has a 41% chance to make it through, obviously pending other game results, with a victory here inside of regulation, but the chances go down to only 9% if they need to push it to overtime. So to emphasize what we were saying before, TSM need to win this in as clean of a fashion as possible, and obviously not doing the greatest job at that right now, as they're down 2 rounds behind Beastcoast on the defensive side of Oregon as well.
Yeah, it's already starting to slip through their fingers and really trying to get in front of this before they get to the offensive end. Want to try and tie things up as soon as humanly possible. That's what we're going to have achieved, more on a forward hold here towards Showers. Real assistance when it comes to the utility department, but doesn't really need it. As long as he is aware of when he is droned out or anything of the sort, then he should be fine to hold on to this for some time. He's going to actually walk all the way over into Small Tower. Now, this wouldn't exactly be the most helpful if you're worried about the big window, but he's worried about this outside. He is worried about all the way across a big tower, and this angle, it's disgusting, let me tell you, especially if you're able to get a 1.5 or something all the way over here and get some of that magnification to assist you with some of those longer shots. But when somebody as skilled as Achieved, all it's going to take is a moment's notice, and he'll more than likely have a kill on his hands. But even though Beastcoast are not aware of his positioning, they're doing a bang-up job of avoiding him.
TSM continuing to try and bait out the time at the moment. We're going to see Geo continue to wait for an opportunity to frag out, but Beastcoast being a little bit less secure with their at least initial execute this time compared to some of the previous rounds, taking it a heck of a lot slower, building down this time. Good thing is, though, it's still fairly early in the rounds. This is going to be a huge detraction for them as long as they can correct it, but that's not the way the round starts off. Aggression from Chala is pointed correctly and is able to find Surf, knocking out the sledge from play. First off here, bringing it down to a 5v4.
Well, Geo, prime position right now. Has the angle to play out against Beastcoast. He's going to take a simple misstep inside of Tower, and there's a kill, but Beastcoast, they've wrapped around the building, and they take out 2 in the actual site. Merc tries to come back, but they've flooded the kitchen, and the plant's now going down for Drip. He's going to stick that as Slash overwatches over towards Meeting. Achieved, currently inside of Z. But where is Geo at? Geo had such a strong position over near Tower, but he's dead in the water. He's still all the way over here. A stick in the mud, and now has to try and clutch out into 1 versus 3, where Beastcoast can take the advantage on the offensive side before switching at half. Geo now working his way through Meeting, has the potential to find the initial one, and he will. Can't get the second though, as Sweater will swing him out, and Beastcoast secure their 4th.
Beastcoast continue to make their mark known inside of this matchup. Continue to play spoiler more than anything for TSM here, dashing their chances to go through to the major, just like we saw for our friends on Mirage a few days back. You guys trusted Nyx before, and now you have to trust Drip to lock out another team here. TSM fairly close to being knocked out of the major entirely if Beastcoast can just pick up 3 more rounds.
The TL is going to be the craziest place if Drip gatekeeps TSM from going to a major. Like, I might have to like put my phone inside of like a biohazard bag to open Twitter at that moment in time. It's going to be just so crazy. But excited to see what's going to happen in you know, these closing rounds here on this map. And it's so weird to be saying closing rounds. We're really only halfway through. But TSM, I mean, they've shown signs of life, but it hasn't been something that's exactly been how do I put this? Really making it to where I want to put all of, you know, my strength and my my will into TSM. I don't really have the utmost confidence in them. It's definitely not something that instills confidence in me, for sure. So for Beastcoast, though, this is looking to be their last offensive round here, either way you cut it. So they're going to be going with a fairly straightforward lineup. The Twitch is actually going to be working her way in here, which we haven't been seeing too much for their offensive side, but always a nice pickup with that F2 and the extra drone that you get with that prep phase drone.
So away from that, things are going to go fairly quiet on the map as TSM calm themselves down. Obviously momentarily, of course, given their strategy over the past few rounds here. We know they want to play quite aggressively, but they need to wait for the right opportunity to do so. So they're going to continue to sit back, wait to see where Beastcoast goes for the initial clear, which is not going to be the usual small tower route. We are going to see a few players try to at least set up to insert themselves through the front lobby and garage area. And a few more members of TSM are going to continue to deploy. More so towards the back side of the map that you were seeing set up from before. Geo over in the back of Attic there, another player on the back of the tower stairs. Look at their first chance to confront against the BC clear, as now Slash has committed himself to the small tower play. And obviously, as you can see, a few more have inserted themselves over towards the media room connector and front lobby.
Sweater's going to drone Anthony down Laundry stairs. It's a beauty that Sweater picked Twitch here. If he's able to get this drone in, oh, I think he might actually get that mirror window downstairs. Geo's rotating it across upstairs. There's a sledge over inside of his dorms area. He might have this kill. Actually, oh, easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Geo, don't do that to me. Surf is going to end up dying here. Well, at least have the initial pick, but now Sweater has to go soul searching, as there is still a lone soul all the way upstairs. As Geo try and wean down this timer.
Half the round gone and relatively inactive here. Beastcoast being obviously fairly cautious since they're going to be down a players, not wanting to take an additional risk on losing another one and put them down to a 3v5. Geo, though, going to potentially take his opportunity since they have the advantage. Did he get spotted by that drone? It would seem as though it's a yes, considering the pre-fire coming out, but it's not effective from Sweater. In fact, Sweater himself dropped to only a sliver of HP now. He's going to have to try and hide this out in the corner, hoping to get lucky with the headshot play against Geo, but not going to be able to find it so easily. You can see other members of Beastcoast also trying to help out here, isolate Geo, but so much time is being wasted as a result of this. Realistically, yeah, even if Geo gets iced out here, he's still going to be in a good position because he's going to leave the members of Beastcoast with only 40 seconds to execute into the site, with a player down and potentially a second one about to die as well.
Now, the big thing for TSM is that they cannot overswing here. It's going to be a very decisive moment for them when they're able to actually battle back against Beastcoast. That's not the opener that you're looking for, as Dribble take down Merc. Bolo has to try and play this out from the freezer hallway, but he's been discovered. He's going to get it down, but they're actually going to be able to take out Shala behind him as well. Bolo for 2, Bolo for 3. Bolo's clutching it out. He's got the pistol! Bolo will keep TSM alive. The hot-handed young blood will get it done, and they'll at least be able to slow down Beastcoast before the half switches.
That's 2 rounds today for Bolo, shutting it down for TSM. Did so, on the upstairs hold earlier on in this match as well, and now doing it again on the final round of the first half inside of the basement hold. Absolutely beautiful play from the man himself, the one that many come to know as the star of this team, is looking to reclaim that title once again as TSM finally get another round going before we indeed, as Stokes was mentioning, switch sides here, put Beastcoast onto the defensive end of things. We're already going to get some small change-ups to the player lineup. Heavier emphasis on mitigation coming in for BC, as they're going to bring both the Jaeger as well as the Wamai. Different form of slowdown, though, as yes, they'll also have the smoke, but they are also going to bring the Tachanka from Anthony's POV to try and also add an additional layer of slowdown for TSM's clear.
So are you a big fan or are you a massive fan of this? Because there's not really any other option. You can't say Chonka is a negative thing because that's kind of against the code. So, I mean, personally, I think that this is beautiful because really what this is a TSM strategy, if anybody remembers. TSM is actually the team that hallmarked this, where Tachanka will hold down Freezer and Smoke will hold down Laundry, and you have 2 denial ops for the forward way of taking the site that can seriously hamper a lot of the offense's ways to actually get in. So they have to eventually rotate around to the other end, and if Tachanka still has utility, then he can get in the way yet again. It's just a really long delay game, and Beastcoast trying to make it even worse by placing Sweater on the roam near the main stairs.
So we're going to be in a bit of a precarious position, so not too surprised that he ends up backing away from that as quickly as he does. But Stokes, you could hear him getting a little bit worried for a reason. So reason for that, rather, to correct myself, is Sweater is going to have to go through a heck of a lot of crosses to be able to get somewhere even remotely safe. And
that's why.
There's just no escaping it when the drones are that hot on your tail. Bolo has a fairly easy time locking out Sweater. That's, as well, not going to waste a whole bunch of time in terms of being able to knock him out. Only about a minute drained off the clock in the process of doing so. So still plenty of time for TSM to worry about the rest of their clear.
Yeah, the first time that you get taken out by stellar droning, it's like the weirdest time you've ever played Rainbow Six. It's like this person just randomly peeked an angle and I just instantaneously died. Like, it's some of the wackiest stuff ever. But like, funny enough, when the original time that happened to me was the qualifier for like SI 2017 for the consoles, and I was playing against Redeemer from OXG, and we were playing Clubhouse, and they actually just smoked us because of droning. Like, that stuff is worth its weight in gold, and that shows you exactly why. Look at how much pressure they put on Sweater just coming from the main stairs, all the pre-fires he had to go through, that angle that I was worried about and you were talking about out on Master. There's so many little things that you have to be very aware of when you're roaming like that because of the info that the offense can get, and it makes it a really, really difficult job. And you know, that's why a lot of the times we talk about how your main job really isn't killing things, it's delaying that time and trying to get that timer down to about the halfway mark. Now that won't be accomplished this time around, but TSM, they're not exactly making the greatest of headways, have at least gotten some aspects of things wrapped up, and they're starting to drain things on site, but this is still going to leave the door open for Beastcoast to deny, delay, and win round 7.
I'm trying to make these angles work, but the delay is holding them up to a huge degree right now. This is why they brought this, but they also have to be careful as these nades are just as dangerous. Cross now being established by Bolo, but he can't follow it through as Surf swings out for a second time. He's able to pick up a response. Unfortunately, it's not making up a huge difference.
Oh
no! Surf with the sidearm about to save the day here. Knocking out 2 players back-to-back on top of that 3rd kill he already got. Had the pre-fire for Geo as well, but just can't land the shot. He shuts it out for TSM instead, and they take a 3rd round. Only 1 behind. The results coming in from Beastcoast now.
Geo Knight is a knight in shining armor from Pillar. Very scary fight there as well, as Surf literally pixels away from his noggin as he rounds the pillar at the other end of the hallway. And TSM are able to bring this 1 step closer to tying up with Beastcoast, currently 4-3 in favor of BC. They're feeling like a defense downstairs yet again could potentially be the game changer here. Not going to have too much of a change up, minus the Warden coming in, and they'll also end up dropping the Chonka because of that, but we're still going to have the mirror windows and everything else in between.
Well, Beastcoast still ahead, but now losing their opportunity to actually surge ahead. Have to be able to solidify things on this round. And they are going to change up the strategy to be able to do it. As you guys may have already noticed, much less of an emphasis on the slowdown this time. Obviously, the smoke being the exception to that. Instead, they're going to bring that mirror. And we talked about what kind of power she can bring to bear earlier on when we were about to start this match, and we're about to finally see what exactly that will show up. As Slash is going to be able to mount those mirrors, one going inside of the freezer wall, looks like, another one probably going to be deployed to that interior laundry closet to be able to fend off more aggressive peaks from TSM. Obviously, this isn't going to do anything against the play from the back side of the map. If TSM want to go for a backstairs or construction execute, but we have been seeing TSM try to play a little bit more into that front side based off the first round, so we'll have to see if they'll directly contest against those mirrors this time around.
All right, well, drones out for a TSM, attempting to clear the mid-floor, and it shouldn't be too hard. Why? Because all of Beastcoast is downstairs, so they're not going to have to look too far to be able to know that things are clear. This is going to allow TSM some early control. I also love the fact that Bolos brought Flores. Reason being, and I really don't know why we didn't see this when Beastcoast was on offense, they banned Mute. You banned Mute. Why are we not using Flores here? Flores is like, that's his direct counter, you know, I mean, and nobody really plays Mozzie anymore, but, you know, hey, it is what it is. But TSM are definitely going to be able to use these Rotero drones to a pretty incredible result, mostly because of the deployable shields that'll be set up for Beastcoast on defense. Those Rotero drones will be able to get rid of that, and they also circumvent all of Surf and Drip's utility. They can't stop that drone from going in there and exploding. So this is a really, really good pickup from TSM, and really good idea or really good general sense of what is going on with the meta and the way that these operators affect each other.
Be curious if Beastcoast kind of expected a bit more Mozzie to come out from TSM in the previous step, and that's why they generally tended to avoid Flores, or if there was some other reason, such as just doesn't really work into their playstyle. Either way, you make an excellent point. I'm curious now as to why we weren't seeing more of it previously, as TSM looking to try and open up as many options as possible to work their way into the rest of the depths of this basement. Surf ready to challenge against the initial backstairs clear, but won't get the opportunity to frag here. Unfortunately, Drone's going to spot him out. That'll flush him down. Should flush him even further back, but he actually, oh no, he hasn't noticed this drone sitting on the edge of the construction doorway. That's going to leave him exposed and in a bad position. BC getting blinded out there as well. The execute from TSM has to be coming in at any moment. Mark, the player that had thrown those stuns in against our player playing construction, now having to drop in through E. There's going to be a Toxic Babe directly in the way as they go for it, however, but they're still able to negotiate a one-to-one even exchange. More importantly, Mark gets himself territory inside of the site. However, that's going to be immediately negated now by Slash's Nitro. This is such an awkward fight, though. We have these Maverick holes that have been made by Chala. It's not really doing favors for either team, though, as kills are being fought from both sides of the angle. Surf with a big pickup, though, may have made up the difference for BC, as now Gio's left alone. No case control either, only 20 seconds to clutch the 1v2. He's going to attempt to creep forward. You can see there, however, as he stops down this hallway, he's a little bit unsure about the positions of the final two players. Just going to have to guess for it, and unfortunately doesn't get the right read. Surf with one more on the board for BC, and they pick up yet another round. Just 2 away now from shutting out the opportunity for TSM to go to the major.
Now TSM having to pick up, I do believe, 4 rounds in a row in order to win this in regulation and give themselves the best advantage that they can potentially muster at the current moment in order to get to Berlin. This is for all the marbles, folks. Beastcoast are getting so very close to forcing this to overtime. If you're a TSM fan, you really don't want to see BC get this next round, but they have so many chances to push on to that penultimate point.
Indeed, 2 rounds of a cushion now, where they even have to start worrying about things. And in all honesty, like we said, at the end of the day, Beastcoast do not have to worry about anything, ultimately, as their chances have already been dashed. They're just playing this for the fun and the experience of going up against the world champs, not to mention potentially try out a few things in the strat book as well, seeing as they're going to have a few months off between now and stage 3. Away from that, not going to see anything too crazy in terms of the defender-sided lineup here. Just the usual assortment, especially considering what we were seeing in the previous round, too, that Warden's going to make another return for Sweater, so going to be interesting to see where specifically he's going to be playing. Drip going wild, though, with the outdoor swing. Mark, in the meanwhile, also gets contested by another member of the squad. Slash apparently tried to push out against him. I guess it was over here to the front door. As up, we're also going to see some damage going to Merc, but quite obviously, Merc's able to trade that damage back and knock Slash out of the play entirely. So far, TSM winning in the opening gunfights.
Yeah, but just give it a moment here, John. I'm telling you. Oh, Sweater, you're not going to... Oh, I swear I thought he was going to nitro sell the van. And I was about to be like, are we in my ranked games? Like, what is happening right now? Oh, we're going to have a push in from the Nook. No, actually, Merc second guessing it. Doesn't want to push out just yet, and he really shouldn't. Such low HP, no one really able to work off of him either. He's kind of waiting for the counter angle here as of right now, and that's going to be it. Nothing really to do with that situation there. It's going to be an easy headshot for Sweater, so the HP didn't even matter at the end of the day.
Timer down to 2 minutes now, and everything's going to go quiet for a moment. Obviously, as we had that awkward gunfight at the beginning of the round, bringing us down to a 4v4 ultimately. So TSM have to figure out what they can exactly negotiate towards with the reduced numbers now. They'll also have to account for any changes that may have happened in the BC lineup. But meanwhile, it seems that Surf's just going to take the initiative on his own like we saw in the previous round. He'll run right out through top white and catch a Curious Bolo to be able to knock out the Yana. That removes that additional droning utility in the form of the Gemini. 2 nades also knocked out of the round now too. Thankfully, TSM has 4 more aside from what was bought by Bolo. And technically, they started this round round with 8, assuming Merc had also selected it. So quite a bit being brought into the fray from TSM to try to knock out this utility from down below.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job of catching TSM off guard. It just seems like Beastcoast has been working on the Siege sucker punch, constantly able to pick off players without anyone really aware of what's going on at that moment. So it's been pretty interesting to watch so far. Chala's going to hold across here, at least for some time. Everything's so very quiet as of now. TSM really not knowing where to go, and really, I mean, where do you? Everything's smoked off. Geo can't just like hop inside of the main window. He'll immediately die. He's got some stuff to burn out here, but if he doesn't want to miss time, then those will just turn back on, and then his last stun's not going to be effective anyways. Nice shot there from Achieve, but Sweater will take down one, and so will Surf. It's going to be all up to Achieve now. With Frag Grenade out, it's going to deal some damage to him, and so will Surf with an immediate headshot as Beastcoast will go up onto map and match point. And you can just tell how nonchalant BC is at the current moment. If BC was one person, they're drip bulling, tossing a hot hands up and down.
I want to see him juggle those by the end of the game. Let's go. Come on.
I don't know if he's got any juggling skills.
Do 2 at once. Let's see it. Admins, tell him.
The hot and special.
No.
With 2 with 1 hand. That's talent right there. That is talent right there. But we're going to get back into the game now, folks, and some interesting series of events, I would say, Blue. What's your thoughts on what's been going on here, man? Like, TSM, they're just not really looking like the greatest form of themselves at the current
the last 2 rounds, they just haven't been prepared for any of the aggression that's been swung on against them. If we're being completely honest, Surf on his own has stunted most of the execute power from TSM over these past 2 rounds just by kind of like randomly peeking a few angles, and that's pretty much it at the end of the day. We've been seeing him play into White Stairs in the previous round that caught Bolo off guard. Pretty sure he did get at least 1 more kill, and then of course the basement play too, where he's just constantly popping out of corners, getting in the way. TSM just don't know where and when to expect it from, and as a result of that, they are constantly being forced back into a corner, trying to figure out what to do next, only to run into that same pitfall again like 30 seconds later.
Yeah, Surf has most definitely been the thorn in the side of TSM that's been constantly, slowly bleeding them out. Whenever he's able to fire back and get a big kill, it usually means that Beastcoast is set up for success. And, I mean, we've seen that throughout this series thus far. Beastcoast is going to select Kitchen and Meeting as their potentially last defensive site, as TSM's going to need 3 rounds just to make it to overtime. They're going to lose one of their initial drones as, wow, TSM, what are we doing here, folks? This drone game is terrible. 2 down, 4 down, 5, 6, 7 drones in less than 30 seconds. Slash is killed, I'm going to call it right here, guys. Like, this is not a round for TSM.
That's got to be the earliest I've ever seen a drone count that low.
Especially for TSM. Like, where's the mental?
Quite literally in my entire Siege career, I've never seen a drone count that low this early in the round.
That's not a good sign at all.
It's even worse, too, because Beastcoast, you know they're going to double down on their aggression because they brought Thunderbird. So they know they want players rolling out, you know, maybe taking a bullet or 2 and then running back into sight, juice themselves up real quick, and then going back out again. So how is TSM going to course correct for this?
Well, Merc's going to be able to at least pick up 1, but Sweater's going to immediately fire back. Geo with a beautiful kill. That was a clutch if I ever saw it.
All right.
They're trying to pick it up now, and I mean, I think TSM has just thrown it to the wind. They don't care about drones. They don't care about anything, not even their own body. They're just throwing it at the wall and hoping that it sticks. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. Chala's putting the plant down inside of Meeting, and Geo's got the overwatch, and he's got this player moving in from the split side, or rather the stage side, as he plays inside of split. We'll be able to at least take down Anthony, and I cannot believe my eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Chala and the rest of TSM clutch out with literally 0 info game. They rotate around the building, and they decimate Beastcoast as they're just very lackadaisical over on the tower and Meeting side and get caught completely off guard. What a clutch from the TSM lineup.
Geo decides to fight fire with fire here, at least with regards to the entry game. Brute forced his way, and as Stokes was mentioning, quite literally was 0 intel game. They only had 3 drones left, so what game could they have realistically had at that point? Regardless, though, Geo is able to make it work, finds a hole in the defense, and through that and a few other nice exploitations from TSM, they are able to get that surprising 4th round up onto the board. Still match point for Beastcoast, though, as they head back to the basement now to try to lock things in here. Well, they'll have this round and 1 more opportunity to end it in regulation and hand TSM a 0-pointer for the day.
Yeah, that was a nail-biter right there. Even a team like TSM, when you're that low on drone count that early in the round, there's really not much that you can do. You're really banking on the fact that you can try and find some things through game sense, and that's exactly what happened there for them. They can't capitalize on any of the early info because they lost 7 drones inside of the first 30 seconds. It's not something that you really ever
6.
see. What, you're kidding?
They're down to 4 already.
What? What? Oh, no.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was
So
just a respawn. Sorry, yeah, that's my bad. I forgot it refreshes when we go back
it
in
splits
action
itself.
phase.
Yeah,
my bad.
No, it is your
I was
bad.
like so excited because it happened the last year. I was like, there's no way it just happened again. Then I realized that, oh wait, there can't be more than 5 drones knocked out. So.
No, if it did, I wouldn't want to be in the TSM house when they got home because Pojo be going nuke.
Yeah. So it's better. Ignore what I just said, folks. They do have 9 this time. So they're doing much better so far with regards to that. As we see them move in for their initial clear here. Just the usual small tower clear first to start things off. Then we'll have the rest of the team working their way in through lobby. Not going to see any surprises more than likely. Even BC has a fairly reserved composition, playing it almost entirely on the horizontal basis this time. So not going to see any shenanigans pop out probably within these first 2 minutes, as it'll mainly just be both teams trying to gather intel.
Yes, indeed. And we will keep you updated on the drone game. And as of right now, looking pretty stellar. They've only lost a singular drone, apparently. And I think that was Merc's, one of his Twitch drones, I'm assuming. But either way, Merc's actually going to end up working his way down towards the bottom of Armory. And the rest of TSM still working on the mid floor. Chala's going to end up getting open these hatches so that they can start trying to build things up towards an execution here. Merc's actually going to take some damage from the bottom of the stairwell as he peeks things out. He's going to deal more than he... Well, actually, no, I am very, very wrong about that. Slash is actually going to be the one that deals more damage than he receives, as Merc is going to take some heat, but neither player going down to a detrimental amount just yet. Also, a little bit of an update as to the site setup. Slash has actually lost his mirror window to one of Merc's drones. And speaking of drones, Bolo's now going to make a nice rotation here inside of the freezer wall, open that up, make things a little easier to deal with the hallway.
He wants to play this out because he has the Toxic Babe, so is at least going to get a small damage advantage should someone from TSM decide to press their way through his setup here. Going to go for it, but quite expectedly, Anthony is very much ready for that, so has no problem shutting down the play. And oh no, Merc, assuming that there wouldn't have been enough confidence from Anthony to play around the corner. He is dead wrong about that, and a free second kill is just gifted over to Beastcoast. Slash now knocking out another member of the squad. Chala, really the lone member with any interior site control over by Pillar. He's going to try to wrap it over and attempt to take out Anthony. Works out there, but the problem is he's lost Achieved halfway in the process now fully from the Nitro cell. Chala is the only player remaining here. The world champions are just one frag away from losing their chances at a major yet again, and it's looking more and more like it's about to happen. So close to the kill on Drip, but can't confirm it. He's a bullet off. There we go. Makes up for it, but it's not going to be enough. Sweater closes down, and that's going to be Beastcoast denying the Berlin entry for TSM.
TSM has not been out of the US since SI in Sweden. Well, they ended up lifting a hammer. Stage 2 is going to come to a disastrous end for them as they were seeking, trying to get to Germany, trying to get their tickets punched. And it's going to be Beastcoast to sweep those chances under the rug. A fantastic game here on Oregon, a map that TSM thought that they could get over on a feisty BC, but clearly not. Getting away with things all the way down to an Amaru plant inside of dorms. It was a heck of a game in between these two.
Just, let's be real about it. Way too sloppy today from TSM. Gonna need to make sure they spend some time.
Is that Larch in a suit?
I think it is.
That is Larch, you look so sexy, my man. Look at you, you beautiful bastard. Wow. Either way, though, what were you going to say? I'm sorry. I got lost in Larch's eyes there for a second. Oh, my gosh.
Bit of a sloppy game today from TSM. Definitely going to need to make sure they work on that in between the stages, but we've got people a lot smarter than us to talk about this stuff. We're going to go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. When we do come back, we've got your analysis desk ready to break the game down.
know what's up. Too much for the books, then I put it in a tuck. Too much for the tuck, then I give it to my love. Once I make $1 million, man, $1 million won't be enough. Watch me fake the struggle while I get it off the hush. Now it's JetBlue miles, Rolex dials, frowns turn to smiles. Summertime and then wild. Now as we come to an end. Summertime and then wild. And it falls upon us. I want you to bring that energy. Summertime and then wild. And run that thing back. Yeah. Until next year. Summertime and then wild. Yeah. And wild. Summertime and then wild. Yeah. We gone. Beat by Apollo, stop at New Apollos. Cop a Henny sour and I'm puffing Jack Sour. Yeah, I feel a black power. Yeah, this time it's really ours. It's time to get the bag. Yeah, it's time to get the bag. Yeah, yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Ask for it, you receive it. Got it locked, put the key in. Got them looking, yeah, they praying. She like, I like what I'm seeing. Now we up, they agreeing. Play full, yeah, we eating. Now you can't ignore this feeling.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. As you can see, sadly, TSM a bit free SM today as they are eliminated once again, I believe, in 9th place for the second stage in a row. A little bit tragic if you're a TSM fan, but what can you say? They look so good at the beginning of the stage and then such a precipitous drop-off, unlike any we've seen before, rarely seen at least.
No, quite literally never seen. Now what we're looking at is a case where the current world champions have never had a performance this bad in the 6 months immediately following their invitational win. 9th place for 2 consecutive stages. How many SI points do the current world champions have leading into next year's SI? That's right, 0. This is the freest TSM has ever been.
Yep, that's true. And to talk about that a little bit more, we have none other than Drip waiting to chat with us over in Las Vegas. Drip, congrats on the win today. So it was.
I'm sorry, I'm
you
just
look a little
wiping
broken
away
up
the
there.
tears. I had to eliminate my favorite team.
Do you have any dollar bills you can
really
do it with?
sad.
That would be better for the clip.
Talk us through the emotions you're feeling right now.
If I'm being honest, it does not feel that good because once again, if we'd be in Astralis, we'd be at the major or in contention right now. So today's win is at the end just nothing. Like our season was over. We were pathetic towards the end. Now I know how Mirage feels after every win, and it sucks. Like, you know, your season's over, but still win. It's like it's meaningless.
So going forward, you've got a little bit longer break then to work on some things, right? What do you think is the first thing that's going to get addressed when you start to practice again for stage 3?
Just got to close out games. We were 5-3 versus Mirage, 6-3 versus Astralis. I mean, if we get 3 rounds to go our way, we're number 1 in the region right now. I mean, it's one of those things. It's like just got to close out games. You know, we were able to close out today, and it was no problem. It's just got to translate to the better teams. You can, can't let Astralis come back 6-3, can't blow 5 threes against teams like Mirage, and that's the difference between top 4 NA and not, is 2 to 3 rounds.
Yeah, fair enough.
For this specific TSM matchup, though, it looked like in layman's terms, it was just a matter of move fast against this TSM team, get early man advantage, and just try to move on from there. What was actually happening under the hood to make sure that you got this win over TSM today?
We just had a bunch of good calls. I mean, their defenses are very slow and default. I know it sounds weird to say their defense are slow, but they don't really push anything. You just kind of play their cutoffs. We had some good calls on attack. Not trying to toot my own horn, but the green call, that's not something that's put in the CGG to flood green and take kitchen right there. But, plays like that, they were just very easy to read. Their defenses were easy to pick apart. And, I mean, yeah, it just felt very, very easy. They were very predictable.
Drip, stats-wise throughout this stage, you've been a team that have been kind of top-heavy on your players. You know, you've had Sweater, you've had Surf, you've had Slash, really that have been top in the CGGs, and then you and Anthony are typically more towards the bottom. Is that okay with your team? Is that kind of the way that you guys like to play? Or is that something that you want to maybe spread it a little bit more for stage 3?
That's a hard one to answer because last stage we were very spread out. You know, I had a lot of pop-off games last stage. This stage I played more support-oriented, even though I am a hard support player. But the results were the same. We have 13 points. I think the difference is both formulas work for us. It's just a matter of closing out one more game a stage, and we'd be at both majors. Again, it's like we tried everything. We tried Anthony on Iona today, and it seemed to work well. So, you know, a little bit of a rule change before this game, but. I mean, it's just we feel like both formulas can work. It's just up to us to win 1 or 2 more rounds of stage.
Super general question, and it might be the kind of thing that you can't answer quite yet, but you came into stage 1 with a brand new team. It was only Anthony remaining from last year into this year. You've got 2 stages under your belt, even though neither one of them necessarily went the way that you were hoping for. You had chances to qualify for both majors. What do you see for this team moving into stage 3? Are you foreseeing this exact lineup staying together as you move forward for the rest of the year?
I guess we'll see. I mean, who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'm going to get a call from the boss and get moved to content the way I've been playing. But I mean, I guess we'll see. We're so close, but so far. So I mean, hey, if you guys see me, you know, on the Destiny stage, it was fun playing. But I mean, that's the way life goes. But
I'll keep a spot warm for you, dude. The box is right
yet.
here.
Yeah.
All right.
That spot's mine, right in between Doa and Jesse.
I'll move a little bit over. We'll make some room.
Thank you.
So one more quick question before we let you go then. You know, obviously we talked about another long break before stage 3. I'm curious, you know, what do you got in mind for just unwinding a little bit after today's done?
I mean, I'm one of those people that's pissed off. I hate watching other teams win. I'm an NA hater. You know, we're all friends behind the scenes, but I hate seeing DZ win a major. That pisses me off thinking about it. Like, I want to be up there. I know they're probably clowning me right now. Oh, another stage where he didn't make the major. To which I will say, I will watch all your games. I'm not. There's no unwinding for me. I'm POFG. I'm pissed off for greatness. I'm so mad right now.
All right. Well, I like the fire. I hope you find a little bit of peace in the offseason anyway, but I like the fire and the confidence going into stage number 3. So best of luck with the prep in the offseason. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us, and we'll see you again soon.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. There is Drip from Team Beastcoast. Bit bittersweet to get the win over TSM. You knocked them out at least. The revenge of Drip, but at the same time, Beastcoast not going to the major either. But TSM, what a puzzling, disappointing end to what looked like such a promising stage for them.
Yeah, great game overall, though, from Beastcoast. I mean, coming through here, I thought Slash had a fantastic start to the game, even though he's 4th on his team for frags. Really was finding those impacts for the opening kills those in the first half, managing to find a lot of those, a lot of good plays from him playing on the Zofia, on the Amaru, whatever he had to play. I like that a lot from Beastcoast. Of course, also big game from Surf, who really did pop off more towards the end of that half. I thought he was a fantastic player for Beastcoast on their defense, just really closing things down.
Yeah, I'll take nothing away from how Beastcoast performed here. I loved how they took those advantages. Sometimes it was a 5v3, and then as soon as they had something basic like that, ensured that there weren't that many trades for the first, like, say, 4 or 5 rounds when they were on attack. It felt like it was dismantling TSM's overall approach. And Drip kind of has a point. It did feel like maybe TSM aren't nearly that mobile or that fluid when they're playing on defense, to a point where it took like several rounds in for Geo to have any real impact on a solo roam for it to break down Beastcoast's overall attacking strategy. It just feels like Beastcoast really had their number and decided early aggression is the way to go. And that Amaru play that we saw on Dorms was like a perfect example of exactly how TSM's entire strategy was broken down here.
Yeah, there you go. Let's check out some standings, and there we are. And we know TSM needed to not only win it, but they needed to win it big too. So when the round started not going their way, it became less and less likely that they were going to make it through even with an overtime win. But the really concerning thing is that by finishing 9th, once again, they do not get SI points. It is rough. Meanwhile, Beastcoast vaulting all the way up to 5th.
So technically, TSM fans, I'm going to give you the tiniest bit of hopium here. If SSG get like 7-0'd, they're at -9 round diff, they would fall below TSM.
Oh, that's true.
So if SSG get absolutely stomped, or even technically if DarkZero gets 7-0'd, we could see TSM climb out of 9th. But, I mean,
I doubt it.
So you're saying there's a chance. But
that's even like great, you get 8th, right? Like that's not
nothing
to celebrate really.
Yeah, but it's shocking though. The end of stage 1. TSM and Mirage at the bottom of the standings. And to stage 2, I mean, Mirage down there, but TSM, if you asked us 2 weeks ago where TSM was going to finish the stage, we'd be like, oh, are they going to major? Probably.
I mean, if we cut back, I don't know, if we can, great. That standings graphic that we had at the very beginning showing where everybody was at the end of every single Playday. Remember where TSM was after Playday 4? They were all the way at the top. They were in first. Now they're back down here.
That's right. Well, let's check out a couple individual rounds from the map before we move on. Let's look at round number 4 first. And this was just really fun to execute from Slash. This was showing how Beastcoast was able to get in there, get aggressive, get it done fast.
After the opening pick, I love the executes that we saw coming in from Beastcoast. This was an Amaru Ying. This one was a little flashier than some of the other pushes that we saw Beastcoast utilizing, but the theme was fast, coordinated pushes every single time with multi-dimensions. Slash through the window, Sweater through the big window, another player coming in from tower side, from attic. So it's nice how consistently we're seeing these players flood in from different directions. The Amaru and Ying, a couple of different operators you don't see every day being utilized to make that push happen so quickly, so effective. And TSM felt like they were getting caught off guard on those defenses every single time. They didn't know where those roam clearers were. They didn't know where the push was coming from. And because of that lack of intel, they were always losing those rounds.
Every time you see a Ying or an Amaru enter a play like that, you always figure, what's the unorthodox way you're getting used this time, huh? Because we're so used to Siege being played in such a very, not melodramatic, but a very repetitive way with some of the same operators time and time again. And then you see an Amaru get picked and you know somebody's about to make either a really smart or a really dumb play, and Beastcoast pull it off essentially perfectly.
I love it. I love seeing that Amaru stuff. It's one of my favorite ways to get into a building in Rainbow Six. It's fun. But we got another round to look at. Now, TSM did have some round wins, obviously, a lot of them coming off the back of some great individual play from Bolo from time to time. When does Bolo play? Well, you just missed it. But in case
he
you
won't
did,
play for another 2 months.
Here's a nice replay to watch. Round 6.
I mean, this was one of the only times we saw TSM necessarily do anything, and it's because of the way that Bolo holds from this position directly to Chalwa's left, right here. He's going to keep on holding this angle down through Freezer. He's already, what, did he get the first kill on Surf? I don't think it was, but he ends up getting a 4K as this round goes and progresses. He still has all of these guys left to find. One down in Freezer, another one is about to come in right there. All he does is swing. He just finds a couple of heads. That shot back through main stairs, Drip absolutely should have had him there, and I was shouting for him to get down. He should have, like, as far as I'm concerned, if it means proning to ensure that the Yana back inside closet doesn't immediately then swing back over, maybe lob a nade in to try to force him out. Technically, Bolo should have died, but he still whips out the Keratos, pings the last guy, and that's how they got, what, I think it was their second round. I think this was round 6, right?
I mean, and Bolo needs to win that round because, like, the rest of his team was falling apart. Drip goes prone inside of Laundry, and Merc walks into his angle. The rest of the Beastcoast were getting the frags there. So, thankfully, Bolo had a couple of nice plays that game. But, again, silver lining for TSM, I don't think.
It's also still not sustainable if it's one player pulling that off constantly.
Not at all. You need to have that team effort that we saw at the 6 Invitational earlier this year. Now, that team has, it was here for a brief moment in stage 2, gone again. We'll see if that team returns for stage number 3 or what shape TSM is in, because they're done. Not going to see them in Berlin. Going to have to wait until September to watch TSM play again. But we are far from done for the final day here in stage number 2. We've got an amazing match coming up next. It's going to be Parabellum, number 2 in the standings, versus Soniqs, number 3 in the standings. Winner, I believe, just moves on to the major. That's right. It's a win and you're in situation for both of these teams. Do not miss it when we come back here in the Rainbow Six North American League.
hip, then I brink with the blade, and I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not the piece. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love.
This season was a pretty good turnout. I think this is kind of where we anticipated we would be in this area, just barely missing out on the major. I think what's important is that we take out the lessons from this season, we work on our weaknesses, and we come back next season even stronger. But I think we're focused more on long-term goals, and our long-term goal would be qualifying for Invite. So I think if we continue down this trend and we continually improve every season, that's something that's very reachable. People don't know what to expect of us, and that's why we are someone that is kind of hard to read. We've done a lot of things that people don't expect to work, and they don't see our methods, but as a team, we know exactly what we're doing. You know, everything has a purpose and why we're doing it. Obviously, there's our weaknesses come out and they kind of mess up what we're trying to do sometimes, but we're working on that stuff. But I think the biggest thing is that we are a loose cannon. Like, no one really knows what direction we're going, what we're gonna do next. Are we gonna rush site? Are we gonna, go fast? Are we gonna go slow? What are we gonna do? No one really knows except for us.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Doe, your host here, along with Jesse and Jacob, our wonderful analysts. And we've got a lot to talk about before we go into this next one. It's going to be Parabellum versus Soniqs. It's going to be a great series. But before that, let's check on the status of the league right now. We got another eliminated team after our last one. It's, of course, TSM.
Rip. Do
we have to keep ragging on them? I mean, we already said it's the worst performance. It's terrible to see them back in 9th place. It's all this stuff. I mean, do we have to keep on doing this to the
But
board?
it's not just them. No, wait, there's more, Jacob. That's right. It's also Mirage and Beastcoast eliminated, not just TSM.
I mean, we knew that already, though.
I know, but we're revisiting it anyway, just to keep people caught up. It's the final day of the stage. We got to do it.
Wow, we'll get to update this graphic a little bit more soon, because in this game, one team will qualify. Parabellum Soniqs, win and you're in. This is the match that will decide our second team finally for Berlin. We'll get another squad in, 100% for Soniqs and Parabellum. But look at those overtime probabilities as well. An overtime win for Parabellum is actually not the end of the world. Sorry, an overtime win for Soniqs, not the end of the world for PB. Still an 82% odds. You see, after that, it gets a little shaky. Overtime win for PB, kind of bad for Soniqs, not out of the realm of possibilities. But there is a world where both these teams make it in.
And this is just showing the power of what 1 point of difference in a stage this close is doing for you. Parabellum are in second place right now at 14 points. Soniqs only have 13, and you see how big of a difference it is if for some reason Parabellum were to lose in overtime versus the Soniqs doing the exact same thing. The odds are way more in Parabellum's favor to qualify, but you just want to make sure that you get this done right here, right now. You don't want to worry about the results of the last 3 games of the day. You want this victory, and as soon as you get it, the weight is off your shoulders. You can watch the rest of the games today knowing that you did your job and not stressing out, hoping that the rest of the results fall with the exact scoreline that you need. If you're Parabellum, you want to go to your first event. If you're the Soniqs, you want to prove that what you did over the course of SI wasn't a fluke, and now you can bounce back after a woeful stage 1 into the place they believe they rightfully deserve to be.
Technically second event, Parabellum. SI counts, 6th Invitational, a couple years back now.
It's a lineup of 3 different players, though.
Kool-Aid was there. He wasn't
in his
playing.
hotel room. He couldn't leave.
He was the only spectator for that SI.
Yeah.
Well, any way you slice it, the result of the next match is going to be one more team getting locked in for the major in Berlin. Will it be Parabellum? Will it be Soniqs? It's interesting because it really could go either way. I think this is a very difficult match to predict. Soniqs have been a bit up and down. Parabellum has been a bit up and down. But both teams are coming to this one looking pretty good. That said, Soniqs did just lose that tough match versus Mirage. So there, I feel like coming into this one, maybe a little bit of an underdog, but it's so close, it's really difficult to call one way or the other.
Well, I think Soniqs played a really good stage. I think Soniqs, other than that first week where they lost 8-7 to Astralis, then 7-5 to TSM, I think they played really good weeks 2 through 4. They really were showing up and looked like the Soniqs that we were expecting to see after they became NAL champions.
Right.
But then that 7-5 loss to Mirage has thrown all of it into jeopardy. If they'd been able to win that one in regulation on their own terms, they'd be locked in already. They would have those 3 points. It wouldn't be a question mark. But since they had that one disastrous game where they lost to the current bottom team in the league, they're in jeopardy of not making it to the major after what I think was a really successful season for them.
True. Let's talk Parabellum. Parabellum right now, second place in the standings. And like we talked about, dude, this team has been looking really good, except for the moments when they're not. I feel like this has been one of the teams with the highest highs and the lowest lows in the stage. So looking forward to this match against TSM, what do you think we can expect?
A close game, because there really hasn't been a game so far this stage that hasn't been close. Even when they've lost, those overtime wins or losses have still been an 8-7. When they've had wins, they've been dominant. And I think it comes down to the way that they dismantled Mirage and that 7-1 game on Skyscraper back in Playday 7 that shows that they're beginning to really modify the way that they play and start, what's the word that I'm looking for? Is it refining it? Is it controlling it? Is it bringing things back to a head? It's almost like, you know when you get out of bed in the morning and your hair goes all crazy? It almost feels like that was them. They were the bedhead team at the very start of this stage. Then they grabbed a comb and they started smoothing out.
Are you looking at this
every little strand? I'm not looking at Kool-Aid's hair. I'm not looking at Penguin's hair. But I still look at this team as it took a little bit of time to figure out how they needed to, I guess, not only incorporate Gunnar and Blaz into this lineup more effectively, but they needed time to not get as over-aggressive or swing things they didn't need to. They needed a little bit of time to inject some maturity into this lineup, which is the only kind of thing that happens when you're able to play games at this level of competition for a long enough time. You get that level of experience, something that Blaz hasn't had for a while, something that Gunnar has never had, even at a tier 2 level. It's taken some time to iron the kinks out, and it's done a much better job of ensuring their success in the long term, to a point where now they're capitalizing off of the hot streak that both of these new players have had, and it could turn into a major berth.
I think you take a look at the last game that Soniqs lost against Mirage, and a lot of times it was their plans getting disrupted, right? They had a smoke plan on round 1 that didn't end up working. Their sledge died early, attacking onto round 5. Oftentimes it felt like they were going for these direct takes, and that kind of limited what they were pivoting to. And when you talk about Parabellum are a team that disrupt plans. TSM had plans. Their library defenses, their AVG extensions last week looked really good, but Parabellum completely subverted expectations. They did a great job of really bluffing where they were going to push from. I talked with Kool-Aid a little bit over the weekend. He talked about how there were certain rounds against TSM where they would throw all their drones in one half of the map and then rush the other half of the map to throw off where TSM were looking, where they were shooting. The misdirection was perfect. And I think if Parabellum continue to do that against the Soniqs, who have good plans just like TSM, we could find another situation where one team is getting caught off guard, getting distracted by the drones, and Parabellum sneak in a victory.
Yeah, that's how you subvert expectations. Not the way they tried to do it in Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi. I'm just going to put that out.
I didn't watch it, so
don't worry about it.
I can't attest.
Let's move on to Soniqs on the other side of the arena. Soniqs, again, a team that, despite their loss to Mirage, still look like a team that is major bound. And, you know, they better be, frankly, because this is another team that looked so good last year, looked great at SI, stumbled in stage 1, but have since shown improvement in stage 2 again. They're trying to recapture some of that former glory.
I said at the beginning of the stage, either the Soniqs or TSM, one of the two teams with abysmal starts at the beginning of this year was going to bounce back and qualify for Berlin. And obviously, one of them can't make it. I still do think, no matter what happens in this game, that somehow the Soniqs are going to find a way to eke in to that top 4 listing and head to Germany. The only question is, does it happen because they win this game? And there's not really been that much of a falling off. I think they were a little bit middling at the start of this year, then bounced back to a point where now they can very safely call themselves one of the single best teams we've seen on attack in quite some time. On defense, it's not quite there. When we talked about Super and him playing death spots are almost like everyone trying to funnel into Super. Sometimes doesn't feel like it's working out as effectively as it could, but they figured out attack and repick. They figured out the new maps. They understood places they wanted to take teams to and how to react when some reason it didn't go the way that they were looking for. And they're still up here showing that they got the adaptation down from stage 1. We can kind of forget collectively that stage 1 happened for the Soniqs. We don't even have to reference it anymore because this is not the same team that we saw 3 months ago.
All right. Well, we'll see if that proves true for their match against Parabellum. Some highlights from both teams that we've seen earlier in the stage is what we're going to take a look at right now. And tell me what stands out to you, Jesse.
I mean, I think for Parabellum, they've had, again, some of those plays that have really subverted expectations. It's been the way that they've attacked. They've really been a good team at pinching from multiple directions, at getting those opening picks. I think on defense, you know, you've seen some kind of wild swings, some aggressive plays. Gunner's been kind of guilty of those at times, but also it works very often, right? You do see rounds where Parabellum seems to just completely surprise the opponent and get a lot of picks because of it. Gunner's been huge so far this stage. Blaz, I believe, is their highest rated player, has been their MVP. I do think Parabellum have really developed into a team that have a fun, unique play style that not a lot of other squads in the league play like, and they're finding a lot of success with it, which is great to see.
What do you do if you're Parabellum against a team like the Soniqs that feel like they've got everything so well scouted? Do you lean into the chaos factor? Do you find a way to disrupt those plans, or do you kind of do your own thing and wait for the Soniqs to adapt around you? I'm curious how you set the pace in a matchup like this, and specifically as far as the bans are concerned, my prediction is either a Villa or an Oregon, because both teams feel like they're in a state where either map is workable. They don't ban it very often. So far, Parabellum have played Villa twice. They've won it thrice and won it twice. Soniqs might want to go to it as well, but you got to take out a whole bunch of the additional permabans first. I was curious maybe we might even see a Chalet, but Parabellum, ever since stage 1, have not liked going to it in the slightest, which makes this an interesting way to start the phase off. No Villa, no club, no theme. So as it whittles down, I mean, like Oregon for me is still on the table here.
Yeah, so the last 3, Oregon, Bank, and Cafe. Soniqs never play Cafe.
And Parabellum never play Bank.
Yeah, this should be their last 2 bans, but there are opportunities for curveballs on both sides. Oregon was the obvious pick that both teams would have known coming into this map ban phase was the most likely option. But again, potential for curveballs here. We'll see what they end up banning. Bank, Cafe. We're going to Oregon.
Yep,
Oregon.
there we go. Yep.
This makes sense. I mean, Soniqs 4 plays this year, 2 losses in stage 1, a strong win over DZ, and an 8-7 loss to XSET in stage 2. And for Parabellum, an extremely dominant Challenger League on Oregon, undefeated in the NAL. They beat Mirage stage 1, XSET stage 2.
There you go. Well, a lot to digest going on there, but it's time to make our predictions because I want to get into the map. I want to talk more. I want to find out what happens. I want to see who goes to the Berlin Major. So the question is, who do our casters think is going to go to the Berlin Major? We have Blue and Stokes waiting to tell me. Who's it going to be, Soniqs or is it going to be Parabellum?
This is a tough one. I, generally speaking, would be favoring the Soniqs for the same reason I favored TSM in that last matchup, but that didn't go too well.
There you go.
Parabellum has also had a really promising season, right? So I'm kind of like thinking about this live right now. It's a tough one, but I think I'm actually feeling Parabellum for this matchup. I don't have a specific reason for it. I think they've been on a really good uptrend. Soniqs have had a few disappointing matchups that make me feel like there's going to be a few bumps in the road potential, especially considering PB's playstyle. So I feel like PB may be able to get away with this one.
Sounds logical to me. I agree with everything you said. Stokes, do you agree with everything you said?
He's always taken all my words, Noah. Like, every time I think about this, I'm like, I know what I want to say. And he just says all of it. But I'll just add this, you know, on top of this. I am literally 1% away from being 50-50 on this. So since I'm picking Parabellum, it is now their fault if that goes below 50. See how we did that? It's no longer my fault. It's theirs. It's perfect.
It's just caster synergy.
Exactly. I kind of figured it would be a bit of a hot take if everyone was picking Parabellum, but I'm
Jacob?
I'm just saying.
Jacob?
What? What do you want from me?
Are you picking Parabellum? He's over there, by the way. Are you picking Parabellum?
Let's find out. Let's find out.
Look, I've been watching this squad back since it was the Canadian team, or the all-Canadian team back in the Canadian division of the NAL. Watched them back in CL, watched them defeat G2 at SI, saw how tumultuous it was when they had to play in CL again just to make it back to the North American League. I like the development that I'm seeing. I think they're going to capitalize off of the early momentum that they have from both of these two new players coming onto the roster, and I agree with John in that they are on a very promising upswing right now. And I'm definitely not doing this because both Kool-Aid and Penguin have called me out over the past several days saying I never root for Parabellum. I always root for you. I almost never pick you until today. Parabellum are qualifying for the Berlin Major right here, right now. It's happening.
Wow. All right. That's quite the energetic monologue.
I got no response. It was just like, Doe's like, okay, Jacob.
Hey.
Cool. What an outburst.
Is this was one of the copy pastas where at the end and they all clapped? Is that how this was supposed to go, or is this?
Sure, we can go with that.
I think you're right. What do you think, Jesse?
Well,
will you go PB?
Noah, I've also been under fire for never picking Parabellum. And listen, I'm not going to just pick a team because they've had a hot streak or because the org keeps baiting me to pick them on social media.
Okay.
But I will say, over the weekend, there was a bit of a football match, organized partly by the Soniqs, and they all went out and had a good time, but there was one studious NAL player who stayed in, who stopped going out with all the fun, and instead decided to VOD review on stream with a NAL analyst who won't be named. So, because of his grinding ability, because of their ability to stay in and hit the books, listen, I gotta say, I'm all in for the good old Canadian boys. I'm saying Parabellum, the Charlotte Major, sort of the Berlin Major as well. They're headed there.
All right, another one for Parabellum.
I've never seen Jesse wear a hat in my life.
There you go. It doesn't look bad.
I don't know if it's a good look.
I don't know if you're a Canadian or a fireman or something like that.
It's
you know,
a
the
cowboy
old
hat. What are you
fireman
talking
helmet?
about?
Yeah,
I'm from Alberta.
Is that what firefighters wear in Alberta?
That's what all the Mounties wear, right?
Oh, yeah, kind of.
I knew that. See, there you go. Canadian facts. You're welcome.
We need to not stereotype them, please.
The producer's like, ready for the coin flip. I'm like, okay, all right, we'll move on. Enough hat stuff. It's going to be heads, Parabellum. It's going to be tails, Soniqs. Let's flip the coin. Oh, it says tails, Soniqs. Clearly not a Canadian coin.
Yeah.
Obviously, there you go. It's a bicentennial Canadian $50. Anyway, it's going to be Soniqs for the coin. What does the fan vote say? Parabellum.
Wow.
All right.
That's actually kind of shocking.
That's a reversal. Yeah, I wonder how close this was.
It must have been a pretty close poll, I'd imagine, because I thought this was going to be a little bit more difficult to predict. But it's looking like the votes favor Parabellum. Will the play on the map favor that as well? Let's also take a look at the community poll going to this next one. It's going to be who's more charming, Spacestation or Super?
It was just Smitty's birthday too, man. You get, like,
I mean,
I say you give
like
Smitty the poll win.
For us.
If you can, give Smitty the poll win. I know it'd make him feel great, but it's also Super in a poll.
Trying to use your
rig?
Yes.
Yeah, he's using his standing on the NAL analyst desk to influence the community poll.
Bias on my desk?
You're wearing a Canadian
It's more likely
hat,
than
idiot.
you think. Well,
I don't know if I can
on
stand
that
for
note,
this.
we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the actual gameplay will be coming at you. Soniqs versus Parabellum. The winner goes to the Berlin Major. You don't want to miss it. Rainbow Six NAL returns in just a few.
On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Count blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. Keep the same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, this is 7 seas. I deal with life different, make that limit squeeze. Went off for my
Getting shot from the other way, and that was going to be Grixer. But Rexon now down as well, dancing back and forth. But Marm, she's going to occupy the angle while she has the mag out of her gun. A simple little misstep at the very tail end of that clutch is what punishes her, and the Soniqs get their first round.
On a personal level, I think, this stage has been going good. The atmosphere stays at an all-time high, I think one of the biggest things about being a competitor is you have to learn to lose, and you have to learn from those losses. You can't just make it seem where you lose and it's like, this is over, now this is on the line, this is got more intense. I think as much as losing sucks, all of us know what we're capable of doing. Nothing really changes for us. We're gonna head into this next week of practice really strong. We're gonna hammer down any little issues that we see, any little bad tendencies. But as far as atmosphere goes, we've been here before. All of last year, I think almost every last game was for a major spot for us. So we've been here before. The pressure's been here before for us. So I think it shouldn't be any different than what you've seen from us so far this stage.
Hey, I'm Rexon, and this is the NAL.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back once again to the NAL, getting ourselves ready to jump into the second match of the day. We've already knocked one team out of the running. Now we're going to see if we can lock in at least one more team here. It's coming up between Parabellum and the Soniqs. The Soniqs having a very unfortunate run versus Mirage on the last play day. They had their opportunity to lock things in there, but have lost it, meaning they now have to go up against PB to do it. By the way, look at our very spiffy-looking admin on the stage today. Large Tree looking absolutely fantastic in his suit. Loving it.
Yeah, it's the last day of the NAL, and Large chose to dress up for the occasion. And,
he's a cat man.
Crazy cat dude. I love those socks so much. That is so awesome. Large, we appreciate you and everything that you do on that stage, making sure we can get back into these lobbies and everything else in between so very quickly whenever we have a delay. Also, Large, don't know if you guys know this, he's just an amazing guy. Like, every single time that I've been around Large, it has always been amazing vibes. But that's besides the point. We have a lot on the line in between these two teams, John. Parabellum and Soniqs on Oregon playing for a berth at the Berlin Major. It could not get more hyphy than this.
Now, I will admit, I predicted the players on Parabellum to be able to take control of this match, but I'm a little bit more cautious of my predictions considering the fact that we're on Oregon. This is home turf for the Soniqs and where they've been able to dominate countless numbers of times at different events as well.
Oh my God. So Grixer literally has the playbook open right now.
Yeah,
He's looking through strats
Try not to
right
bring
now.
attention to that. But
No, actually, a snipping tool, if you look on your search bar there, you can just grab that for yourself, and you can run that in any ranked game you want to.
I don't really think you can tell a whole lot from that. But either way, we're getting into it, ladies and gentlemen. Second map of the day, also going to be on Oregon. Let's see if the Soniqs will be able to take control, or if PB will steal that spot from them at the major.
They might steal that strat, depending on which monitor they're looking at the current moment. Who really knows? But we're going to be jumping into it now, folks. It's going to be the second Oregon of the day, and hopefully it's a banger just like the first. Soniqs will be in control of the offense, and Parabellum will be starting us off on defense. After they've removed Thatcher, Soniqs will take out Flores, who we got to see used pretty often from TSM's offensive end because of the mute ban. Now we're going to get a mute ban here. No, we're going to get the Azami ban instead, making quite a bit of sense given the current meta.
So Azami going to be knocked out. No surprises here in terms of the operator ban selection. Finally coming down to our last defender, and that's going to leave Valkyrie out of the pool. So really no surprises here as far as Oregon play is concerned. Florida is a little bit lower on the ban pool, specifically for Oregon, more so than anything. However, not too surprising still, considering the effectiveness he can have, especially in those harder to reach areas of the map, like the depths of dorms, the inner parts of the basement site. He can be very, very useful for knocking out that utility.
Well, looks like a Parabellum member forgot to get into the lobby, so we're going to wait a split second and get them in there. Or something really happened, I don't really know, but at least we're lacking one. So we'll wait just a split second and then get that last member of PB in, and we'll start up the game. Now, talking about Parabellum up against Soniqs and kind of looking about how both of these teams tick, right? Parabellum has started to become more of a synergy-based, like gunfight-heavy team where they're very, very strong, very potent when it comes to a lot of these mid-game, decision-making moments. But then for the Soniqs, you have that cool, calm, and collected strategy where they can put somebody like Grixer on the front end of the play and get a lot done, and you still have people like Yeti or like Rexon to back them up, and even Kansan at the end of the day, obviously, as he is one of the most clutch players on the Soniqs. So I think it's going to be a very good clash of ideals, especially for a map like Oregon, where there's kind of some parameters put around how much you can really do in an aggressive situation.
So that's going to take us into our first round here, where we have PB going to be setting themselves up into the basement here. No surprise in terms of operator selection for them. The Mirror is going to be coming out again. She was left into the pool for the second time in a row today. Gunner is going to be using her. Already can see one of those mirrors that have been lined up to face from the inside of the laundry closet to the laundry room itself. And the second one more than likely going to be utilized to block out freezer access. That's how we generally tend to see that go down. Away from that, though, it's pretty much the same thing for the attackers. A fairly straightforward attacking lineup. Grixer, of course, is going to be happy that we can get Finka banned out this game, so she's obviously going to be swapped in. Twitch going to be utilized by Rexon as well. Super will be the emphasis of our focus. However, on the execute operator side, is he's going to be on that Ying, so pay very close attention to him, as him throwing the Candelas down through E-Hatch will pretty much determine when the action gets started.
Yes, indeed. He's also going to be bringing the secondary hard breach utility in case Yeti gets picked off. This is going to allow Yeti a little bit more free reign in his decision-making from this point of view, make it to where he can take some more engagements and things along those lines. Whereas if he was the lone hard breach, you more than likely have to play things extremely safe, try and drone things out, and get his other players to accomplish these tasks for him. Penguin, pretty interesting location right now. He'll get rid of a drone. Has a Goyo canister on the back of the bookshelf inside of Attic, so can use that to try and slow down the push across if Sonic want to go for it. But as of right now, they're just trying to get a full read as to how PB is holding on to the building. They're dedicating quite a bit of time to it.
Plaz has been spotted out. Not too fearful of the situation, though, but does hear the footsteps above him. Panics a little bit and won't fall back, and it's a good panic as well, because as you can see, Kansan was definitely going to be opening up an angle to take him out had he not decided to move away from there. Smooth move so far from PB to be able to dodge the clear from the Soniqs, but at the same time, not a huge waste of time so far in these positions from PB, so no one really gaining anything. Both teams just kind of executing into their own methods at this point in the round.
Yes, indeed. But you can see from the reinforcements that Parabellum have set up that there's a lot of different facets that Soniqs are actually going to have to work through as a team. They had that play going on there inside a big tower for some time, but Penguin's actually going to drop off. He had the two reinforcements there, which would have forced the Soniqs to try and clear that out in kind of a different way than what we see from Kansan here. You'd really want somebody to come in from that other side, try and pinch out the stairs player, something along those lines. But Parabellum, they're playing this one close to the chest. They realize how dwindled this timer has gotten. And now for the Soniqs, Soniqs, they have to be the ones to actually push themselves forward. You can see Parabellum reinserting themselves onto the site, finding some influential locations to play, like Penguin here inside of E-Box. This could gift him a kill, especially with this Candela going right past him. It might not even blind him, depending on what's about to happen here. Another one out, and Penguin's not going to get blinded again. Third one, and that one's through the door as well. Penguin finally blinded. Super, he's going to drop in, but that doesn't really matter when Penguin's sitting right in the corner, and the sun's going to wear off as soon as he drops in. That's Soniqs' main strategy out the window, and now they have to try and recoup. It's going to start with Yeti and Kansan getting some big kills, and Kansan for 2. It'll knock it all down to Gunner, who's playing inside of the laundry rotation with so many guns trained on him.
Trying to throw the Nitro, but it's going to be read like a book. No problem for Soniqs to shoot that one out. Gunner left alone here inside of the 1v4. Will attempt to make the play to stop the plant, but it obviously won't work out. The Soniqs get a definitive opening round, and they are happy about it, man. They're angry about it.
It's round one. It is round one. The desks do not deserve this. They do not deserve this. I've never seen somebody so happy that they punch their desk. Usually that happens when the shoe's on the other foot. So, I mean, hey, we've got a round under our belts, though, for the Soniqs, and they're looking pretty spiffy. They're looking spicy. I like what we're seeing so far. Good drone clear there. Not giving Parabellum an inch when it came to that either. Parabellum just kind of naturally falling back towards site once the timer demanded it. And then Soniqs able to abuse them past that moment. And that's even without Super really getting anything done inside of E-Box. You know, he throws all of his Candelas in there and immediately gets iced. But fortunately enough for Super, the rest of his team happened to be pretty damn good at the video game as they went out 3 engagements in quick succession, especially for that kill that Yeti got on big tower stairs. That was a pretty nasty one at the end of the day.
10 seconds to go.
So prep time going to be ending here in just a moment. PB not throwing any surprises at us. Not really going to be changing anything either with regards to the operator lineup. Pretty much throwing the same exact thing as we saw in the previous round. Even going to see the same form of delay in the Goyo canisters coming out for a second time for PB. The Soniqs, however, pretty much going to be executing into the same right as well. Things went pretty swimmingly for them in the previous rounds. So, excuse me, had a hiccup there. So no real reason to change things up with regards to their plan. Going to see them, however, extend their defensive grasp a little bit more so at the beginning of this round, as we can see Eska and Blaz this time trying to venture out a bit more. Looks like more than likely those players are going to be primed to fall back fairly quickly, however, should they have too much pressure thrown onto them.
Absolutely. All over 30 seconds into round 2. Parabellum looking exactly like what we had seen from round 1. Slow and steady whilst they fall back towards site. Just trying to get in the way of the Soniqs early, see if they can get some early drones or anything of the sort. Mirror's on the window, and oh my, Rexon, what a play from all the way upstairs. He's going to get both of the Mirrors, and not only that, Gunner still isn't aware that that's even happened. He's still on his drone in sight. Penguin's going to go down upstairs. The Goyo not looking exactly recoverable at the current moment, especially with Kansan bearing down on his location. He's been yellow pinged to high heavens, and more than likely will be visiting in a moment's notice as well. Kansan will be able to clean that up. Still has one to worry about, at least in the immediate area, but actually Eska's fallen back down as well. So Soniqs are going to get away with this initial engagement scot-free.
First kill on the board for our attackers. Parabellum have gone incredibly passive since then, however. Despite that, though, still playing to some pretty aggro angles here. So Soniqs are really going to have to work for their entries when they are ready to eventually deploy towards some delay and setting themselves up for that, as they don't really have the confidence to go directly against that 2-player setup on the back stairs just yet. They'll be able to avoid that by going towards Freezer, which appears to be the current plan for them. We'll have to see how this attempts to evolve, as they still have about 20 to 30 seconds before they're really going to be locked in. Big play lined up for Gunner, though, and unfortunately, they're not going to catch it. That's case control for Gunner if he wanted to stay in defending too, but quite obviously not a position that he can play long term. Backs away from that, will give the case back over, but that has equalized the player count down to a 4v4.
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, Soniqs don't exactly have an answer for the situation that they've been presented, but they have to do something here. So they'll gather themselves, muster some strength, and start to push themselves forward. Frag grenades out towards the laundry player, some smokes out as well from the closet player. Nothing going down for either team just yet. Blaz is going to get tagged up, but this is all whilst this timer continues to leak. Soniqs have to get a pick here to try and create some space, but it's been so difficult to try and find anything, and now they're trading back and forth. This isn't good for the Soniqs. They're going to lose out another one, and it's a 2 versus 3. Rexon trying to pick up the pieces, move up Freezer hallway, knows he has one into his side, and Grixer in tow. Mirror window open, and a dead Blaz. The smoke will hold things down, at least for now. be able to hold the cross here. Knows that the shotgun's coming back through. Hasn't been able to one it out just yet. There's a player coming in from behind, and Eska will get him. What a shot from Eska, as the other player has been down for PB, but it does not matter. They'll claim the round after icing out the Soniqs there near the tail end of the round.
See Penguin as well immediately jumping on the comms after that one to make sure that they quickly correct on any smaller mistakes. They are focused right now. Why wouldn't they be with everything on the line for this matchup? I mean, so much of them. It's even better out. They're able to quickly rebound after that first round loss and put themselves on the board at 1-1. That's quite obviously going to shift us now. No longer going to be locked into the basement. We moved upstairs into the kids' dorms where they'll look to pick up their next round and hopefully take the lead away from the Soniqs as well.
Now, throughout the stage, this has been the site where we've seen some of the craziest things happen for the majority of Oregon. Yeah, we've had some crazy clutches when it comes to the basement and things like that, but this top floor tends to be a hell in a cell when it comes to defending it. There's so many different angles that the offense can try and pick up, and it makes it really, really difficult. You really have to play on your position extremely well, like almost pixel perfect, so you don't walk into an angle that could potentially be your demise. And also, speaking of demise, this is our updated percentages as to what has to happen for either of these teams to make the Berlin Major. You can see if either one of them wins in regulation or overtime, it's an automatic success. But for Parabellum, they're outweighing the Soniqs if it's an OT loss or a loss at all.
Obviously, things looking a little bit more promising for PB should they go awry here, but I think Jacob had mentioned on the desk, why not get it done here and now instead of having to potentially worry about the results of the other 3 games? I would agree with that philosophy, and I think PB does as well, so they're going to look to lock this one in and play for a little bit of an upset against the Soniqs if they can manage to lock them out of Berlin. But away from that, things are very, very quiet here at the beginning of the 3rd round. Only seeing the initial play from the Soniqs now as they're going to move the Gemini into the yellow hall window and begin to clear things out from there. Quick follow-through from a few of their players, however, to thrust behind that yellow hall take, as we'll see at least the sledge move in. Man, we saw this happen just last week, too. A player got misdrone from this very same position and ended up costing huge.
Oh my God.
There's no way a second one just rolled by and didn't see Gunner either. I cannot believe my eyes right now.
The days where I wish Joe Bro was on the desk right now. Oh my goodness. Grixer, please look left. Oh my.
I think they might have seen it.
John, they didn't see him, I'm telling you. They haven't seen him yet. It's not
I think
happened.
it looked under the benches.
I mean, it's all up to FOV as well, and like the big thing is that a lot of professional players, they play 4-3, so like their FOV in comparison to what we're seeing right now is completely different because all of this is 16.9 at 90 FOV, so it's a max FOV that you can get for Siege unless you want to be crazy like with your monitor and do like 21.9 or something. But yeah, so it might be the fact that they just straight up didn't see him out of the peripheral vision of their aspect ratio, which is something that I really never thought I was going to talk about on desk, but yet here we are. So past that, though, Gunner, told you, didn't get seen. He's going to take down Grixer, and Super, too little, too late, buddy. He just crawled up the hatch. Yet he's planning, though, so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Well, it does now when Kool-Aid's going to knock down the case inside of the site and make this potentially one of the easiest rounds for Parabellum throughout this match.
Yeah, 3v5 still set against the members of PB, with 2 of them considerably damaged as well. But as Stokes mentioned, there is absolutely 0 ways for the Soniqs to not only get themselves into the site, but actually get considerable case control back. That thing is locked in a box right now, and there is really no way to force it open.
What a shot.
Rexon, yeah, beautifully shot indeed. Nade nearly takes him out from his teammate, though. In fact, sets Blaz up for an easy closeout on that duel there. Kansan will get at least 1 more for his counter. Now sends it down into a 1v3. All right. Kansan making this workable after all, as he suddenly takes out Kool-Aid as well. Going to go for the nade swing here, but it's going to be way off the marker. No one even close to that department. It's not going to be able to make a true strike there. We'll be able to, I believe, spot out 1 player behind this deployable shield. That is just guessing on the pre-fire right now. Another opportunity to take out one of the remaining 2, and he really is able to get it. There's a bit of a swing coming in from Penguin. No full commitment just yet, however. He tries to wrap around, and finally Eska will get the better of him as PB locks in their second.
I'm really happy that Parabellum slowed that down as we started to see Kansan build up towards a clutch, but you really need to play those crosses and make it to where Kansan's decision-making is split. He has to worry about 2 different angles at the same time, and really, if you've got enough pressure on them, you really don't even have to swing with the 1 player. You can just catch them off guard with the other, just like we saw right here, and PB pull themselves ahead. What a round from them as well, dealing some early damage to the Soniqs after after a massive misplay with the drones moving in through meeting, makes it to where Gunner slips through the cracks, and he's able to get the first kill. Now, the big question, since we were so focused on that moment there in the round, what the hell happened with Yeti upstairs? Why is he pushing in there? We have no EE1D going off. He's completely off on his own island with case in hand. Like, I mean, he is indeed a madman for the Soniqs. He's the spearhead, as he's had in his Twitter bio for some time. But I don't think that that's exactly, you know, inside of that same area. So hopefully the Soniqs will try and slow things down just a little bit and try and assist each other in accomplishing some of these tasks. And, well, we found out who was more charming, and it just so happens to be Super. And, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. He does have a charm.
That's very true. So we'll now see if Super's charm will supercharge the Soniqs to try and pick up a second round, as PB looking hot right now. However, they have to go to the tertiary site, which oftentimes will leave our defenders quite vulnerable and susceptible to the defender or attackers rather picking up their own next rounds. We'll see if that'll be the case for PB. Quite a bit of an extension to the upstairs hold, both Kool-Aid and Blaz to extend Penguin, or rather Gunnar and Penguin, I should say, helping them out with that, as they'll be playing from the backside of the big tower. But aside from that, pretty much the expected setup here for the PB lineup, and now the Soniqs are going to have to move in to be able to clear this out appropriately.
Well, nade's going to land on Kool-Aid, but it won't accomplish all that much. Blaz will be denying the Master Closet for some time, but I don't know if that necessarily got the Selma there before it was able to get that second crack at the hard wall. I'm going to do where that'll be a rotate instead of just an angle, but we'll be able to update you on that a little while later. Kool-Aid currently laying down inside of the dorms, awaiting the arrival of the Soniqs, and so was Gunner, but Rexon, oh my, makes mincemeat of the entire roam game. In less time than it takes to snap your fingers, 2 Parabellum members go down, and Soniqs looking to tie things up already.
Blaz trying to peek in, but the Soniqs have read that angle way too far in advance. Good nitro from Eska, but it's unfortunately a bit of a fading kill here. Doesn't massively contribute to bringing back the deficit down from a 2 versus 4 as it's set up now. Oh no, big mistake made there by Grixer, though, assuming that Eska would have been further down the stairs. He misreads the fight, only able to get those foot shots off against him immediately. Eska now makes the round fairly winnable for PB as it's brought to a 2v3.
That's a little scary right now for the Soniqs, but the good news is they have so many breaching charges as well as Rexon on Buck, so they can rip open the entire top of Kitchen and give themselves a very solid vantage point to try and work from and get a plant down. For Parabellum, they still need a very serious answer, and I think that they already know one is rotating off of that yellow ping. A drone inside a lobby will discover at least Eska, so they know that he'll be playing near splits, trying to pull off what we had just seen from Gunner moments ago. He's going to swing in, and oh, bodied by Yeti on the swing. That AK-12, so mean when it comes down to it. So much damage emitted from that barrel, and now Blaz in the 1 versus 3 has to do something. Moves over inside of Kitchen. Nothing really home inside of Split, although there is 2 bodies there, but nobody occupying his angle. Gonna work his way back through Z. Has to worry about the Split player. Super's gonna get tagged up. He doesn't have a rotation through that, but it's gonna be Yeti to shut it down instead. The Northern squad falling to the Northern Beast. The Soniqs will be able to at least tie things up.
So the Soniqs keeping themselves even here against the Canadians as they still try to best them inside of what is sure to be a full distance brawl to the course of the next something like 8 rounds remaining, something like that. We'll have an additional 3 potentially wound up as well for our teams if we end up going to overtime, which I would argue is going to be pretty likely given the way that this game has gone so far, but that's pretty far into the future, so we'll talk more about that later. It's back to the basement right now for PB, and that means we are going to see some smaller change-ups to their lineup. Going to keep the roam game alive for Blaz there, he'll still stay on the Oryx despite his returning to the basement, and Castle also going to be added into the team now. So a little bit of a different lineup for PB from what we saw last time, just looking to try and formulate the first as well as basement floors a bit more to PB's liking to try and dictate the state of play from the Soniqs.
Yeah, this has got to be mostly for like the mid floor, but it's not. I'm interested to see where Gunner's going to be putting this down the stairs, because there's a lot of different ways that the castle barricades could get in your way of trying to stop the Soniqs from taking some of these sites. So we'll have to see how they're trying to utilize them. Nothing inside of the freezer hallway. Not seeing anything upstairs either. Gunner's actually reinforcing up top. I don't see a single castle barricade around this whole map, and he literally has 1 left in his pocket. We're playing Where's Waldo Castle Edition. That is what we're doing. I do believe that there's one. We've got one out of the other two. We've got one all the way up in Trophy that'll be holding the split for Concrete. I'm assuming the other ones are set up in a very similar way where it's more or less just going to be a delay factor for the Soniqs that they'll have to try and clear out with their own utility.
It's going to be all quiet across the map, though, as the Soniqs not too keen on the initial clear here. Probably good reason behind that, too, given how confused we were about the way that castle barricades are working specifically. Probably a little bit of that confusion built up for the Soniqs as well. Kansan start to pop things open here towards walk-in. Bit of a small breach, too, just to try and prevent the vision that defenders may have had coming in through that. And away from that, Kansan ready to move forward, but just not so much in towards the kids' dorms, where obviously you've got a much bigger stack of PB. Gunner waiting here. Kool-Aid was in the neighborhood, but he's fallen back down. So Gunner, free kill, why not? Just take it, walks right up, says bye-bye to Rexon. I believe we might have one more player in the neighborhood, and indeed we do. Gunner can now play around with the rotates, as they still are not going to have a good idea as to where he went after that kill. He'll take the safe option, though, and evacuate down to the first floor, just happy with the 5v4 advantage.
I'm very disappointed in Soniqs droning today. They're constantly getting punished by somebody just sitting in a corner. There's really nothing more to it, especially in an area where you'd assume a player would be in a setup like this. They've got all the rotations set up upstairs. You should probably check every corner you really can to make sure that things are cleared out, but the Soniqs have failed in that. Now they've lost Rexon because of it. They're towards the mid-floor now as Kansan will descend down the freezer stairs, but quickly reascend to try and come back to his teammates. They're trying to get rid of some of the harder to reach places, like some of these castle barricades that we were talking about before. One's going to be at the bottom of laundry, and the other one's actually going to be for the laundry connector here, kind of that main central room with the island. So they'll be able to get rid of most of the castle barricades that we had seen initially, but this has delayed so much time for SQ, and now Parabellum more than likely going to be able to reap the benefits.
Soniqs ready to work their way in, and we're going to see a few of their players begin to make that play, but it's Penguin on a massive flank right now, over 2, as he steals away all of the thunder from the Soniqs' own play. Yeti too far behind on this follow-up. Gunner already making impact with a secondary shotgun on the castle, leaving only Yeti alone by himself. Beautiful flank to shut down the execute, just as the Soniqs were getting ready to play it.
That is just such a terrible round info-wise for the Soniqs. They're getting punished time and time again by this. We cannot have missed drones when it comes to this roam clear. It does not take that long to turn a drone around and check a corner. It's literally a split second, especially with the sensitivities that these players play, let me tell you. So, like, it's just very weird right now for the Soniqs. I really honestly feel bad for them because more than likely, right, like they're going through all their usual steps, but Parabellum are in that one spot that they're not checking, and not only that, but twice inside of the same half. I mean, that's really got to be dealing some damage to the mental of the Soniqs. We'll see how it goes, though. This is going to be the last round here in our first half as Parabellum currently leads 3-2.
So PB up, looking to really lock it in at 4-2. This is generally the expected scoreline we would look to get out of a defensive-sided Oregon. Of course, if they can push it up to 4-2, all the better. But
he's feeling himself on this, man.
It's going to be trying to go a little bit crazy here with the roaming position as he'll place himself inside of the small tower office. Usually, this gets droned out fairly quickly by the attackers, but the Soniqs have been a little sloppy on their drone game so far. So there is a good possibility that Gunner is actually able to get away with this positioning upstairs.
I can almost...
Oh, and he's even got Penguin to support and distract for this, too. This is really well set up by PB.
I can almost tell you exactly what... Come on, Yeti. Come on, Yeti. Come on, Yeti. 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 He marked him.
They know.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah, they know.
Thank God.
There's
okay.
no way that drone would have happened.
Oh,
but Gunner gets the kill on Rexon anyway! What is going on with the Soniqs right now?
Why are you using Finka for that? What are we doing here? Oh no, that's gonna be all the health out for the round because you wanted to try and deal with Gunner on roam. You have 4 grenades. No, I take it back, John. You have 6 grenades, 6 of them. This is like, you're basically trolling yourself. Like, I don't really know what to say past that. But for Soniqs, they still have an opportunity here. It just really sucks, and I cannot try and push this any further, that Rexon was the one to die in this scenario. That's never what you want, especially when he has so much utility in his pocket. Oh my, just terrible news for the Soniqs. But Parabellum, I mean, they have to be counting their lucky stars that the Soniqs are practically fumbling over themselves.
It's working out well for PB so far, but they haven't necessarily secured things in this round just yet. More than anything, gotten themselves off to a good start. You can see Grixer working his Twitch drone into a fairly pivotal position inside of the kids' dorm. Is going to hand over some crucial intel when we get to the execute phase of Soniqs' attack. Away from that, though, Soniqs are keeping themselves very, very passively aligned at the moment. More so waiting for the next move out of PB, but I think PB has had their fill. They're perfectly fine with the one-to-one exchange. They're going to sit back, wait for the play to come into the site. They're going to be gifted with it, too. Grixer gets one for free as Kool-Aid does not expect the aggression to be that forward into the site this early on in the round. He's made the play correctly. Problem is Grixer doesn't have support for his feet there. He's going to be shot through it. Penguin able to finish him off, but Super as well, translating another kill for the Soniqs attack in the process. He'll also make sure that the kids' dorms is restored, as he'll be able to take down Penguin, leaving room open for Yeti to get the plant down on the ground, and Eska nicely shot, but it's brought him down very, very low to only about 10 HP to play off of here in the 1v2. It'll be surrounded by Super as the Soniqs solidify a 3-3 half.
So a massive misstep earlier, but Super able to IGL the Soniqs out of the situation in a very convincing way. Parabellum completely distracted over near main stairs and trying to play out attic as well as games, but nobody is located inside of the dorms area at that moment in time, and that's where the Soniqs strike. Yeti, or rather Grixer, quick to the trigger when he hops inside and able to take full control of the site and allow Soniqs to work their way in as well. An amazing round from them, again, especially after what we saw earlier on. Parabellum had every right to take that round, but instead, the Soniqs have tied things up.
So the Soniqs will bring it back. And again, here is our qualifying probability for both teams. Things look much more promising for Parabellum. Even if they lose this game inside of overtime, at least, they'll still have an 82% chance to qualify. Losing at regulation, things start to look a little bit more dodgy. But for either team, if they win this game outright, they are going to the major. That's the important factor right now. For the rest of it, we'll worry about it as it becomes relevant later on in the day. As we have plenty of other teams that are still vying for a spot, I believe, like 4 out of 8 are still potentially looking to qualify potentially today. So
we started the day with 7, by the way, if you were not aware at home. 7 teams with the potential to make it to Berlin on the last day of Stage 2
so
of the NAL.
Like, there's still like 6 in play then, based on my understanding of that.
Yeah, we've only had 1 game, and yes, indeed, there is still 6 in play because of the initial round, or rather initial map. So TSM sadly losing that, but past that point, we are indeed at the half swap, which means the Soniqs are now on defense. Shoe on the other foot, and Parabellum trying to get themselves into the building and now reclaim the actual setup. So Gunnar going to start working his way in. Be working in from small tower. It'll be Yeti. Actually has Kansan in tow on the freezer stairwell. Still has some of my discs in his pocket to be able to use. He puts down the 2 initial ones that he got inside of prep. It still has 1 in the back pocket to use at a concerning time. And speaking of concerning, Yeti's going to drop off almost immediately after I say that and head back downstairs to try and set up with the Soniqs, forcing Parabellum to finish off their clear, maybe run into a couple of different things like, oh, I don't know, a Grixer that's over inside of meeting, but it's not going to matter all that much. Still actually make it out of lobby instead after they were looking for an initial pick, but couldn't find it.
Grixer not going to be able to make his position work, unfortunately, but is able to safely back up from it and return to the depths of the basement. That was probably the more important part of this for him. As far as the rest of PB is concerned, still winding up that confidence to work themselves down through the E-hatch and a few other access points to be able to push themselves into the basement. Super will be playing into the tight corner here, looking to potentially fight out against at least the initial clear coming down through the back stairs, but a drone is going to spot him, and he's not even going to be able to ever go. He's going to be able to take that drone down. Just took him a moment to be able to focus on that. A second one's going to move in to make sure that he doesn't immediately move from this position. They'll have that confirmed and can more than likely focus on targeting him now once PB is ready to actually move in here in a few seconds.
Yeah, and for Parabellum, their info game is dwindling, now down to 0 drones after the last one gets shot out, and they still have a minute to go. It's going to be a traded kill here, but Rexen will push it into the favor of the defense. Blast can battle back, though, but so can the Soniqs in their own regard. Rexen's going to pick up 1. It's all down to Eska now, who's trying to work his way down the tower stairwell. He'll be able to take down Yeti, but still a lot to do for this job. Has so many angles to worry about, and what an ang from Grixer. Soniqs feeling themselves as they'll be able to take the lead.
Confident first win from the Soniqs, in control pretty much the entire course of the round from the very beginning, where we saw Grixer try to go for that little bit of a cheeky kill from the top. I think it was Laundry Stairs. Didn't work out, of course, but was able to fall back with plenty of excess positioning to play off of, and then kind of just waiting out the rest of their setup from that point forward. Not too many issues for the Soniqs over the course of that basement hall. That's the expected one from them, though, given they are, for a lot of people, myself included, the Oregon team. Now we need to see them move upstairs and see if things are going to look just as consistent on kids, or if we'll start to see some troubles pop up for them here.
Yeah, those reasonings are exactly why the Soniqs look so cool, calm, and collected on this defensive end. It was quite scrappy when it came to the offensive side, having to deal with Parabellum and the way that they like to play the game, but now Soniqs have full control of the building and they can play things out. So it's made it a little bit easier for them to try and abuse Parabellum in a lot of different ways. Mostly the info game that last round that leaked over into those dying moments where Soniqs are able to quickly steal the round away from Parabellum on their entry because they have no info. They can't work off of anything. They can try and throw some frag grenades at random places and hope that they get a kill, but that's really all you can do to try and find some extra info for yourself. So for Parabellum, they're going to have to try and look into this and get a solution for round 8. Soniqs not going to be going about things in really any similar fashion, as obviously it is going to be the top floor, but even past that, not really a roam setup either. We're seeing TSM set things up pretty often downstairs inside of kitchen and security, and that's actually something the Soniqs did for quite some time when it came to this site, but not today.
We just see Penguin first off trying to sneak his way up.
They see him.
He's going to have full reinforcement on the bedroom walls as well, so no easy point of access there for another teammate to try and open up for them to swing around connector. We'll have to go directly into that, so this is going to be problematic for PB, as Soniqs have a pretty solid setup to get in the way of this. There's no way they missed that, right? The Goyo canister on the floor surely was going to be blown up as Penguin tried to cross it, but still walks right up to it and loses a good 2/3 of his HP, even with the Finka boost considered.
Yeah, well, Rexon's been killed out. Nice little cross there picked up from Gunner initially on the game's window. Very high traffic area initially instead of the round, especially when it comes to the Dorm's defense. A lot of defenders rotating back and forth in that, and Yeti. Oh, I think Yeti's got the play. Is he going to drone back up? Let's see. Looks behind him. There it is. Okay. And let's see. Yeti, this is going to be a heck of a challenge. I don't know if he has a nitro in his pocket. He doesn't, but he's got the kill. Gunner gets bodied by the Vector. And now Yeti can try and hightail it back to a safer pasture. Oh no, Penguin, that's the case down as well. Super's killed him with a smoke. And they'll be able to at least pick that back up and pull it in Kool-Aid's hands. But Parabellum has to try and wrap themselves around this site, but the angles are too strong right now from the Soniqs. They have too many bodies to deal with what Parabellum's throwing at them. These defenses have looked nasty so far from SQ, and the second one is building up to look exactly like that first. The Soniqs look to take round 8.
Soniqs in control of the game now, seemingly putting it up to almost a certain 5 versus 3 on the scoreboard here in just a second, as Eska really just going to wait out the remaining 45 seconds. Don't even think Eska's actually going to make a play. You can see PB being pretty reserved on the cameras right now, so it's looking like more than likely they're just taking this as a bit of a free tactical pause. Has that about 50 to 60 seconds to sit back, consider what's been going wrong, and figure out what exactly they need to do coming up on round 9 to be able to correct against this, as Soniqs only have 2 more rounds needed now to be able to close this one down. And well, yeah, Eska's going to try to prime up that the nitro just a little bit quicker to blow up, so that'll work out better for the Soniqs, and they'll eventually lock in that round.
The Soniqs are looking so good on this defensive end. The offense, like we were talking about, it was a little messy at times, but this offense has came together swimmingly. Parabellum are going to have to take a tactical timeout because, I mean, it's difficult right now. Soniqs are running roughshot over literally every engagement that's happening on this map. Parabellum really don't have a snowball's chance at the current moment. Even with the Monty working their way in, it's still batted away like a fly from the Soniqs. So it's really looking into what they need to do inside of these opening engagements. Maybe it needs more team synergy on one side of the map. Maybe they need to try and deal with some of these isolated players that they can find instead of just trying to directly hit the site, but we'll have to see what they want to try and do.
Yeah, the Monty unfortunately just straight up hard countered by the overall strategy from the Soniqs at the outset of that round. Having the double reinforcements going into bedroom, the deployable shield to block his path, the Goyo canister standing in the doorway, which followed itself up with a toxic beam that eventually took him down. Just no real way for that shield to work its way into the site, unfortunately. So a bit of a haphazard play from PB that does not end up working out in their favor. Now down by 2, they're going to have to quickly course correct as the Soniqs are looking to lock in their penultimate round on the tertiary site.
Not only that, but it's going to be on the infamous kitchen cafe site setup. That means that they have to hold on to dorms upstairs, John. It's quite important to the overall play of the site, let alone what goes on inside of cafe with, you know, small tower playing so heavily into that situation. Parabellum have already drawn things out, and they're starting to adjust their lineup accordingly. We're going to bring Thermite in. We're also going to bring the Osa with her shields, giving Parabellum some things to work around when it comes to actually getting the wall open for small tower and looking for a plant. They'll actually have the potential to hold a crossfire from a much better point of view.
But if not, PB now spawned out, and we're going to see them enter the building in a few moments. For the Soniqs, they're going to be positioned upstairs here inside of small tower. Super actually still in the process of setting up here. He needs to get himself prepped as the breach is going to be coming in at any moment. Needs to get himself prepared for that, especially with this drone spotting him out in a second. It's important to note Super does not have any support here. You can't really give it to the player in this position, as we saw Yeti play into it just a few rounds back. Super's going to try, I think, to play this a bit more out to avoid the pitfalls of that window, but as you can see, there really isn't a super safe zone for him to hide inside of. He's picked the best one, but still, it's going to be very, very tight indeed. And I'll have to be I'll have to be extremely cautious throughout the rest of this round to try and maintain this position. But at minimum, it is going to waste a bunch of time. Candelas are in, though. Gunner does not the right read. Super's movement has worked out well for him here. And he's even going to be able to go for 2. A third sits in his future. If he can line it up, and he'll get it. Super absolutely shutting down the play right now from PB. Blaz has been the only one that can make anything work so far for this attack, and it's in complete ignorance of Super's position upstairs. Even Blaz about to lose himself. Kool-Aid got another frag going. They pinched out the player in the bathroom, but now Kansan has dealt with Kool-Aid, so there goes that advantage. Blaz is alone here in the 1v3, and Yeti with the swing shuts down another round
there it
for
is.
the Soniqs.
Let them know, Super. Let them know. He is indeed two-turnt today, let me tell you. Off the sauce and showing up all of the Parabellum roster. They can't touch the old man with the 416C inside a small tower, a 3K for Super that immediately sets up the round for success.
Nicely done by Super, setting up his team, as you said, for that win.
Oh, I was going to say, there's no way you're icing the kicker after that. Hey, you know how Super just got 3 kills on you? Yeah, we're going to call a timeout so you can think about it.
You can think about how you just got killed 3 times
Think about how you suck, Parabellum. That's what I want you to do. No. Honestly, Parabellum, they have been playing a pretty solid game. I think that both of these teams are running into so many issues on their offensive side, and it's mostly due to synergy. Perfect example, you know, Super's highlight moment right there. Amazing stuff. Not taking anything away from him. But Parabellum did the exact same thing the Soniqs did, and they just gave a bunch of one-on-ones in a singular door frame or window frame and just said, hey, have at it and see who wins. And it just so happened that Super can pre-fire better than they can, and that's how he won. That's literally it. So it's the offenses that are really messing up a lot of these initial engagements, and especially with a room that really doesn't take a lot of heavy lifting to clear. He put 3 ADSs down. That's literally one person's entire stun set, and then you have frag grenades or anything else in between that you would want to use on him. Instead, what we got was a Ying gunner running full speed into office by himself with no one trying to occupy the window, and immediately dies because he doesn't check the other corner where we saw him sitting a couple moments as well when he was up top just for a split second. So it's like, it's just a very unfortunate circumstance at the end of the day, but still a highlight play for SQ. We're moments away from getting back into this game, folks. We just gotta fix some things on our ends, make sure some wires are laid properly, and then we'll be back to see if the Soniqs can potentially take this last round and book their flights to Berlin, Germany.
Just going to take a second here. Keep in mind, folks, as well, that PB are not out of the running yet either, especially if they end up dropping this in overtime. We definitely want to look for that, but it's going to be a bit of a far cry now, given the way the last few rounds have gone. Thank you, production, for the graphic, as we can now see. Either way, whichever team wins, that team will be locked in for the major. But the problem is for PB, if they continue on their current trend and take the regulation loss, that only leaves them with a 1 in 3 chance of making it, and they will essentially be powerless to increase those odds past that point, as it will rely rely entirely on the result of the final 3 games. Now, if they win it in overtime loss, as you can see there, still 82% chance, which isn't that bad, and they're probably not going to panic too much about that. It's the Soniqs that are in a much worse position if they were to outright lose this game via what would have to be now a big comeback from PB. So that's why you can think there's a lot more focus right now, at least on the side of the Soniqs, as they want to lock this game in here and now and prevent having to play on those odds down below.
Yes, indeed. I mean, John, you live in Vegas. Would you take those odds? Because I don't think that I would.
For which team?
For either one. I mean, for Parabellum, you're definitely taking those odds. That's completely fair. But for the Soniqs, I mean, well, you'll take the odds that they win. But if they lose, it's not looking too hot. And that's not necessarily something you want on your conscience all the time, making that to where, like, the thing that you care about the most, the thing that you're most passionate about and that you compete in, hangs in the balance of somebody else and their results. That's not ever the situation that you want to be in.
So once again, folks, just waiting for this to get resolved. We got everybody in the lobby, so not entirely sure what the holdup is. If it's like a mic issue or something like that, I believe is what it's going to be. So we're just waiting on confirmation of that being fixed, and then we'll be hopping back into game to see if the Soniqs can solidify that one final round that they need to lock things in. Pretty sure they're going to be able to go back to the basement as well, as if I remember correctly. That should be unlocked for the upcoming round, so they're going to be in
with the full triangle.
Yep, so they're going to be in a pretty good position as a result of that, as if we remember back to the basement hold, much like the previous 2 afterwards, to be completely fair to the Soniqs, looked really, really rock solid in terms of their capability to defend it out. PB were pretty much denied, and most avenues trying to work their way into the basement, let alone the site itself. So this is going to be a tough task now for the team to bring it back, and not only do so here, but on realistically probably all the other sites as well. Soniqs, from my memory, are not really a team to replay sites multiple times in a row. They will probably continue to rotate upstairs and then down to that first floor site if things do not go well for them. So PB have a lot of work cut out for them now.
Well, I got good news, John. Nothing's broken, I don't think.
Don't jinx it.
So we're back in. We're here. We're ready. So getting back into things now, and I know you.
What the heck is Grixer doing? that's not getting repicked. I just saw that. I just saw that out of the corner of my eye, and I was like, hold on a second. So Soniqs apparently think that their odds are really good because they've decided to bring the Kavera in.
You know, that would just be the icing on the cake of how crazy this match would be if Grixer gets an interrogation for the last round to send them to Germany. That I'm talking to you, editor at home right now, that's going to put that highlight clip together. If Grixer gets this, I better just see it everywhere. I better just see it all through the highlights before Germany comes out. That's all I'm saying.
I was like, is Grixer going to go for like a timing or run-out headshot here?
Absolutely not.
I know that
No
gun
way.
does a lot of damage, but to be that bold with it.
I mean, if anything, you want to try and just body shot people because the pistol, the Lucian, will actually take somebody down in 2 shots up close, and potentially 1. I'm pretty sure they might. I think they actually changed that a while ago, though.
Did they? Okay.
The 1 shot, yes, because like it was like if you were within 10 meters and they shot you 1 time, you immediately went down.
It does like 95 damage or something like that. The pistol does.
Yeah. So it made all these Cav mains think that they were just so cracked. It's like, no, you're not. Sit down. All right. Take a breather.
Your pistol
F-tier character
has the most ridiculous damage fall off in the game.
It really does, man. I like, you put a suppressor on any other gun and it's like, all right, maybe 2-3 damage. I don't know what happens to that thing. The bullet practically like falls out on the ground. You have to like pick it up and throw it at somebody in order for it to do damage. But we have thankfully delayed long enough, and we now have some action as Yeti's taking some heat inside of security. 2 impacts to the sky, but Rexon with the kill instead. And this is looking like it may actually pay off dividends, John.
Penguin going to be able to get the first kill going for the attackers. However, Grixer, of course, still kind of hiding in plain sight near meeting. We'll have to see what he's going to be able to work with that. Drone, I believe, is going to potentially flush through Grixer's position, and that indeed will force him to change it up now as the drone has been able to suss him out. No follow-through on that drone just yet, so hasn't been able to reconfirm that he stayed inside. And the PB might be operating under an assumption that he fell back down to the base, but I would not be so bold as to think that, though, considering why else would you bring a Cav into the play here if you weren't going to stick it out? Blaz is able to make things consistent for PB, though, as he knocks out a second member of the defense, truly leaving Grixer alone here on an island.
Now this is terrifying for Grixer, but with the amount of rounds in this pistol, Grixer can actually multi-frag here, and that's possibly the scariest thing that could happen to Parabellum. They need to be aware that this player is around and they're not. Oh my, big shots, but no, he misses. Impact out, Gunner's still gonna stay alive. Grixer, oh my, he misses the mark, and now he's dead to Kool-Aid. This is gonna let Parabellum right back in the door, unless Yeti has something to say about it. Hasn't been droned out, but now aware that there could be the potential for Parabellum to try and flood out his position. He's going to fall back over towards Super, who still has all of his smokes to try and play out this dying moment.
Interesting strategy from the Soniqs, but I don't really think it's worked out to the way they would have liked. I think that there was potential for this to have been played well if we had a few different players in a couple different positions, but we'll have to revisit that in the future. As for now, we need to focus on the closing moments of this round. 30 seconds left. Blaz has already made his impact against one of the two remaining Soniqs members. Yeti sits alone now inside of a 1v4. He's going to have to try and make something happen, but realistically, it is not looking too good. And Blaz just dashes right into his crosshair to knock him out and solidify the first of 3 rounds needed for PB to push OT.
All right, so a little cheeky strat. You know, it honestly could have worked out there for Gunnar as well if he just lands a follow-up shot, but he only got him one time in the back there with Luge on pistol. It's just really unfortunate because he downs him, there's an impact in there. Obviously, that's a kill for Soniqs, and that's more than likely the round starting to build up in their favor instead, and it's just not the case at all. Parabellum with a quick trigger pull as well as a quick take post Caveira, making things pretty easy for them once they actually got control of Freezer. Blaz making a valiant effort in order to achieve that as he picked up 3 kills inside of that round.
Nicely done indeed here. Soniqs still in pole position, however, and that's the thing that Parabellum need to remember, as the Soniqs ultimately going for a little bit of a wild strategy on that previous round. Took a bit of a risk and it didn't pan out. They are still, in my opinion at least, very much in control of the matchup right now if they play into normal stands. This is going to be much more in line with that now that we see them go back to some more familiar operator options here. Still going to have a little bit of a curveball deployed by Rexon in the form of the Kapkan, but he's been played more and more into the meta over the past few months for these kind of niche toss-in scenarios, so PB should be very well aware that this is a possibility, and more importantly, they should know how to handle it.
Yeah, Kapkan's just a nice operator that you can flex to at really any moment in time.
It's like a Legion.
Yeah, exactly. I would almost say that he's better than Legion in a lot of different ways.
I feel like he's better than Legion in the fact that you can kind of just randomly throw him in whenever, and it usually works if the opposing team is playing fast enough, whereas Legion, I think, is curtailed to a few specific sites at this point.
Yeah, and like Legion mines, yeah, it only takes 1, right, to really have an effect and make it to where you can kind of win out something. But with Kapkan, you really only do need 1, because you can just blow somebody up and all of a sudden they either have 0 HP or they're dead, depending on how many of the Kapkan traps you put on the door. Speaking of Kapkan traps, the EDD is going to go away as Blaz will get rid of the one at top white, but there are still some around the building that he'll have to worry about. And past that, it's going to be Rexon as well at the bottom of Freezer. Him and Yeti are going to hightail it away from the staircase, though, as Parabellum could quickly deliver some frag strikes and take them down. But fortunately enough for the Soniqs, none of that going to go down, so they'll be able to try and hold on to the basement and allow Parabellum to start setting up this mid-floor.
Eska ready to move forward with the rest of PB here as they get prepared to send themselves down into the basement. Probably going to see the first moves towards actually making that transition relatively soon, but still needing to open up a few hatches before they potentially get to that point. So maybe some delay in the process. Away from that, though, Gunnar, now having E-hatch open, is going to start to deploy some of the soft breach to open up more options with regards to forcing Soniqs members into more unfamiliar corners, like you're going to see here too, trying to knock out Super's position with those corner holes, but it won't work out too well. Super will still absolutely be able to maintain his presence down here, and with his performance in the last round, I'd be watching out right now because Super is ready to frag here. PB may not want to contest directly against him without a proper way to clear him out. They seem to have a pinch lined up, but now we need to see how well it follows through into the execute, as this is so often where our attacking teams fall apart.
I think they almost took too much time. I think Super's ADSs may have reset, and he's safe in this situation. Blaz is going to take some damage. Super's going to get pushed out as he isn't aware of anybody pushing through construction. A self-stun will happen as well for the offense. Blaz trying to hold things down on elbow. He's going to get pushed out here. A nice adjustment, but he's going to need the shotty instead. Beautiful shot from Kansan, but that downs Rexon. Yeti with a nice shot back. It's all up to Kool-Aid and Eska, and Yeti's going to get taken down. It's a 2 versus 2, and it's anybody's ball game at 30 seconds remaining. Oh, a beautiful angle here from Grixer, almost taking down Eska, but he has to know somebody's working the freezer hallway. He gets taken down from Kool-Aid. Doesn't have the game sense at the moment, and now it's up to Kansan. Kansan gets taken out from Kool-Aid as well, and Parabellum stays alive here on Oregon.
PB getting emotional here as they're coming down to the wire. One final round is all that's needed, and PB will, at minimum, activate overtime, which for them is absolutely huge. Will surge their chances, even if they still follow through and lose this game.
from about 30% to almost 90% as well. So this is definitely something they want to at least lock in here by getting the 6th round. Soniqs, now the capability to play spoiler in that respect, though, is if they lock in the win, they are going to the major regardless, but they can ruin PB's chances by denying them this one single round.
Oh man, I can just see the edits.
They're
of
going
like,
basement again.
Yeah, I can just see like the edits of like Super sitting in a throne with like his head over like the logo of, or his like foot over the logo of PB, and being like, so it comes down to me. Like, it's just such like a villain arc, man. It's awesome. I'm loving what we're seeing here right now, and the fact that it's reached this mark. You know, initially it did seem like Parabellum had some moments to be able to pull away from the Soniqs, but not able to put defenses together like the Soniqs have, and they're showing that off time and time again, but it seems like the bell of Parabellum has been rung. They're very aware of the situation at the current moment, and they are trying their hardest to make sure that they can go to Berlin, Germany.
Well, let's come down to this here. One final round between both of our teams. Parabellum would certainly like to push it to overtime, but for the Soniqs, they want to end this here and now, so we need to see if they can get the job done. Few still stragglers out and about for the Soniqs. They're going to be roaming around. Yeti specifically maintaining security presence here. Aside from that, though, it's not looking like there's going to be much on the first floor as the team plays fully into their bunker downstairs. Even Yeti will probably fall back pretty quickly here. More than likely going to happen after he gets spotted out by this drone, and there he goes. He is gone. As the Soniqs do not want to take any risks here inside of the early round, and why should they? They've got a fairly conservative composition, even now bringing a Mira into the fold as well. We've slowly seen this over the past 3 rounds kind of devolve from a very aggressive and somewhat wild composition with the Caveira now to almost your basic go-to here for the basement setup.
Yeah, yes indeed. And I mean, even past that moment, we saw the Electro Claws here from Kansan. And you know what that's going to do? It's actually going to delay out Parabellum because they have to get Penguin all the way inside to start torching up these hatches. Now, luckily enough, they've drawn things far enough ahead to be able to know that he needs to accomplish this task. So he'll quickly get into meeting. They'll have the sledge connect the security hatch as well, so he can immediately go over and start working on that. But this is all going to be a time sink for PB.
Penguin has managed to get himself in position, so already, of course, working on opening up that E-hatch. However, half the round nearly gone already. This team needs to speed things up here, make sure that they have the proper setup to work themselves into the basement. Penguin actually taking a little bit of a risk there in the way he opens that up. He's lucky a certain member of the Soniqs wasn't peered out against that, as it could have been a fairly quick pick and would have denied further hard breach. Thankfully, they don't really need a whole lot of additional hard breach past that. That was the toughest one there, and now they just need to worry about that transition down to the bottom floor, where at the moment, the Soniqs have really been struggling to fend off the entry game from PB, as it's been solid and has been the springboard allowing them to pick up the past 2 rounds.
Parabellum seem to be sick of it, John. I think we're about to be going for a pretty fast execute here. Grixer needs to be aware, though, inside of Boiler. We saw what happened to Super in this exact same spot as he was trying to train his eyes on the stairwell and got taken out from 2 players rushing in at him. Kansan's going to get droned out as well, but what a move from him, playing the time out perfectly. Nobody's got him on timing, but no, Penguin must have seen his shoulder. A frag grenade in will take down Kansan. I thought he slipped through the cracks, but he didn't. What a shot from Grixer, though, as Rexon will take down another Parabellum. It's slipping through your fingers. Grixer will get taken down from Penguin as he won't let this go quietly into the night. It's up to Eska to get anything done for Parabellum. The Canadian team needs him at a time like this. Frag grenade in hand, it'll go out, but it's not going to hit its mark. A shotgun up close and personal. Super will end it, and it's going to be the Soniqs going all the way to Berlin, Germany, after they miss out on the first major of the year.
Another major berth indeed for the Soniqs roster. Had a fantastic run back at SI 2022, making it all the way to 6th place at that event. However, as Stokes mentioned, missed out due to a poor performance in Stage 1, an opportunity to get revenge in Charlotte. Now they will have their chance to prove themselves on the world stage once again at the Berlin Major. And for PB, they're not out just yet, but the odds, unfortunately, have decreased significantly down into the 30th percentile approximately now as they wait out the results of the final 3 games.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, I just want to talk about the Soniqs for a second. They completely deserve this. They completely deserve everything that's coming to them. Going to Berlin, Germany. I mean, just the grit that they had to have to try and bounce back after missing that major and having to think through things and see what's wrong with the squad. They stick with the same bread and butter that they had been the entire time. And not only that, but Super has seemed to have leveled up in his play this stage, just like they were talking talking about on the desk, playing a lot more situations where he has the opportunity to frag, and sometimes you see the craziest moments with this guy when he is allowed to do so. I think we'll all be thinking about Small Tower and Super taking out 3 PB members for quite some time.
Absolutely the case, and for PB, unfortunately, the coordination just wasn't there in today's matchup. A few gaps costing them heavily, such as the play against Super, on top of some other things too, such as the Montaigne management when they went for that upstairs attack there. A lot of things just not really clicking in today's matchup. Great start to it on the defensive half, I will admit that at least, but the problem is Soniqs just looked so much better on their own defensive play that PB just could not match them in that half.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it was very hard fought, but I'd say that this mostly came down to both of these teams not having really everything put together when it comes to their offensive sides. They're getting caught off guard quite a bit. Both of these teams having some missed-droning moments as well. It's definitely something that both of these squads will go back and try and look into and see if it's something that they can correct in the future. Nobody wants to get to the mid-round and have no drones. It's practically impossible to play Siege from that moment, well, unless you're Super and you can just make some nice calls and win the round anyways.
PB also learning a very pivotal lesson today. Never take the Soniqs to Oregon in an important match because they are going to win it almost all the time here. Soniqs once again claiming things on their home turf and able to take control of this matchup. That's going to do it for the two of us for the day, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have your analysis desk ready to break the game down.
And just like that, if you're a Soniqs fan, everything is once again right with the world as they have qualified for the Berlin Major. That's right, they took a stage off. They took a bit of a break after the Six Invitational, but now Soniqs are back. They're our second team to qualify for the next major, and we've got Super standing by in Vegas to chat a little bit with us after that big win. Super, there you go. So things are remedied, right? Soniqs going back to the major where they belong. And what do you think it was, in your opinion, in the last couple weeks coming into this final match here now on Playday 9 that kind of helped get Soniqs over the finish line and into the major?
I think I just really finally understood how to use attacker repick well. I think we're the #1 attacking team, or around there. Which is what we were all of last year. So it's kind of like our strength is back. I think our defense could be a bit better, but defense is really hard in the current meta. And honestly, we probably should have closed it out last week against Mirage, but I think the nerves got it's hard to play against a team with nothing to play for when you have everything to play for.
Yeah.
And obviously we didn't necessarily show up that game, but I'm glad that we showed up today.
Seth, I mean, you talk about how hard defending can be right now in the current meta. I want to talk about rounds 10 through 12. You guys played Laundry Basement Site 3 different times. You played 3 different strats. Can you tell me a little bit about those 3 setups that you used and why you were so confident to keep going back to that site rather than trying something like a Dorms?
So the first round, when we went basement, we kind of did our soft roam that we had already won previously. I don't know if we were overconfident or like a little goofy, but we randomly had like a cab.
Why? Why the cab?
So, I'm going to be honest, I didn't even notice that until the round started, and I was like, wait, why do we have a cab? So that was like our little loosey-goosey round, and then we tried to play a bunker round where we didn't really roam because I felt like they were nervous, so just used the time against them. And that was a really close round. It went down to a 2v2, and I said, we can win this. I said that we should bring a Cade and Cade that tarp wall because they were bonning it. We couldn't really do anything about it. So it was hard for us to, like, you know, if you watch our XSET match, I was pretty strong playing that area. And they were opening it, and it was unplayable for me. I kept just getting, like, stun flashed, and there's nothing I could do. Like, one round I managed to kill Finka or Mav or something, and that was, like, pretty lucky. So I said we should bring the Mira for front so they don't lurk front. We don't have to worry about it. And then bring the Cade for the hatch to slow them down because we know they're going to do back takes. It's all they really were doing. And then Cade that tarp wall. And then I made the call that Evan and I switched spots because XSET, for instance, they like to pressure like box and back stairs. Parabellum were stacking blue heavily. So I thought the smokes would be better there so I could delay more time. So him and I swapped. Obviously, he kind of died for the cause, but the smoke delayed them, and then I fell back, and we reinforced blue off because they were taking long, and we had the flurry of kills, and then I shotgunned 2 people, and they're going home.
Super, you obviously went to 3 LANs over the past 12 months or so, but now you've been in this NAL mode for the past several stages because you've not been able to go to a LAN event in quite some time. What's the big takeaway for you, the big thing that you're going to have to transition back into when it comes to playing on LAN as opposed to playing in a normal best-of-1 system that we have in the NAL?
I mean, we play every game on LAN. I guess you mean from like an international perspective?
Yes.
Obviously at Invitational, we had a lot of success internationally. At the other majors before that, we didn't. So I think it's going to be, you know, kind of use what we learned at Invitational, change some of our stuff, obviously, so we're not predictable. Work on the map pool a little bit for best of 3s because, you know, everybody knows, like, I don't think we've played Cafe, Theme, or Sky the whole season. So we got to throw some of those in the rotation. And then, you know, play like we did at Invitational. In my opinion, we have the best player in the world, Grixer. And if the rest of us show up and help them out, I think we can win because NA is the best region, and I think we're the best team. So I guess we'll see what happens.
All right, so on the back of that, one last question before we let you go. Is there any team in particular from another region that you're hoping you get a chance to face in Berlin?
I don't think they're going to make it, but I'd like to play BDS. I think you know, they kind of bullied us a little bit on our first 2 majors. And we kind of had our come to Jesus moment a little bit against them the second time we played them in Sweden on Coastline. It was like a really close game at 1OT. It was a game we should have won for sure, but I think we figured out in a way how to play against the international teams a bit in that game. So I'd like to kind of play them because we're way better than them, and I think it'd be hilarious to beat Shaika.
All right, awesome. Well, we'll see if they're able to get there in a little bit, but for now, it's a done deal. Soniqs going to the Berlin Major. Congratulations again, and thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so there, Super from the Soniqs. They're going to Berlin with a 7-5 victory over Parabellum. And PB now they're kind of on the outside looking in. They gotta kind of hope for some other teams to do them some favors now, don't they?
So PB aren't entirely out, but their chances are looking about as dire as TSM's was coming into today. That's kind of the spectrum that we're looking at. As far as the Soniqs are concerned, Those last 3 rounds that you specifically were talking about, all 3 of those laundry defenses, it's not like it was feeding cans and kills, but my God, if he wasn't proving his worth before, this is just like in those moments, those clutch situations where he's sticking on site, he's one of the last guys alive. Even during that Kool-Aid clutch, we figured there's probably still a chance Kansan wins this 2v1, and he is earning his paycheck every single game.
Yeah, I liked that, that first half was relatively even between Soniqs and Parabellum. I did think there were some moments where Soniqs were kind of tripping up on their attacks. They didn't necessarily have the best of that info. But eventually, when we swapped sides, rounds 7, 8, and 9 all going the way of SQ made it really difficult for Parabellum to try to bounce back. I thought the smoke play from Super was great. Talk to Babes were able to deny a lot of time, deal a lot of damage. Ultimately, winning all 3 sites made them pretty confident on where they could go, and then they just stuck laundry after that. And after a couple of losses, the adaptations made by Seth were really, really smart, and ended up clutching that out.
Yep, that's right. So a lot went into that win from the Soniqs over Parabellum. We're going to zero in on a couple rounds in particular. The first one we're going to take a look at is round number 9, and this was just a pretty great super round, wasn't it?
This was the hype round. This is the round that he should never be winning, realistically. I do got to criticize Gunnar a little bit. Seth playing up in small tower. He's playing here to die. Gunnar throws in the Candelas, and then he's so slow swinging out. It gives enough time for Super to have that wear off. They didn't realize where he was as well. They thought he was in that southwest corner. He was up here in the northeast, so he swings out, gets 1, gets 2. Eska should have had the trade, but lost the gunfight, and then it's not over yet. Super's going to get another one of these kills, all 3, as they clean up Parabellum. Really beautiful play by Super in that small tower, enable his team to win the round. And those are just the plays that, like, if you're a little faster on Ying, if you're a little bit better, maybe you're able to stop that out, but you just can't, you can't take away the mechanical play from Super in that spot. You don't talk about Super's mechanical play too often, but this stage, he's been fantastic.
I mean, when mechanical play just comes down to, I've killed one person, swing back to box, keep holding mouse 1 and wait for someone to run into my bullets, it's not so much mechanical skill as it is just good timing. It worked. It worked. That 3K meant that, I think, honestly, if Super doesn't win that clutch or win that moment in small tower, Parabellum probably take this game to overtime.
It's possible. It was certainly on the verge of being close, wasn't it? But then he got rounds like round 12. Now, we wanted to get this one in top down. We weren't quite able to do it, but it is a great execute from the Soniqs side to kind of help get towards putting things away.
I said right when this started, if Kansan dies, it's over, because he was playing this aggressive spot in blue, and he gets naded out really nicely. They knew exactly where he was at. I think they might have wanted to get some utility there as well. But then this play from Grixer and the C4 from Rexon, beauty.
Jeez.
Wow.
Back to back. I mean, I was concerned about Grixer getting swung from backstairs at that exact moment, which is what Penguin was trying to do. But Grixer doesn't look back that direction. He doesn't expose himself from the pillar side. He gets the 2 kills through the smoke drop, ensures that he gets the 1 back in bunker, then the 1 as soon as that E-box player drops at the same time. Set's not wrong about Grixer being one of the best players. In fact, I figured at this point he might have earned an MVP honor for 1 game. He hasn't had to. He's just that same level of consistent every single week. It genuinely feels like Grixer of stage 1 of last year is making an appearance again at the exact moment that the Soniqs need to really get back into international contention again.
Well, couldn't come at a better time. Soniqs needed it to get past Parabellum, and that will get them to Berlin. So we have our second team qualified, but the day's not done yet. We still need to figure out what the final 2 teams are who are going to the major from the North American region. We got 3 more games to go, 2 more teams to qualify. It is going to be wild. DarkZero versus Mirage coming up next. Mirage looking to play spoiler again. DarkZero looking to make yet another last-minute win to get to a major. We'll see if they can do it right after this.
I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me the notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't I was sipping more for 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubble still won't go away. Last year my best man hit a stain with bare face. Now he's got a hell behind the water's cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I bow to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist. Or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you.
You said hello and I lost my control in just one tiny second. You do to me what I've seen in the movies, but this really happening. My mind explodes. I can feel my bones shaking to the beat of my bleeding heart. An overload. Don't know how this goes, but I'm pretty sure you just made my world stop. I can't believe my eyes when I get close to you, close to you, close to you. So pretty I could die. I can't be close to you, close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. My walls are down, they've been burned to the ground by the voice of an angel.
Welcome to Looking for Tomas, the unique approach to finding the perfect team match for pro players in the NAL.
Yo, how's it going? I'm Tommy. Call me T-Dog. Mr. Break Your Heart. 421, because we keep it clean around here. Look at these trees, man. I got a pot with a pot on it. I like nature.
Will teams be graced with Tommy's skill and charm? Here's how he feels about each of the candidates.
We got Oxygen first up. All they do is drop that Gucci, man. You know me. I dress for less. If you know, you know. All right, man. Now we got Beastcoast. Drip. I got bigger muscles than you. I can't be carrying y'all. Yeah. Now we got Astralis. Man, there can only be one person with a suit over there. Call out. I'm calling you out. I look better in a suit, brother. XSET. We had history, but like I can't go back. They got a one-trick smoke. Imagine if he gets banned. I just see the message from DZ. DZ, you cute, but you got a small house, man. You think that backyard is big enough for me? I need a one double size bigger. I'm the big dog. Oh, bonjour, Parabellum. I speak better Francois than all of y'all. Est-ce que je peux aller aux toilettes, s'il vous plaît? Oui, oui. Soniqs. See your message. Honestly, just not good for you. Next. Oh, yes. You a dime plus 99, and it's a shame. 'Cause you even know what you're worth, baby. Come to think of it, keep the banana. Ooh, SSG. Jeez, I remember y'all in y'all glory days. Y'all want me? I need 4 other World Championship players on the team. I only accept excellence. Hottin, skedaddle. Whoa. Raj, we're both adults. Yeah, I might have left or got dropped. We left on good terms, but man, you want me? Second chance? Really? All right, listen. You've always been a 6. You want me, you gotta be a 7.
Oh my.
desk. We spent a good couple days together. I love and miss you, you big, round, voluptuous circle. Listen, even though we spent a good couple days, and I might have went around the circle like 4 or 5 times, I skipped a couple heartbeats. And it's not because, you know, I'm a big guy. I found my true love. I already love and miss her. But listen, I'm open for opportunities. Hit my lineup, Mr. Break Your Heart 421 on AOL.
Well, we wish Tommy the best wherever his journey may lead him, but for now, we got some more teams to figure out who's going to the Berlin Major. 2 down, 2 to go, 3 games to go to figure all that out. Welcome back to the NAL desk. Doe, your host, here with Jesse and Jacob, and we are going to get started talking about Mirage versus DarkZero in a moment. But first, let's take a look at who's qualified and who's been eliminated so far today. Now, coming today, we only had Oxygen qualified and Beastcoast and Mirage eliminated. Now we got a whole lot more to talk about.
Yeah, this is starting to fill out, Jacob. We've got more than half the teams figured, or we've got exactly half the teams figured out.
That is how math works.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You're usually the one that handles that, so I was surprised that you didn't know that 2 was half.
I wasn't gonna touch it.
Well,
I'll make fun of him for it every time. It's easy to do. Soniqs are back. And the prediction about one of the 2 teams that was top 6 at the 6th Invitational this year getting back to major competition after a very disastrous stage 1 has come true. Now, obviously, that's a bit of a lukewarm prediction. I accept that, but I'm happy that it still happened because guys like Grixer and Yeti should not be kept away from major competition for all that long.
True enough.
The way that this match is going to shake up, though,
wow.
Parabellum
Look at that.
lost that match. They are Mirage's biggest fans right now. if Mirage are able to cap off this victory, then it means it takes DarkZero out of serious contention for like passing them in points because Parabellum still have a bit of a lead over DZ at the minute. So assuming Mirage can win here, Parabellum losing that last game might not matter for all that much, but it's still only about a 50-50 shot.
The entire league throwing their support behind Nightmare Nyx. They needed at least 6 rounds.
And Nyx we trust again, apparently.
Indeed, in Nyx we trust. That's what everybody's shouting out today. Everybody's odds improve if things go well for Mirage.
Yeah, DarkZero, though, as you can see, they need a regulation win to stay alive, and that won't even guarantee them a spot in Berlin.
No.
It just guarantees them a chance to wait and see if they qualify after that. So DarkZero, again, even if they win it, they're going to need some help from some of the other teams in the league. But like you said, at Parabellum especially, after losing that last one, they're cheering hard for Mirage. But we will see what happens. Let's talk about Mirage a little bit. Now, this is a team that Super just talked about being dangerous because they've got nothing to lose. I agree completely with that, and I even said it in the pre-show where when you get to a point with a team like Mirage, the pressure's off, right? You know you're not going to the major. You know you're going to finish last in the league. So you might as well have some fun, do the best you can, set the stage for some productive practice in the offseason. And again, a team with nothing to lose is a dangerous team.
Yeah, the gatekeepers. They beat out Soniqs, they beat out Beastcoast. They're looking to do the same for DarkZero.
Yeah.
I think that so far, Mirage, their defenses are actually looking pretty solid against Auction and Beastcoast. The mental plays really worked. They got aggressive. They got some good, well-timed swings that managed to waste a lot of good time. Against Soniqs, they really did feel in control for the majority of that game. Again, little bits of aggression, slowing down their opponents. That's what they can do decently on defense. Of course, still struggling on attack, still 10th in the league, but there are upsides for Mirage, and if they can continue that path, there's definitely a path to victory against DZ.
Problem for me is that this DarkZero team consistently finds themselves in really bad positions overall. They've taken some very hard losses, and I feel like this Mirage team is suddenly very capable of knocking off some of these big contenders, not just because they've already defeated 2 teams so far this stage, one of which has already qualified for Berlin, but the chance of gatekeeping a team like DarkZero that somehow feeling like they've gone back into some really weird old attacking habits feels like the kind of thing that Mirage absolutely can exploit because they are a better defensive team than a lot of people give them credit for, in spite of still having a whole bunch of attacking problems to sort out.
Now, I wanted to take a look at something because I found it very interesting. A lot of Mirage's games over the last 5 Playdays have been close. 7-5 over SSG, 7-5 against Oxygen, both of those losses, but close. 7-5 over Beastcoast, 7-5 the final game against Soniqs as well. Their one match that they didn't have a good showing in at all was Parabellum, where they lost 7-1. And I had a little chat with Nix over the weekend, and he said, I'm not making excuses, but we had to wake up way earlier for that Playday 7 game. And
oh, come on.
Comfortability is a big thing, and they do change their sleep schedules based on where they're at. 11 a.m. start against Parabellum, they get 1 round. All they need is a little coffee in their system. They need some time to wake up. Those 5 p.m. games have been going a lot better for Mirage than the early morning battles.
All the other ones are at 5 p.m. Let me check my clock real quick. It's 2 o'clock p.m., so it's 3 hours past, the 7-1 start time. So we'll see what we can do. Hopefully more than like a 4-7, 3-7. I don't know. But
when that lines up?
Yeah, exactly. I'm curious, though, too. We were talking about this. Nix as well worked as an analyst for DarkZero during the Charlotte Majors. We look at these replays like we remember how well things went for DarkZero at the Major. They won the whole thing. Do you think Nix has the inside line on what might work against this team now?
Maybe in a sense, but it is starting to feel like the way that DarkZero played at Charlotte was very, like... Adaptory is not a word, but I want to make it one because it's
adaptable. How about
adaptable
that word?
Around what teams were doing back at Charlotte, and Mirage now are looking at a DarkZero squad that isn't nearly as good on the attacking side of the ball. And the other difference here is that Nix was an analyst for DarkZero. He's not like coaching this team or anything, but the biggest problem that he talked about was how Mirage weren't calming in this game. They had terrible communication. They were allowing Parabellum to adapt around. This is specifically that game on Skyscraper in Playday 7. That kind of thing you need to be able to fix, but it's not something that you can put on the back of just one player. Nix might be able to inspire more like communication or more worthwhile things in comms. Maybe the strats, maybe the adaptation is something that he can prepare around for because he is familiar with how this DarkZero team plays, but he wasn't necessarily with them in Charlotte to a point where it could be a direct counter. He might have an idea about what some of those tendencies are and how to construct a counter for it, but if you're DarkZero on the opposite side, you gotta know Nix is here, so you can't do the same stuff you did at Charlotte that helped you win the Major. You just got to get through this game first and don't like feed into Nix's existing knowledge.
Very true. Well, let's talk a little bit more about the most adaptory team in the league, according to Jacob. I'm never going to let you forget that. Jacob said adaptory, and it was adorable. Let's talk about DarkZero. They did win the Charlotte Major. Now they got to beat Mirage for a chance at going to Berlin. They seem to like to do it at the last moment. Maybe this is going to be another one of those times. What do you think, Jesse?
Well, I mean, we'll see. So far, it's been a bit of a season of parity for DarkZero. Every week, they've gone 1-1, a win and a loss throughout the 4 weeks that we've had so far. They can't do that again this week because there's only one game. Luckily for them, it's against an opponent they have never lost to. This is their 5th time meeting, 4-game win streak for DarkZero, playing against the Canadian org of Mirage. I think when you talk about Nix being a bit of a factor on the other side, it's not just Nix that's figured out DZ. It seemed like at the start of the stage, it was every team that really did kind of read DarkZero at the Major, understand how they like to clear. They did some good roams to be able to counter it, and DarkZero's stellar attacking win rate that won them the Charlotte Major really started to drip. But through these last 3 games, I actually think the push has been looking a lot better. Against TSM, they were 4-0. They were roam clearing really perfectly. Canadian on the Zofia, NJR and the Lion had a huge amount of impact. Against Oxygen, they kind of got rolled, but they still went 2-2 on attack. They went slow. They gathered intel before they were going for their executes. It worked quite nicely. And then 3-3 on attack against XSET. Very multi-dimensional pushes, very coordinated. They were working really well. At some point, XSET did start to counter them, but we still saw DarkZero bouncing back and winning at least one more attacking round in that half. So for DZ, I'm looking at their attacks this game. I'm hoping that we can see that trend continue, where we're seeing them win the majority of at least 50% of their attacks. But of course, against Mirage, who are at least a little bit better on defense, that might be a bit of a struggle.
With the stage being so close between all these teams, you got to ask what could have gone differently over the course of a stage that wouldn't have made it nearly this close. And for me, it's the way that DarkZero have not been able to close out some of these matchups or have not been able to keep them close, because not a single game for DZ has gone to overtime. They're sitting at 12 points off the back of 4 regulation victories, and every other game has been a really big loss. It was 7-2 to SSG, 7-3 to the Soniqs, 7-3 to OXG, 7-5 to Astralis. They couldn't finish any of those or really make those contests close to a point where it felt like they lost mental early and couldn't dig themselves back out of it. If that were to happen in this matchup, then Mirage would have the decided advantage because because they don't have anything to lose. So DarkZero can't allow this game to run away from them very early. They need an early lead. I'd say something like a 2-1 or a 3-1 puts them in a much better position. Regardless of the map or the side that we go to, they have to get this momentum on their side first before they have any chance of getting that, 70% that they would need to try and qualify? Yeah, it's still not very high, but they can't get down on themselves early here.
That's right. Well, it's time to find out what the map bans are going to be. They have been decided, and so we're going to find out where the team is going to play. Saw Canadian and his headband on. He's serious.
He's here for war.
Serious match.
Serious about banning the permabans. Skyscraper and Chalet, both off the board. Neither of the teams like to play those maps, so there's no surprises to start off our map veto stage. Border coming in next, and Cafe. Border's won for DarkZero. They're going to ban against Mirage. They won it last stage against Beastcoast. They had a close-ish game against SSG as well, so it makes sense DZ want to take that out. They've lost a couple of times already in stage 2 on Border as well. And then Villa Clubhouse. Villa's kind of an interesting one. DZ, 3-game losing streak on this map going back to the major, and then as well another game here in stage 2 that they ended up losing. And for Mirage, it's the game that they managed to beat Soniqs on, so not going to have that chance again.
For the last 3 bans, DarkZero really hold the cards because one of Mirage's perma bans is still here, so it's a matter of if DarkZero banned it themselves is Bank. So if DZ banned Bank, Mirage have a little bit more of the picking, but DarkZero can just ban Theme to a point that it then forces Mirage to ban Bank, and we see our 3rd Oregon of the day. Our 3rd.
Happy Oregon Day.
Oregon for Mirage, 3-game losing streak, 0 wins this year, 7-2 to Astralis, 7-4 to Parabellum, 7-4 to TSM.
DarkZero have only played it once so far this stage. They've lost it, had a very abysmal attacking half, which is just kind of reminiscent of the way that they've played attack so far over the course of this whole year.
5 plays in stage 1, though.
5 plays in stage 1.
5 plays 3 and 2.
But yeah, that's still not as consistent of a stat as you'd want. If back at Charlotte, how did they do on this? They were 1-1. They didn't ban it very frequently, but it wasn't one they almost ever had to play.
Well, there you go. They got to play it today, and they got to play it well for a chance to get to Berlin. And now it's time to see what the predictions are going to be. Remember, we're kind of running out on time of predictions, too. Running out on time to tie things up, make progress. You can't gain and lose a lot of percentage right now, but it's all about the pride. It's all about
I'm already
the
below
honor.
50, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Kind of just winning.
It's been a wild stage.
I didn't ask.
It's happened. Let's find out what our casters think first. We've got Pengu and Intero over at the casting desk. Good morning, or good afternoon. Well, it's Esports morning anyway.
Hello.
G'day. Yep.
Hip hip cheerio. You're back.
I'm back.
With a burn. Show the people your burn.
I got a nasty burn on my hand.
Wait, what happened?
I was making tea.
Your hand. That's your
Sorry,
arm.
that's my arm.
You know what they say? You know they make jokes about
call
how,
it a different
like,
word
oh,
over
you
there.
know, I can cook, yeah, I can boil water. He evidently cannot even do that.
I did
Well, it
boil
looks
the
like
water,
he can,
but
otherwise
I
he
hurt
wouldn't have
myself
burnt
in the process.
himself.
Yeah, he learned how to boil the water.
It's simple.
It was the next step.
Kettle is here.
That was the problem.
Steam came up. I went over instead of around it. So I'm just a
steam
dumbass.
I mean, you don't gain those
That is
skills
a-
when you're playing WoW for 16 hours a day, right, Nick?
That's true. When you play video games for too many hours at once, you kind of, some things
Hey,
you don't learn.
Listen,
Fascinating.
Jacob, you play Star Wars The Old Republic for 16 hours a day.
This
So
is
I don't
very
think you have
true.
any ground to stand on.
And you
Game.
think I know how to
Game.
cook, Parker? The answer is I don't.
That's true. I know how to cook. It's called food delivery services. So there's
know
lots
those.
of them at your disposal. This matchup,
There
by
you
the
go.
way, I gotta say, I got a bad feeling about this.
I got a bad
feeling about this for DarkZero. I'm 0 for 2 on my predictions today. I thought TSM was going to win. They decided that 2 points over their last 5 games is more than enough, and that was it. I thought that Parabellum was going to surprise. Soniqs decided to go to the major instead. Cool for them. I think that DarkZero is going to win, but I honestly think that Mirage might upset here. Like, this is, I don't think I've ever supported Mirage before. I'm not going to do it because I think DC is going to pull it out, but I think it's going to be close.
Okay.
All right.
So I think Mirage are a great team. That has improved a lot. They've gotten points on the board. There's potential there. You got Nightmare Nix on the roster, of course, doing some stuff. But I'm also a simple man. And some people pay my salary, some people do not.
Oh,
It's
Christ.
a DarkZero victory. We're going to get that 70% chance at the major.
Hashtag no bias. Got it. Got it. All right.
Do you
well, there
cast
you go.
every DZ match?
I think I've cast, like, every time I've been here.
Yeah, I think you've casted
been
every
a lot.
DZ match.
It's been a lot.
And they've been losing pretty much half the time, so I'm not looking too hard.
There you go. Bias only counts for so much.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. 2 DarkZero picks for our casters. We'll check back in with you guys in a moment when the map begins. Now, analysts, anyone want to take the spicy Mirage pick? Because it feels like it's tough, right? Because your head might say DarkZero with their backs against the wall. When everything's on the line, DarkZero is one of the best clutch teams in North America. That said, Mirage has been just like leaving cold bodies in their wake for a little while now, ever since they got eliminated from major contention, essentially. So who do you pick?
Jacob, I took Beastcoast. Do you want to take Mirage?
I'm thinking about it at this point.
Yeah, take it.
See, this is one of those moments where I also wish for some games we had a points predictor so we could say how close it's going to be. And I keep on thinking in the back of my head, it'll be a DarkZero like 7-4 or 7-5 because I do have a lot of confidence in this Mirage team. But because my predictions are below 50% and I don't have a way to get it back out of the gutter, and I do think that Nyx has at least a little bit of an advantage because of how he was playing for that DarkZero team as an analyst. He wasn't playing, he was support staff. I'm doing it. I'm going Mirage. DarkZero just might get gatekept from the major if this prediction actually ends up coming true. So let's see. This might be the only time I ever pick Mirage for anything. And I think this is also because I want Parabellum to go to the major. Sure. And if for some reason Parabellum go to the major, it will probably be off the back of Mirage winning here. So
I mean,
there you go.
I didn't think I'd be able to bait him into doing it, but I did. Listen, I know how to cook.
I was wondering.
And I also know how to predict. That's why I'm over 50%. I'm going DZ. This should be an easy one for them. They've never lost to Mirage. They're really good at this map, and Mirage aren't. Yeah, it should be simple.
He says he knows how to predict, but he picked Parabellum last game.
Okay, I got the Beastcoast game. How many have Jacob gotten right so far today?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly.
How many has Coin gotten right today? 2. 2 matches, 2 correct predictions for the Coin. Let's see if it can make it 3 in a row. Heads, Mirage, tails, DZ. It's going to be, oh, the Coin says tails, DarkZero. There it is. All right, well.
I'll be the lone man. That's fine.
We will see. I mean, you might not be wrong. Again, I do believe that Mirage is a dangerous
where Twitter's
team.
about to go with this. Ready?
So it's possible. Let's see what the fan vote says. 77% going for DarkZero, we're told. So pretty one-sided fan vote, but hey, a lot of the pros out there, especially the pros on Parabellum, saying in Nyx we trust. We'll see if it's enough. Let's see what the community poll is for this time around. Which nickname do you prefer, Nightmare Nyx or Comedian?
Wasn't it originally Nightclub Nyx?
Was it?
I remember that being a variation.
Sounds like a different era. But let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we will see if DarkZero can keep themselves alive, at least, in the hunt for a spot at Berlin, or if Mirage has another revenge to take on the team in the league. We'll be back in a few.
Talking yay, oh, been a living legend since I was like a day, oh, I remember days, though, listening to J. Cole. I remember days, though, listening to Drake, though, had to up my profile, had to up my payroll, getting too high, yeah, you know I had to lay low, getting too fried, eating on some big dough, yeah, I came through, and you know I had to make do, yeah, I came through, and you know I had to make do, getting all these dollars, yeah, you know I had to make them, yeah, I came through, yeah, you know I had to make do. Beat by Apollo, stop at New Apollos, cop a Henny sour, and I'm puffing Jack Sour, yeah, I feel a black power, yeah, this time it's really ours, it's time to get the bag, yeah, it's time to get the bag, yeah, yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it, multi-million, I'm a bid, on the mission, best believe it, ask for it, you receive it, dollars coming, let me see it, multi-million, I'm a bid, on the mission, best believe it, ask for it, you receive it.
I dip in the corner in something imported, I'm copping the land, the same with the shores, beautiful women who time in the mirror to show up the shows and see me perform this, used to ignore me, I'm all that they hear, but I used to be timid, I don't know what fear is, just taught at my dog and he told me he got me, I hopped up the line and went straight to go get it, I got us, building this up out of mortar and brick, the way that it's going, I don't see it ending, the pigment is tinted, I'm really that, go figure, I'm tapped into a higher power, feeling bigger than me, it's centering me, my enemy silent, they see that I'm fire, can't f*** with my energy, I got some real ones on my sideline, abiding by them guidelines, I'm way up near the skyline, you so barely fine, right? Only kings around me, others go now why I shine bright, yeah, you hella fine, right?
All right, everybody, welcome aboard for our third matchup of the day. We got Mirage looking to spoil DarkZero's chances at going to the Berlin Major. Now, this isn't that important a game for Mirage because they've been locked into the basement of the North American League. There's really nowhere they can go. There's no opportunity to pick up SI points. There's no opportunity for them to go to the Berlin Major. This is going to be them practicing with this roster, which has steadily improved over the stage.
Yeah. and cause an upset, or at least like kind of sway who gets to go to the major, who has a better chance at going to the major.
Very correct.
And it feels pretty good sometimes to be, having that power in your hand saying we can mess up this team's chances by beating them.
I mean, look at Beastcoast earlier today. TSM came into the day with a perfect opportunity to go to the major, but instead TSM is missing their second major in a row. They won SI, and they've been absent from both international competitions since. Well, I suppose technically absent from one, not absent from the other, because the Berlin Major hasn't happened just yet. I will say, I appreciate how everybody's in suits. This was something that you actually picked up on beforehand. When we
not everyone.
Well, I mean, Larch is in a suit. You can see him right there, fiddling with Marm's settings. You've got Christian behind the bench, a Mirage in a suit. You have Mint in a suit. Call Out, always in dress clothes you can find.
Absolutely.
And Joe used to be as well. But I gotta say, the suit then to the headset is a nice tie-in. I want to say that.
Certainly. It's not every day you see a guy in a suit wearing a gamer headset like that. But man, looking pretty fresh there, and DC getting ready to set up, see if they can bring it back. They've had a bit of a shaky stage 2, and so we can call me DC bias if you will, but I always believe that it's better to have the former major winner or tournament winner at the next event to defend that title and build that kind of storyline than not to have them there. So I would like, as a fan, as a spectator, to see DarkZero have a chance for Berlin and go there to possibly defend their title, whether it's going to be in the grand finals or a semifinal, wherever they might lose, maybe even in groups. I just think having them there would be very nice. It's kind of like invitationals to if you win invitationals, you should go to the next one to fight for that trophy, I feel like. It'd be fair.
Now, coming into this matchup, there are 3 teams that are not capable of making the Berlin Major. One of them is on the stage, that's Mirage. TSM will also not be allowed to participate in the German event. Beastcoast eliminated last week along with Mirage. Well, they're all the way up in 5th place coming into this matchup because of their victory. This is after everything has been settled. This is what it looks like in terms of percentages, by the way. Earlier today, the Soniqs defeating Parabellum allows the Soniqs to go to Berlin. They join OXG. With a regulation win, DZ are not locked in because they, at this point, are not the masters of their own destiny. They're going to rely on some losses from other teams. Astralis, in particular, they need to lose too. And, of course, if you look over on the right-hand side of your screen, a regulation victory from DZ is the sounding of the death knell for Parabellum's chances. They would fall to only 5%. Still possible, but we're at the stage, with this being the final Playday, Nick, that you no longer get to determine if you go. You have to hope that your opponents give you a helping hand.
Yeah, and this is possibly the worst position to be in, because you gotta play your game, do your best, and again, even if you win, you gotta sit there and just watch other teams control your destiny. And it's not even like the teams will necessarily choose oh, we don't want DarkZero to go. It's more like they gotta play it out, and at best, you're looking at a 50-50 outcome, and it sucks to be there.
It really, really does. And I mean, you can play a spoiler. Beastcoast did that earlier today against TSM. This was a largely meaningless match for the Berlin Major for Beastcoast, but of course it helps their chances in the NAL, and they pick up some very critical SI points. Sitting right now, like I said, in 5th place. Will Beastcoast finish in 5th place today? Well, they've got XSET, DarkZero, and Spacestation all beneath them in the standings. If any of those teams, or every one of those teams rather, win, those are 3 big points, Beastcoast will fall back down to 8th. But that's enough speculation for now, because we got a match ready for you. Mirage have been heating up over the last couple weeks. If you go all the way back to last Playday, they toppled the Soniqs 7-5. They got smoked in Playday 7, but they beat Beastcoast 7-5 on Playday 6. So of the last 3 Playdays, Mirage has a grand total of 6 of a potential 9 points, which is not too bad. As I pointed out, over the last 5 Playdays, TSM has 2 points. That is not ideal. That is not going to be enough to get it done. On the other side of the equation, it's DarkZero, the defending Charlotte Major champions. They want to go back to another major to defend their crown, and they've got a team that is often slept on.
Yeah.
Here in the NAL, who is continuously improving. Banzer and Nick, Nook, Finka, Kaid, and Valkyrie.
I like to think about it because there was this discussion on Twitter between kind of Newers and Spoit, both kind of talking about it, where Some people are saying, like, if you ban the Finger in the NAL, then half the players will just, like, outright retire because of such crutch players in this operator. I do like to see Finger being banned out more in North America because in Europe, this has been an operator that's been banned more and more as time has progressed.
Almost 50% ban in Europe, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, 44% last I checked. It might have gone up since then, but yeah, close to 50%. Very true. And Mirage now banning it against DarkZero. I mean, that's a Penbepazoo kind of target ban. But the one thing here to note is that Mirage are starting on the attacking side. So obviously they can prepare for this, and they most likely have. They said, you know what, we're going to start attack. We're going to remove the Finger. We're confident in our own capabilities of getting those rounds on the board. And then when DarkZero got a swap after round 6, we're just going to, you know, hope and pray that this Finger ban is going to affect DarkZero, and therefore we can get some easier rounds on the defensive half.
It's our third Oregon of the day. I hope you enjoy this map. I do find it funny that when everything is on the line, teams default
to
Oregon. Which used to be the one map that we would always say is where good teams go to die.
Yeah.
So it is a bit surprising. If you are the scrappy underdog, which I think is the case with Mirage in this matchup, then yeah, you're going to want to go here. Ditto with Beastcoast all the way back in matchup number 1, so it'll obviously benefit them. As this round gets underway, 30 seconds in, NJR sustaining some damage. The Azami on roam over by Small Tower. A bit of damage done to Kento. Canadian fires back. He's been on the roam and so reliable for DarkZero. Opens things up by taking out Nyx.
So like those keeper barriers in that bottom white window, allowing Hyper to get more of an angle to rotate around. And opening kill, of course, going in favor of DarkZero is going to slow down the attack inside. I'm curious how Mirage now are going to injury towards this building, because as you see, there are not really any drones right now going out. We got to take a step back, re-drone everything. There's rotates, angles, lines of sight, soft walls. And right now, if you're working with no information, it's so hard to get a foothold somewhere. Benji, thankfully, finds a kill onto Penbepazoo. That's Wamai off the board. And he didn't get all these magnets out either. So now the bomb set is a little bit weaker.
Yeah, we're not even at the halfway point. When you see an operator like Azami, when you see an operator like Wamai, Legion, their gadgets take time for you to get all of them available. Recharge or just charge in general. Losing those magnets with no backup from DarkZero either. There's no other anti-gadget operator on defense. Nice shot from Melted. Absolutely rocks Canadian. That's the roam from DZ that's been shut down for the most part. NJR might still be off site, but other than that, DZ had kept a lot of map control that they've now obviously relinquished, and they trail in numbers with just a little over a minute for Mirage to pull off and execute.
Yeah, now Mirage, the most important thing is not to isolate yourself into those 1v1s, because you want to try and leverage your man advantage here. Put 2 guns against 1 defender, trade that gunfight 1-for-1, you're still looking at 3 versus 2. You're still in the lead. With 3 members in blue area right now, that looks to be the case that Mirage will try and capitalize on, because they're putting so many guns in one position. They cleared the shield, they just got to deal with this Banshee on that double door from Melusi, then they can go.
Hyper actually has access to the SMG instead of the shotgun, so that's a lot more damage that can be done. First one to fall is Kento from this push from Mirage. Melted has made it in safely. The rest of his team not too far off, sacrificing Marm for Melted to get the refrag onto Hyper. He's inches away from the bomb chassis. Eclipse will swing, not really connected to the overall push, but Mirage have some control of the site as DZ has forced their way back. The remnants of NJR still holding off, and he'll take out a second and a third to follow, but Melted is just simply better in this round. 3 kills, setting up a 1v1 with him and Eclipse. 10 seconds to go. Eclipse has the shotgun in hand. Unless Melted gets a nice shot here. No, it's Eclipse to seal the deal and give DZ the very first round.
That's an important round too, because it was a bit of a back and forth, right? DC got the opening kill, but Mirage, they found 2 kills back to back, made that a 4 versus 3 in their favor. But that blue push was actually disjointed very nicely from that toxic bait being tossed out from DarkZero from Eclipse. It basically split up their roster. Sure, Melted got in, but the 2 other members of Mirage had to walk out of blue, and it just bought so much time for them. And of course, Jacob and Jesse kind of spoke about this on the analyst desk. NJR in these final couple of play days for DarkZero has been such a massive player for them. And in that first opening round that we just saw, same story. Gets 2 kills, holds the bomb site, delays time, and he only had 1 HP when he did it. Even those impact grenades he tossed out on the keeper barrier did so much damage to both members of Mirage. It set Eclipse up for a nice position, when it came down to that 1 versus 1, which then Eclipse would win out for his team as well. So good job, NJR. DC gets the first round, and round 2 is going to take us to Kid Storm's bomb site upstairs.
10 seconds left.
Default site goes in favor of the defense. Second default site on the board. The only anti-gadget operator being brought by DarkZero this time. Zaruni.
Yeah.
No Wamai available. Jaeger's pick rate has been in the basement among these operators because of the changes to his gun, and it is actually quite striking how, yeah, the gadget, the ADS, changed now, so instead of just burning two grenades, 2 throwables, whatever, for a total of 6, it now recharges after 10 seconds, giving you near unlimited potential. But it's the gun that's really been the major change. And speaking of guns, MP5 in the hand of Canadian as a grenade sails over top. Another nade goes in. This is a Candela this time to flash him. I don't know how he got blinded sitting behind that barrier, but another piece of utility will go in. Does it buy Canadian enough time to get down and get out of action? He's repositioned in a nice little rat angle, and Benji could go for the swing, still suspecting him in this position. Another nade goes in. Nobody's droning this out. What is going on here? Benji doesn't have access to a drone at all. Kento still does, but it's not him throwing the nades, it's Nyx, and there's Canadian to swing on to Benji. Down he goes. Poor droning from Mirage. They get flustered by the captain of DZ, and yet again, DarkZero starts off another round with a first blood.
It's a very tough one. Like, there is this saying that there are like mini games inside of Rainbow Six Siege, and this is one of those. And sure, Pamus was injured, might get helped up. We'll have to find out. Nope, he's going to be out for the taken here as Melted finds him with his 4th kill. But I mean, all of a sudden, they're firing up from Mirage.
And there's 4 kills in very, very short time. We hit the halfway point of the round. Just as they did on the basement defense, DarkZero have extended upstairs to Mess Hall Cafeteria, and they find themselves at a disadvantage, as now NJR's down for the count. So Mirage's entry proving very successful. This is playing out similarly to what we saw in the previous round, where DarkZero loses their forces off site, and they have to now bunker down. The good thing is that this top floor defense allows you to hold the position even at a disadvantage and still be in a strong spot, because there's a lot of walls you can't shoot through, a lot of reinforcements that you have to cut through. I don't know if Mirage have the tools to do that right now. They still got both of their Osa shields, so Marm can do some serious damage here on this hard breacherless attack. A minute to go for Mirage to pull it off.
In a great position here, but they gotta get, once again, like, find that entry in towards the bomb site. That's what they struggled the last time. They have the tools for it, right? 2 grenades on Kento, smoke on Marm, and those Osa shields. They just gotta pick where they want to go from and then go there together. Again, more guns in one direction is going to favor the team with more people alive. That's Mirage.
And there's a smoke that goes off. Both smokes now tossed out from Marm. None available. Hyper swings, easily collects Kento. Canadian on top of White Stairs. That's an iconic spot for him. But he misses out before finally getting Nyx. DZ at a disadvantage yet against it. Still flourishing. Now leaving Marm to clutch out in a 1v2. A tiny bit of HP for Canadian and a decent rifle in the hands of Marm. But no, nothing to be found. Hyper shuts them down. The 2v3 for DZ becomes a 2v0. And they're up 2-0 here against Mirage.
I want to say, I mean, with how rough that beginning first like minute or so was for Mirage, it was a very close one, but there are these mini-game scenarios inside the game we had to talk about, right? When we talk about Consulate, which of course no longer is in the professional map pool, but still in ranked and whatnot, you know, taking yellow stairs control in a top floor attack is this like whole mini execute you gotta, you know, pretty much do cleanly to successfully get in. Big tower attack for a roam clear on a Kitstorm defense that we just saw, you know, where Canadian was in big tower, same story. It's a mini execute. If you know how to do it correctly and do it cleanly, you can essentially take out Canadian, get a free kill in less than a minute. However, if you don't cover all your bases and you don't get enough manpower to help you clear out that position, as we just saw, Canadian forced out 3 Candelas and 2 grenades, and even got a kill onto Yang before then got and shot down to like low HP later on. But ideally at this level of play, you don't want to see teams not being able to clear big towers successfully, and it ultimately came down to Mirage only having 2 members on the big tower side on the north side of the map, where you need at least 3, if not possibly 4, to, you know, drone out while you throw those grenades, know where Canadian is, open up more windows and assert more pressure. That's where we can look back on that round and be like, that's what went wrong. For this one, tertiary defense, as we say, the 3rd bomb site is going to be that meeting kitchen, not dining kitchen. And DC are again spreading out, extending, playing rather aggressive with rotations and soft walls, trying to pretty much leverage the entirety of the map.
Well, after talking about how Jaeger's pick rate has slowed down a little bit in comparison to rounds before, games before, Pambazoo will bring out the anti-gadget operator. That means through these 3 rounds, DarkZero have rotated from Wamai to Aruni, now to Jaeger, showing good flexibility. It's been different players playing off of it too. You remember that it was the Wamai, I believe, of Pambazoo before, but then Hyper was running Aruni the previous round. Again, heavy investment offsite from DarkZero. This time, because they're defending on the main floor, a lot of the focus will be on the top floor which is very common. You want to hold the double dorms portion of this map because if you allow a soft breacher on attack to set up there, it effectively forces every defender on the bomb sites out of their position and gives so much control to the attackers so quickly.
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean,
Bambazu
just swinging down the main stairs there.
Oh! At the same time! What a beautiful shot onto the door. Bambazu finds 2 for his trouble, still in that position, and denying you the ability to talk about the strategy behind DZ's roam.
Doesn't need strategy, just needs to hit some heads here. Bambazu just does just that. Now it's melted from Mirage, having to desperately look for a kill here, an opportunity. Kento, same story, because the entirety of this round strategically from Mirage, it's in the gutter. It's over. So now we're just walking in, trying to make up some damage here. It's not going to get found out. Canadian gets the 1 kill, and now Kento Marm in a 2v5. Gotta make something work.
Well, Marm finally shoots back on that engagement, finds her very first kill. 3 rounds in, not exactly dire straits at this point. Marm and Kento working together. Kento a kill of his own. Down goes Canadian. DZ perilously close to tying in numbers as Hyper takes some damage too. Mirage have a minute to work with. They seem to find themselves with just half of the lobby left. And Kento can nail Bambazu quite easily. Continue onwards towards the hatch. DZ in trouble, but they know this spot. They know it quite well. They've been at a disadvantage for so long on these rounds. A drop and Hyper hears it, the gun goes off, and that's just poor planning from Kento as Hyper swings for a second, but Marm is better. Luckily, NJR is there for cleanup, and DZ completes the cycle. They're up 3-0.
This is extremely consistent, right? DC typically looks better in the first half of the round, first minute and 30 seconds. But then when we get to like the last half of the round, it's completely like swapped on its head because that 2v5 came down to a 1 versus 1 effectively. Although DC, they were in a good position to trade, and JR followed up immediately, so Marm had to do like a very big flick to try and contest that angle. But still, DC needs to clean up the later half, and Mirage, opposite, gotta clean up that early round because they're finding themselves so close to every single one of these 3 rounds, but because of how poor start they have, well, they just can't quite get there. And that's going to force out a tactical timeout from the side of Mirage. They can talk about what's going on and why we have yet to get a round on the board, and perhaps, hopefully, talk about that, you know, the entry in that first minute.
I mean, some of the entries are not that bad, and I will say that DZ's roam has not really been what saved their bacon. It's been the final 40 seconds of the round for DarkZero because they were outnumbered in round number 1, still prevailed. They were outnumbered in round number 2, still prevailed. That one was a lot closer, and I will say that the roam for DZ looked okay. I mean, DZ did get the opening pick in the first 2 rounds, but then Mirage were able to answer back, and through that mid-round exceeded, I think, most of their expectations. It was the mid to closing moments of the round that really undid whatever chances they had of making it work. This one is very close. And I mean, it's a funny question. Which nickname do you prefer, Nightmare Nix or Comedian for Canadian? 49% of you said Nix, 51% for Troy Comedian. So.
I kind of like Big Bad Nadian more.
Big Bad Nadian is a great one. And I also will say, I understand that for sake of clarity, we had to stop this from happening, but at the old LAN events, when a player would have a bad game and then the very next day their name would be Super something, Super Liven, Super Astro, because they want to avenge their bad performance, I always like that. It did make spectating them, and in terms of identification, a lot harder. Clarity is important, but I always enjoyed that, even if we don't do it anymore.
It's always fun to meme around with it, but then some players don't take it too far. They'll just change their names completely. But Big Bad Nadian is that's a classic.
That is really classic, and I mean it's been featured in casting before.
Yeah. I like the effort there from the flourish of Nix. He went all the way around the bomb set because there's a jammer inside of blue itself where Eclipse is sitting. So he has to try and go all the way there, and he goes pillars instead because he just can't really find what he's looking for in that deployable shield.
No, I mean that's 3 of the Rotero drones that have been used. 1 to success, the other 2 not exactly as beneficial for Mirage as they could have been.
Nope.
We still got the deployable shield, which Eclipse has decided to vacate. He's pushed up very aggressively, and if he comes to a reflex test against Nix, who is 0-3 here on attack, the shotgun ain't gonna reach that far, my friend. Nix, the only person in the lobby still searching for a kill at this point. Not exactly the danger zone, but 4 rounds in, especially with the role that Nix plays. You'd expect him to be a little bit better than 0-3.
You would. You saw that air jab there. Actually, Canadian, if he was a second later, might not have heard it, so he could have been messed himself up with the vault prompt, but no, he hears it, sees it, runs away, does have that one impact grenade in his pocket, could deny it, open up another line of sight, but now DC knows the Mirage are inside of meeting, and we can see here that Canadian, he kind of wants to contest, but he doesn't want to get too aggressive on this.
Just hold map control.
Yeah.
It's been a very quick round. We're already past the halfway point. No action up till now. Control of the main floor, or at least the meeting component, is in the hands of Mirage, but Canadian is still there, still lurking, still roaming, looming, I think you could say. I suspect that Mirage knows this, but Mirage's drone work has not been particularly proficient. Down goes Nyx. It's another first blood for DZ. They have all 4 so far in this matchup, but just like that, Mirage starts to dominate the kill feed, answered back. NJR still holding over towards Pillar on low HP yet again. Finally finished off by Benji on the ground. It's a 2v2. DZ not taking any damage. Beautiful shot by Eclipse around the bomb chassis. Marm will have to clutch out for her team. After the slow start, she's up to a 3-3 score line. We'll need a 5-3 score line if she wants the W. But there's a perfect crossfire. Nice shot by Mirage! And Marm gets them both! The crossfire looked so good, but DZ asleep at the wheel and easily done for Marm as she punishes them both to give Mirage their first round.
I was gonna say that looked like a perfect crossover from DarkZero, but Marm instantaneously gets the one-shot headshot and then backs to her right just like 2 steps. And those 2 steps, they make all the difference because Eclipse, he's got that SMG-11, he pre-fires his entire magazine, and because of those 2 steps to Marm's right, she avoids majority of the damage. She has 1 HP left, gets the 180-degree flick, and then lands her last remaining shots onto Eclipse and gets the round from Mirage. 1-3 now, still in favor of DarkZero on the defensive side. And remember, Mirage, they did ban out the finger. They might be playing the long game here off the side swap when they get to their own defenses. So we can look at this being like, okay, DarkZero, they need as many defensive wins as possible because Mirage, they are favoring that, you know, DC will struggle on their attacking side. DC's gonna go back to basement. They figured that what they were doing last round worked, and arguably it did. Marm just a little bit better in that round and clutched it out this time around. We'll see what will happen this time instead.
Marma's ice in her veins, I gotta say. She doesn't seem to get tilted. She doesn't really let emotion overrun her at any point like a lot of these other players in a variety of our leagues do. When you're in a clutch position like that and you are facing the daunting task of both players looking at you, the idea is that you can't pull off a 180 to kill the player behind you while you kill the first one, but the jiggle peek, very quick peek onto the freezer door, allowed that extra second for her to then pivot towards the last player of Eclipse by the bomb chassis. So very, very well played by Marm, but also a little bit of a hand up from DZ for not being as prepared for it as they could have been.
We'll see here, entry gone on. Mirage, they realize that DarkZero, they're very passive on the bomb side, so look at the time right now, 2 minutes and 22 seconds, and Kento's walking down the freezer stairs, has a drone to lead him as well, and they have full map control in the first 30 to 45 seconds. That is really fast pace.
And they've done it with every drone still available as well. This has been the major problem for a number of these rounds for Mirage. They've had some difficulty getting information and then acting upon it. And this has actually been a refrain through some of the games that we've seen today, especially that TSM game where drones would go in, they'd get shot, and there'd be no follow-up. If you're at least going to use that drone, you might as well have somebody backing it up to try to capitalize. But Mirage looked to be quite quick on this one. Maybe head into the bomb site with 1.5 minutes to go as they've done their due diligence on the first floor. Looks like most of the silhouettes have actually, all of the silhouettes from DarkZero are on this bunker basement style of defense. No real roam presence for DZ. That is a bit abnormal compared to their previous 2 defenses of this bomb site.
And also because they only really have like 1 deployable shield and no mirrors, so this is not really favored for them. And even worse, there's a Ying on the board. And sure, Hyber's on the ward and he can see through the smokes and the flashbangs, but no other member of DarkZero really can. So Benji, of course, is a very important player in this round, and he's going to be the one to like execute and allow Mirage to go crazy and get chaotic on the bomb side in just a few seconds.
Still good drone work from Mirage with 1 minute to go. They've got 6 drones out on the field in position, and we got to see one of the cheeky drone angles. Utility now coming out from DarkZero. That's a toxic canister from Eclipse. Used 50 seconds to go with 2 left. Means that there will be some time where DarkZero does not have the ability to throw down any of that toxic gas. Depending, of course, on how they play the time here. Benji poised inside a meeting with Candelas in hands. They could burst through the B bomb site door as quickly as they can. There they go, blinding and flashing from below. DZ repositioning to try and avoid the paralyzing effects. Down by Laundry, Canadian spies one over towards Freezer, can't capitalize. Benji the first kill, Marma follow-up. Bambazu answers back, and suddenly DZ are narrowing these numbers down, but Mirage still has some fight left in them as Kento punishes Eclipse. Nade in hand, 15 seconds to go, and there's still 5 players left in this server. This is going to get real messy. Mirage need to be super quick about this, with Panbazu as the last one left to clutch out. He's got a single player left to be found, and it's Nyx with no kills to his name. Diffuser getting planted. Time pass, no return. Panbazu just needs to get a single pick, and there it is. DarkZero have no problem stopping it. Panbazu wins the 1v2 to give DarkZero a round back after surrendering round number 4 to Mirage.
I do want to applaud Mirage there, because Melted on that backside of Big Tower Stairs with 14 seconds left in the round starts droning. And I thought for a second, there is no time left in the world for you to drone right now. But he got the drone down the staircase. He saw the member inside a blue double door. He then walked down and got the kill, put his team in that 1 versus 3 situation. But then we all saw what happened. It's Panda party time. He got the win time and time again in those 1v1s. And he kind of slow start. He was 0-2 or 0-3. He's now finding himself 5-4. And people always complain about Jaeger's weapon. The 416 is so weak, but in the right hands, it can still do some damage. Up close, of course, as well, when the recoil isn't an issue. It can do just that. There we see once again the qualifying probabilities between Mirage and DarkZero. And there are a lot of zeros here.
I mean, you don't need to be a mathematician to understand this one. DZ wins. They have a very good shot of making it. They've got a 3 1/4 chance. I think that's how math works. If they don't win in regulation, they're in bad shape.
Yeah, that's pretty simple.
And by bad shape, I mean they don't make it.
Yeah.
You're trying to downplay it a little bit.
And Mirage, they're not going to make it at all. It doesn't matter what happens here, except for, like, you know, their own egos, performance improvement, etc. They might have a chance. No, I don't think they have a chance for SI points either, right? They're like locked in.
The bottom 2 teams, as far as I'm aware, do not get SI points. By the way, Panbazu, nicely done. Very first pick on to Kento. Kento has been one of the standout performers for Mirage so far this stage, plucked up from obscurity, some would say, if you don't follow the amateur leagues. Joins the Mirage roster, and honestly, not doing a bad job. Hey, Nyx breaks the streak. The goose egg that he had is gone. It's hatched. And that's the very first kill for Nyx. Will there be more for it? Canadian pushes him. Nyx is repositioned over towards Armory Stairs. Canadian can hold down that quite easily, as there's a hail of gunfire going in, and then a sea of drones as well inside of the bedroom. Again, have to compliment Mirage's drone work so far for how well they are going onto those drones and getting information. DZ are constantly repositioning because of it.
I do agree. Their drone work has been very, very nice so far, but the opening kills right now with the aggression from DarkZero just goes their favor. Nyx solo and HP might have a hard time with this gunfight.
Look at that. There's 3 separate drones that have been trying to chase down Canadian. 1 from inside a Master, 2 from the top of Armory, and yet Canadian manages to get away with it. Nyx as well gets away alive, so that's a big win for him. But DZ have Master. They look towards Trophy. They've got control over there as well. X-Kairos coming in from Marm, unsure of where they were going. It looks like, yep, it was onto the wall leading into games. Eclipse has a shotgun out. This is a deadly recipe for whoever shows up. But he gives himself away a little bit early on. Now flashed out. Nobody there to help him. But look at Mirage. They don't decide to take the engagement. Nyx does, and through the wall doesn't spy Hyper inside of Attic. And that was a bait for Mirage, who now find themselves at a disadvantage.
I like these cross-eyes from DarkZero, basically enabling every single member so somebody else assists them if somebody were to push up. And we see it now as well with Eclipse closing the closet wall. He too has help. And now Benji and Mirage, they're going to go downstairs instead, look for a different approach, because they recognize that with the attic wall being opened up and that closet having a rotation, there's too much aggression outside. It's too hard to deal with. And well, now we just see them walking into bomb site. It's all free.
And Melted knows there's one there, but Hyper is now dropped, holding this area. You thought it might be a Dorm's defense from how the investment upstairs was, but no. You would be confused. Just back over towards meeting, and the main floor is the scene of the crime as Mirage are being murdered, and it's DZ wanted for it. Marm again in a must-clutch situation for her team in a 1v3. DZ have often trailed, but this time the numbers benefit them. Leaving Marm inside of the bomb site with the diffuser, but not much to do as there's just too many players from DZ above and in front of her. She's finished off. That first half is a commanding 5-1 for DZ, and there's no timeout for Mirage. They've used it all the way back the tail end of round number 3. This team could be in free fall, and there's nothing to stop them, Nick.
Something I would like to see, and like I saw G2 did this in the EUL, is when you go to the side swap, you take a timeout immediately, despite whether you're 5-1 or 1-5, just to discuss what you want to do on your attack inside. Now, I think this is mostly a good idea when the operator bans are super funky, and you're like, how do we attack this? And I don't think the finger ban is going to make DarkZero go, what do we do now, guys? It's just get Pambasua, get your finger play on a different operator, different gun, you'll be good to go. Sure, you lose 2 grenades and a gun 6 every single round, so either you pick a grenade operator or you just change things up. Right now, Panda is showing the bug. You can get the flashbang, the secondary heartbeat sketch, and of course, soft destruction, verticality, and a great weapon. So I don't think this is a cry for help where like they should take a timeout and discuss what to do. But if you ever find yourself in a position where you are curious, I do think that it's a great position to do that. Interesting roam game from Mirage here. We got the Bandit being brought out. That is a very, very, very rare operator on Oregon itself, especially on the basement bomb side of all places. We see the freezer hatch, or server hatch, the freezer is soft, meeting hatch is opened up. So again, very big emphasis on aggression and roam style from the defending team. It's also why you see Melted on the Asami, who can use that gadget to keep it barriers, to deny lines of sight and keep buying time for the defenders, because you want to try and, you know, burn down that clock and kill as many drones as possible.
We'll see if DZ's drone work can measure up to what we saw at Mirage in the first half. Despite this lopsided scoreline, there were some good things that we did see from Mirage. Their mid-round was almost always quite strong, and that was because of the drone work that they were able to do. Gathering intel on DZ, who routinely switched up the way that they were holding this map. And of course, that's some credit to DarkZero as well, Nick, because you've got a DZ team that would extend quite heavily off the site. And just like Benji extended quite heavily off the site, but gets punished for it, not exactly the entry for, or not exactly the start to this round for Mirage they wanted. Excellent entry by DarkZero. They continue this trend of getting the first blood. They've only sacrificed a single player at the start of the round 1 time through these 7 rounds. That's an impressive stat. Another's lined up now for Pambasua. Jackal tracks going in, and he out-duels Marm. That was the only positive player in terms of KD on Mirage. Pambasua shows that, hey, I don't need Finka. I can still make this work on the buck. Now down goes Kento. Nick, I hope you don't want to talk much during this round because the action staggered as it is. Puts us at half of the round with DZ in a 5v2, looking to move to match point.
I do want to commend Mirage for roaming and playing aggressively into DarkZero, but there's not really a whole lot of crossfires being established. Right? DarkZero finding isolated 1 versus 1s, they're winning those, and you're being chased on the staircase by a GMNI clone, by the way, Melted. That was not a real player.
Hyper broke double digits with that pick, by the way. Pambasua is closing in on it as well. A very different story on the other side of the stage in Vegas, as nobody on Mirage is positive. You've got Marm and Melted both at 6-6, and that's as close as it's going to get. For every team in the NAL who's not DarkZero, you want to hashtag in Knicks We Trust because you need DZ to lose to open the opportunities for XSET and Spacestation, Astralis, and Parabellum to go as well, because if DZ wins here, it's very close to a certainty that they will go to the major, meaning that there's a single spot remaining for PB, Astralis, XSET, and Spacestation, and victory looks all but assured for DarkZero as they get a flawless round to move to match point.
Yep, very decisive round. That's a roam game for Mirage not working out. DC finding every single 1 versus 1 imaginable and just steamrolling through it. Having the Sledge, the Bug, and the Jackal available when you're DC on attack on Oregon is really good for you because any soft wall will be dealt with, any verticality, and of course, when you got the Jackal enabled, you can find those feet and figure out the positions of the roamers. Pambasua had that information for 2 of those 3 kills that he got because of that Jackal track. So now we're at match point. Now it's backs against the wall, and that means Mirage got to get 5 rounds in a row to take us to OT, or DarkZero will win if they do not. And they're going to go upstairs on the Kidstorm's basement, or Kidstorm's bomb site, rather, to try and see if this is where they can find success. So let's look at the attacker repick situation right now, right? Jackal for the roam game is being swapped onto a Twitch for now because you're no longer on that basement bomb site. You're not going to isolate members the same way. Then you go from Bok to Iana because you want those grenades, that soft destruction, verticality, etc. Because grenades are so much more lethal than bucking somebody from below, and it's quicker and easier to do. And then you go from Hibana to Ace because again, you don't got to deal with 20 billion hatches. You just got to deal with a single wall usually inside that master bedroom closet. So DarkZero changing essentially 4 operators for this specific attack showcases just how prepared they were for the basement and what big of a backup plan they had in case it wasn't basement any longer. Mirage, in similar fashion, are going to extend down below 3 members and try once again and contest the entry points from small tower, but melted in showers, Kento inside of dining, and DC, they have spawned there as well, so they'll likely challenge.
Simply put, as much as you might trust in Nyx, I fear that in this matchup in particular, your trust might be a bit misplaced. Nyx having a very poor game at possibly the worst time for this team if they want to play spoiler. I mean, and that's the only reason why. This is an utterly meaningless game for Mirage. A victory here in regulation does not move them into 9th place. They will finish in 10th. Irrespective, or as Jacob would like to say, irregardless of what ends up happening. You can't get any SI points in 10th spot of NAL. So really, this is just for stat padding and to try to sort out issues with the team.
Yeah.
Not that I want to tell you that this game is meaningless for Mirage, but there really isn't a lot that they're playing for here other than to be a spoiler for DarkZero. That's the only thing that this would impact. So either way, not exactly the stage for Nyx that I'm sure he envisioned. Despite having some very strong games, this is certainly not one of them.
No, it's not. There's still rounds to go, of course, but... And I do think Mirage wants to win here. I do think they want to put in their all because, again, you gotta get experience where you can. There's no better place to get experience than in an actual competitive Pro League match. It beats scrimming and practicing any day of the week. So, of course, Mirage, they're looking for the future, whereas DarkZero, they're looking for the present right here in this round on match point.
I've never played Rainbow Six at a professional level. You have, but every player that I've spoken with says that scrims are but a poor substitute for game day reps, and getting in actual matches is invaluable for some of these teams, especially a team like Mirage that is still finding their footing. And despite a very poor beginning to stage number 2 that could have been hindered a little bit by the issues that they were having battling COVID and having to play a number of their first matches online, this is a team that has definitely settled in. This is a bad performance for them. And I mean, while I've seen some promising things as the stage has gone on, keep in mind we are not that far removed from their 7-1 loss to Parabellum. So there are still issues that need to be worked on, and this is as good a time to do it as any. A very slow round, by the way, as now Panbazoo is taken down. Canadian technically credited with the very first kill. 1 for Hyper as well, a second for Canadian. This could be flawless. No, Hyper's finished off. Panbazoo's still bleeding out, and Benji firing away from inside of Attic continues to keep things close, as now Canadian is the next to go for DZ. And JR will have to hop on in. Eclipse on the window. Both players very vulnerable, but one inside of Attic is spotted out as Eclipse will now need to rotate with only a tiny time amount of left. Panbazoo bleeding, can't really give much intel. NJR dives on in, Panbazoo finished off. Nice swing from Mirage as Kento picks up 2 kills to clean out the trash, giving Mirage their second round and denying an end to this matchup for DZ.
Very slow round there as well. Not really a whole lot of things happen. A bit of a whiff C4 from that bottom armory stairs. I saw that in the basement. That was going towards the wrong location, not the master bedroom floor itself, but we're not going to talk about that too much. We're still facing down the long end of the barrel here because there's a lot of rounds to go, and all DC needs is one round where Mirage either messes up or they're forced onto a tertiary bomb site because they played basement, then they went upstairs to Kid Storms, as we just saw, and now they're going back to basement again. If Mirage wins this round, they're locked out of the 2 good bomb sites. They gotta go to a tertiary bomb site. If they don't win this round, well, then the game is over. Very straightforward. And now we can again look at the operator lineup, and what do you know? DarkZero, they're bringing out the Jackal. They're keeping the Hibana, and Panbazoo is back on the block, because we said about earlier, this is a position where it's all about the roam game from Mirage, is what you're assuming to begin with. And once you see the lineup, when the drones come out, we see 1 shield on the Smoke, 1 shield on the Ella, as well as those Grismod mines and the Goyo. This kind of speaks to a more passive approach, or at the very least, once we get to the bomb site, we gotta deal with all that utility. It's why Canadian is going from Dokkaebi onto the Flores to kind of make the bomb site easier to deal with, but the roam game a little bit harder because you don't get those phone calls. So a pretty balanced situation for DC to match that quite a pretty balanced defending setup where that's both aggressive and passive for Mirage. Both teams doing a pretty good job, but one Vulcan canister seems to have been popped by accident.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake, and honestly, not in and of itself a huge deal, but if you want to deny a push in a freezer, especially if there's a late push that comes in, that canister is integral for holding them off. That now means there's a part of the map that DZ can take rather effortlessly and quite quickly without fearing any damage, or even alerting the rest of the defense too. So a small issue, but that could be the first proverbial domino to fall for Mirage if things do go south.
I do agree. And the thing about Rainbow Six Siege at a professional level, the higher level you play at, the details, they start mattering more and more, right? One wasted flashbang means one less ADS you can burn, one less Midas you can burn, etc. So all these teeny tiny details that are so like nitpicky, they really do play an effect and a factor in most of these rounds. So when we get later on, we can maybe look at that freezer position again and say, would that, Vulcan canister have made a difference? We'll find out in about a minute from now, because DC are going through this map storming. 1 minute 40, hatches getting opened up. Big tower wall, now that tower staircase push-up opened up. And at about a minute 30 left to go, we're looking at a pretty good pace.
Well, Mirage have once again flourished in the later portions of the round on defense, but that was a single round. Just one. Hard for Mirage's best asset, I would say, which was their drone work, as we've talked about so much so far, to really be that prevalent when they're on defense, because they don't have access to drones unless they play a Mozzie or an Echo.
Technically Echo, yeah.
I mean, there are options here, but there's certainly none on the board. DZ have decided that a change is needed, and they've assembled 3 players over now by Blue. One of those Goyo canisters has been popped as well in front of Nyx as he guards the shield by elbow, the common spot for a smoke to play off of. Nyx still has access to all 3 of those toxic canisters, and if he wants to get aggressive, can push out. The first canister goes off onto the doorway of Blue. Canadian stunned out. Melted, takes a lot of damage, but suddenly Mirage collapses on these DZ players. DZ go for broke. They lose 3 bodies. First to go down is Nyx, a second to follow as NJR cleans up. He's got the B bomb site in his sights. Pambazoo not too far off. Those are the only 2 players from DZ, and they'll have to make some serious noise. Mirage very patient with the final 20 seconds left. Backing away from the B bomb site. Kento right now sitting inside of the supply closet. Pambazoo with diffuser in hand, getting it down, falls off, fearing a push up. NJR gives his position away as Mirage are just playing this clock, and DZ have to have something go. Only 5 seconds left, and kills are what's on the menu. NJR finds one, but it's a total walkout for Mirage, as it's a defensive-sided Oregon that is now benefiting the Canadian org. They pick their 2nd round in a row, and again prevent DZ from closing out this matchup.
No thinking, no win. That's what I'm seeing right now. So maybe the finger ban really do put some people in retirement here, because DC cannot find their 2nd and only needed attacking round so far. That was the 3rd attacking round, so we haven't gone through that many scenarios yet. And this is the scenario that I spoke about earlier. What happens when Mirage are forced onto a tertiary bomb site? Well, that's what's going to happen right now, right? Meeting Kitchen. Arguably one of the 2 weakest bomb sites, together with Kitchen Dining, and this is where Mirage really need to get their W on defense to then reset the board for the bomb site rotation so they can go upstairs, then downstairs, then overtime. So this right here is arguably the most crucial round in this matchup that Mirage would need to win to have the best statistical chance at actually getting the victory.
Well, this is where things are going to get a little messy for Mirage. Not to break the hopes of the fans and all ye faithful who are watching this, but the tertiary bomb site for Oregon does tend to be where teams drop the ball, just simply based on win percentages.
Yeah.
We've only seen 3 bomb sites get brought out so far. It's been the 2 staples up on the top floor of dorms and then down below on Laundry. That's very typical. But we also see this meeting kitchen defense. They're foregoing the meeting or the dining and kitchen defenses, instead going with what is safer, and I think a lot of teams are more comfortable on. Win rates be damned at this point.
Yeah.
When you're a team like Mirage, you've obviously got some form of strategy as to how you pick these bomb sites, and they will hang their hat on meeting kitchen. If things fall apart, that's it. That's the ball game. They don't have any window of opportunity to come back as DZ sit on match point.
That they do. Canadian doing some flexing here, now on the Iana, so they want more soft destruction, but still gonna keep, or rather, grenades rather, but they want to keep Pambazoo on Buck because he's been finding a lot of success on that operator. And it's going to be a slow round, I think. Just look at the current pace of things. DZ have droned out the small tower side of things. They got figured out. Now they've rotated all the way around to the armory side, where we saw 3 members of them just waiting around, waiting for those drones to like leapfrog their way up so they can start advancing. Mirage, of course, have extended 1 floor up above the bomb sites because, as you mentioned earlier, Parker, if you give up this space you see right now where Benji's playing, well, then the self-destruction of NTR and Sledge and Penbusu and Buck will just completely destroy all that soft floor below them, and the bombs have become so weak. So now they're trying to defend. DZ are going to try and attack, but look at this. 2 members of DarkZero are inside a small tower. They're going to basically pinch Melted in this position, and he's going to be stuck.
Melted bought himself some time, but not enough time as Hyper is on the case. Down he goes, DZ opening things up. Mirage are able to push this just to the 6 rounds. That's it for DarkZero because it means overtime is the case, and DZ cannot make it to Berlin through overtime. So that's what things get a little bit dicey for them. A nice nitro cell from below takes out NJR, but Benji was there as well just in case. Marm credited with the kill, continuing to bolster her numbers as she has been an invaluable part of this team so far this stage. Mirage have now fallen off that top floor very quickly. A minute to go, and DZ are circling the wagons, closing in, slowly crushing. Mirage is now the next one to fall, is Benji. A 4v3 with 45 seconds left. DZ's hopes are going to Berlin on the line right now. Out goes a smoke to give some covering fire for Hyper. Eclipse with diffuser in hand, getting planted. A nice nade from Canadian, takes out Kento. Down goes Marm, Canadian doing the work himself. And Pamazoo takes out Nightmare Nyx. As you can see, there's a bit of relief washing across the face of the DZ members. It got a little scary for 2 rounds there, but the best chance that DZ has to go to Berlin still exists. They pick up the 3 points with their 7-3 victory over Mirage. And the dream is not dead yet, my friends. They will be very anxiously watching the last 2 matches of the day to see if they will be given an opportunity to repeat as major champions, not something that no team in Rainbow Six has ever done.
True. If you just count majors, yeah.
Just count the majors.
True.
That is correct.
Yeah.
You won SI back-to-back, but I mean, technically, while that is a quote-unquote major, it's not the same thing. It's a
We
major
also
event.
won Invite and Paris major back-to-back, but again, if you just isolate the major events, you're correct. No one has actually won
That's
a
correct, because the
back-to-back
Paris major was the first major, the second major was the Raleigh major,
Yeah.
and while you made it to the finals, you
We
weren't
didn't win.
successful against Empire.
That's true.
I mean, it was honestly, that's the end of it for Mirage this stage. Ditto with DZ. We might see DZ in action in about a month's time in Berlin, as we talked about. For Mirage, they've got about, well, we don't know when we come back, but probably about 2 months or so to work through this lineup and maybe make some changes if needed. Either way, that's it for us. Match 3 in the books. We got a break ready for you, and then we'll come back with more of the North American League.
Slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot, in a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale, everything must go sell. Hitting with the old well, need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best, wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Can I got you feeling wavy? Way too early to be easy. Start a 10 job cause you crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want
Hey, we're back here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Doe, your host, here with Jacob and Jesse, and DarkZero getting the job done. Now, it doesn't mean just yet that they're going to the Berlin Major, but it does mean that they're at least still in the conversation. They got the win in regulation. Looked pretty convincing over Mirage, didn't it?
Yeah, and the odds are pretty good for them. Over 50%, about 75 around there. So they're looking decent. They do need to continue watching the games today, and for the DZ fans, we'll break things down for you in the pre-games of those matches. But right now, DarkZero, a clean win over Mirage, kind of expected. There is always the danger for an upset, but that defensive half, very, very nice from them, and with it, they secure themselves 3 points.
I mean, it's very contingent on whether XSET were to get a win over OXG today, and if it happens in regulation or not. And then it matters about the round count from the Astralis and SSG games. So both of these last games are going to determine whether DarkZero is going to Berlin in the first place, or if they still have a couple of things that they have to worry about. So nice win. This was the expected result. I am not trolling with my prediction in the slightest from today, but I will say, if you're DarkZero, you're going to be sweating a little bit watching these last two games.
Absolutely. Well, we've got Pambazoo standing by in Las Vegas to chat with us a little bit about that win. So, Pambazoo, it was Pamba party time a little bit today. You got the win over Mirage. You know, when you play against a team like that has nothing to lose in a clutch match, how much additional pressure is there where, you know, this team that has nothing to lose is a little bit scarier than playing against a team that maybe has, you know, still major hopes on the line?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a little scary, but having someone like Troy, like, before every single match, he kind of tells us what to expect, and we all expected Mirage to kind of get crazy, you know, like you said, they have nothing to lose, so I'd say we were very prepared. Like, we just had to expect everything they could do, no matter how dumb it could be, but yeah.
All right.
We're prepared.
Pamba, I want to ask you about something the community's been talking about a little bit. Today, Mirage banned your Finka, and, you know, people have talked about Finka as perhaps a crutch operator. You know, other people have defended the Finka mains of the NAL, saying they can play anything as one of the best Finkas in the world. What are your thoughts on the topic, and how do you feel it affects both yourself and the other Finka players in the league right now?
I think it goes without saying that Finka is easily the best attacker. I mean, I think she's obviously broken. She needs a nerf, but I wouldn't say she's as big as a crutch as many people say. Like, I think she just makes the good players even better. Like, she won't make someone like horrible actually good. It just helps. Like, if you're good, you're good. It just makes it easier.
Pamba, I'm counting a whole bunch of rounds in this game where you were able to get the opening kill and then kind of spiral that into multiple kills back to back to back. Why were you able to walk over Mirage so effectively, even despite having the Finka ban against you today?
I don't really know how to answer that. I don't know. I'm just confident. Like, I think I've proved myself that I don't need Finka. I mean, she's literally been banned against me countless times, and I've won every single game. So, I don't know.
So one last question for you before we let you go here. Now, you got the job done, right? DarkZero needed to win in regulation to stay in the conversation and go to the Berlin Major. Obviously, things aren't totally decided yet. No doubt you're going to be watching the next couple games. My question is, where do you watch? Where do you settle down, make yourself comfortable? Do you order some food? Like, how do you prepare yourself to get through these next couple matches?
Well, after matches, usually most of us as a team, we just chill in like the practice room and we watch the games together. We order food. Probably gonna do that again. It's just, you know, is what it is.
All right. Well, thanks for chatting with us. Good luck in the next couple rounds, I guess. Hopefully we'll see you get through to Berlin. If not, we'll see you in stage 3. And either way, great performance this stage on individual level. We'll see you next time.
Thank you. Yep. Goodbye.
He might be going to Germany. He just might be.
Maybe. Pambazoo. A man of few words, a man of effective words as well, and a man of effective gun skills on the map today. A 7-3 victory for DarkZero. Like we said, they needed to win in regulation. They did that. Now we got to wait to see if the stars align the rest of the way to send them to the major.
Those 4 opening picks from Pamba, huge. A lot of them coming on defense, right? He was able to make a lot of nice little plays pushing forward, whether it was on the Jaeger or other aggressive defensive operators. Well, Miles played a couple of times as Zombie. I did love how he was able to consistently get a little aggressive there, you know? Depending on the bomb site, it was a different position from him. Sometimes he was walking down the main stairs to try to challenge it in a lobby. He had a nice clutch in there as well on defense. So I thought he had a great game. I'm glad we got to talk to him today. Hyper, his partner in crime there, the aggressive players on DZ, also having a great game. 12-6, 2.0 KD. Can't be mad at that.
I mean, yeah, Pamper was doing it on attack too, because the one time that he plays and gets the opening pick, he's playing Buck, and he walks in, kills one player, walks into kitchen, kills another, and it just feels like it spirals out of control for Mirage there, like at that point. And I do agree, it's nice seeing Hyper have a really good game, because I think technically of all of the Finka players that exist in the NAL, Panda is one of them. Hyper was like the lowest rated Finka player of anybody in the league coming into today. Obviously that stat can't go up because Finka wasn't played, but Hyper's performance has kind of been called into question somewhat, and it's nice that there is a little bit of stabilization from this DarkZero team. They now sit at 15 points. They're confident mostly that they're going to be qualifying for the upcoming major. It's just a matter of these last couple of results that are going to shift the paradigm.
True enough. Well, let's check out how the standings have moved because of that last match. Now, that does propel DarkZero up to 3rd place, but again, they might not stay there. It depends on the results of our next couple matches, our final 2 matches of Stage 2. It's wild, actually, that we have 2 spots yet to decide for the major out of North America, and it's going to come down to our last 2 games. It's going to be crazy, right? I mean, you've still got a couple teams in the conversation. You've got XSET, Spacestation even has a chance from way, way down there. We'll see what happens, I guess.
Technically, Parabellum's not out of the race themselves.
Totally.
But that's such a minuscule chance at this point.
I think it's about 5%.
It hurts pretty
I don't even know what specific things need to happen for them to qualify either, is more the thing. They need XSET to not win. That's the big one, so we'll have to wait for next match to find that one out, because if they win in regulation, they automatically qualify. But it's like DarkZero still might be going. It just might be a matter of time for the rest of the day.
We'll have to wait and see. But for now, we're going to take a look at a couple rounds specifically from that last game. The first one we're going to look at is the first round, round number 1. And this was just a nice Eclipse 1v1. I feel like we don't get to talk about Eclipse on an individual level enough.
This is such a sick play, because watch when Eclipse actually starts shooting. Melta's got the LMG. He's going to pre-fire this swing. He knows about where Eclipse is, but he's slightly aiming off the head of Eclipse. He's slightly on the wall, and Eclipse presses his mouse 1. He shoots as soon as he hears the pre-fire. He doesn't see the player on the screen yet. He doesn't have the angle, but he hears the pre-fire, knows he's got to get that shot out before the swing comes around, because he's going to get blown up if he doesn't. That was a really nice little 1v1 from Eclipse, and managed to start them off nice. DZ's a team that always lose the opening round, don't forget, and Eclipse stealing it back for DarkZero this time.
It's true. That kind of thing is what I talked about. I talked about them setting a tone early, and they did. If you win a clutch in the very first round, you run the risk of it being like, well, we can't win clutches every round, because that's a little unrealistic, but they still got the thing that I think helped set the tone for the whole rest of the game, and Mirage just didn't have a comeback from that point.
It's a confidence round at the end of the day, Another thing that's going to give you a little bit of confidence are clutch 1v2s, which is exactly what Pambazoo did in round number 5, and we'll check out exactly how that happened.
This was a round that was really good for trades, I think, from both teams. I was really impressed with Mirage, how they were able to trade things out back and forth. You watch a couple of players going down. Benji dies, Marm dies, but then we see the kill onto Eclipse, manages to get a good little frag there, makes it a 3v2, especially right here. Nyx and Kento over in Freezer. They're going to be trying to push on in. One player backstairs as well, tower stairs. That's melted. See that kill? Immediately Hyper gets traded out. This is great. Pamba gets a kill, but there's no trade because Nyx has gone the opposite side of the map. He's going for the plant. He's trying to play for the objective, which is not inherently wrong, but if he had been there to trade out and kill Pambazoo, that would have been so much more effective. They might have been able to win that round. Unfortunate play from him, and Nice 1v2 from Pamba.
It's a bit of mistiming. You think that your IGL is going to be able to be there in the thick of things with you to hold those cross angles, and suddenly the one time he's not there is the one time you lose. Maybe in a moment where Mirage could have shifted the momentum back a little bit. If that plant goes down or it has adequate coverage or something, if they win that round, maybe the DarkZero don't win nearly as dominantly as they did, but it's just that kind of weird decision making. Hey, he was Nightmare Nix last week. Here, I don't even know of a different word to describe to put in front of his name now. It's a nowhere Nix might work out here.
Nighty night Nix, because he seems to be sleeping. I don't know. That's what I saw. You call him like you see him. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the pressure is on for XSET. They're playing against Oxygen, a team that is already locked in for Berlin. So, you know, playing for seeding on the Oxygen side, XSET fighting for survival. Let's see if they can get it done when we return in just a few on the Rainbow Six North American League.
XSET over by the bathroom, and there's AJR for the lineup to pick up both of them.
As far as our strengths, I mean, I think it's kind of the same as it was for the Charlotte Major. It's just we're kind of found out a little bit, and we're trying to go through a phase of keeping up with the meta of the aggression on defense, and I think we fell a little bit behind on that, and we're kind of catching up and kind of getting it back on attack too. I think we were the best attacking team in Charlotte, and I still think we're one of the best in NA for sure at it. It's just, again, yeah, teams kind of figured us out, and it's kind of just been a learning period of trying to change things up and adapt a little bit. And I think, again, that is one of our strengths as well. We're constantly changing, adapting, innovating, and it never stops. These guys eat, sleep, you know, whatever, breathe Siege, and we're always coming up with new ideas.
She like, I like what I'm seeing. Now we up, they agreeing, play full, yeah, we eating. Now you can't ignore this feeling when you got it from him seeing. Why these built in? If I love, why you cheating? She know that I'm never leaving. They want beef, but they vegan. I don't know why they on that. Get a pack, then I roll that. She got, tell her throw that, start her on, it's a throwback. Just a straight roll, I don't even pay tolls. The boy a genius and I ain't talking yay though. Been a living legend since I was like a day old. I remember days though, listening to J. Cole. I remember days though, listening to Drake though. Had to up my profile, had to up my payroll. Getting too high, yeah, you know I had to lay low. Getting too fried, eating on some bake though. Yeah, I came through and you know I had to make do. Yeah, I came through and you know I had to make do. Getting all these dollars, yeah, you know I had to make them. Yeah, I came through, yeah, you know I had to make do. Beat by Apollo, stop at New Apollos. Cop a Henny sour and I'm puffing Jack Sour. Yeah, I feel a black power, yeah, this time is really ours. It's time to get the bag, yeah, it's time to get the bag, yeah, yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On the mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On
On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you
Stop till I'm dipping the corner in something imported. I'm copping the land at the sand where the shore is beautiful. Women do time in the mirror to show up the shows and see me perform this. Used to ignore me, I'm all the day here, but I used to be timid. I don't know what fear is. Just talked to my dog and he told me he got me. I hopped up the line and went straight to go get it. I got us. Building this up out of mortar and brick. The way that it's going, I don't see it ending. The pigment is tinted. I'm really that. Go figure. I'm tapped into a higher power, feeling bigger than me. It's centering me. My enemy's silent. They see that I'm fire. I can't put my energy. I got some real ones on my sideline, abiding by them guidelines. I'm way up near the skyline. You so belly fine, right? Only kings around me, others go now. Why I shine bright? Yeah, you hella fine, right? Hey, you looking like the wine and dine type. I'm basking in that limelight. Brody, get your chip stack. I'll teach you. I'm the wise guy. I'm getting right back that shit I'm sending out with vibe wise. You know we good on this side.
Fill up black power. Dollars coming, let me see it. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Ask for it, you receive it.
Like glue, the leather stuck on me. I wanna move. And do, give you one.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Here we are at the analyst desk, your host, along with Jesse J. Chick and Caliber Jacob. And we're about to go into our fourth match of the day. It's going to be XSET versus Oxygen. The crazy thing to me is that there's still a chance after this match that we might not have our final two teams determined. We do have a chance of XSET going through. If they win in regulation, they will get in. Let's take a look at the probability graphic to kind of break all this down a little bit more in depth. But if they don't win in regulation, then suddenly things are a little bit crazy, aren't they?
So technically, one team will be confirmed as soon as this game is done. So we won't end this game with both spots still being undecided. If XSET win in regulation, they auto-qualify. If DarkZero have, well, I mean, all they need to qualify is 1 point from OXG at all, in the slightest. If XSET get all 3 points, then suddenly DarkZero's chances plummet to below 50%. But if they manage to get even 1 point, if OXG just force overtime, all of a sudden DarkZero has all the rest of the percentage they need.
It's crazy for XSET. Before last week, they had an 81% flat of qualifying for Berlin. Now they have to beat the best team in the league in order to make that a reality. Their odds have really sank thanks to a poor performance last week. 2-7-5 losses meant they got 0 points out of it. Round diff is looking pretty good, but other than that, it's been a really, really rough last week for XSET. They need this win against Oxygen.
And watch this for our last matchup of the day for Astralis and SSG. Look at how much it's
Basically
a coin flip.
50-50.
No matter if it's an overtime win, a regulation win for either team, it does not matter. What this means is that it could very well be Spacestation fighting for their lives by only a 10% margin based upon the results here.
This game basically will make next game winner takes all versus Astralis versus SSG, or it'll be Astralis' winner take all. Losing means it's DarkZero.
Yeah. So a lot yet could happen. It is really coming down to the wire. It's funny because we said at the very beginning of stage 2, this would happen. We would go to the final day of play because the teams are going to play so close, and it's happened. You know, we're down to the last 2 matches. Still a lot undecided. It's going to be great. But let's talk about specifically XSET versus Oxygen. Now, both of these teams coming off of 5-7 losses. XSET lost to DarkZero in the last day of play. And Oxygen, perhaps a little bit puzzlingly, lost to Spacestation Gaming. That said, Oxygen was already confirmed to go to Berlin at the time. So while seeding is important, the pressure was off a little bit for them then.
Yeah, and for XSET, I mean, it's the exact opposite, right? So much pressure for XSET to win those games, to get any points. They couldn't find anything. We see Auction and XSET both coming in as two of the best defensive teams in the league. We saw that a lot last stage as well. XSET and Auction both really prevailing in that stat. Their defenses have been great. Kino, I think, has been a big reason why for XSET. His play on Smoke has been phenomenal, but because of that, we've seen a lot of teams starting to ban that op against him, and I think that is a big reason why they were struggling a little bit in those last couple of Playdays. So, been a bit of a rough couple of games from XSET previously, but OXG, with nothing or, well, less to play for, with them already being confirmed, perhaps this is the game where Fox throws and lets Kino into the league. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
I mean, technically, OXG with the Soniqs win are now currently sitting in second place. Obviously, this comes with them not having the opportunity to fight for their own amount of points today. And seeding still, to a certain degree, does matter. Now, for Charlotte, the notion about every single region getting seeded into a different group is not completely in the cards anymore, but you still want to fight for a higher seed, for the opportunity to face somebody who might be a lower seed within the course of the same group, maybe have some easier competition. That's the main thing that you're fighting for here, and you also want consistency, because you don't want some last-second weakness to suddenly come out when you don't want it to, when you only have one player that you still have to survive, when you already know you're going to Germany.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about XSET in particular. Now, this is another team that at one point was on top of the league. They were number one at one point in the stage. Now they're down to 7th right now coming into this match. But as we've talked about, it's far from over for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, one bad week has really moved XSET down on the leaderboard. I think that they've been a squad that overall have looked pretty solid. We've talked about their defenses and how strong they can be. A couple of just weird bad plays, I think, against in their last game against DarkZero. You know, sometimes we saw Gomez not covering perfectly. Sometimes they weren't responding to the swing super well. I felt they were a little passive in the clutch as well. Maybe got into their head a little bit. They lost their comeback streak right at the end in that final game against DZ. So, you know, they were at least close matches. It looked like they were competitive. XSET still looked like a top team in the league, but sometimes when you're losing 7-5, I mean, you've got to talk about the mental, you've got to talk about the late rounds, you've got to talk about maybe this team going to be able to bring it out when it really gets, you know, down to it.
Yeah, but the standings don't care if both of them were 7-5s, because all that means is they didn't get a single point through both their games last week, and you got to call their attacks into question. They went from one of the, I'd say, probably most innovative attacks or teams on attack to being the 6th ranked in the league so far, and a lot of that comes down to their late game decision making. Sometimes if they take initial control, then they do a good job expanding from that, but when it comes time for the executes, that's where they fall apart consistently. Even if they have that initial control, even if they're able to make something of it, something about the way that they actually push towards the site falls apart time and time again. The other thing to note about this team is, even though we've seen Kino have his smoke banned 3 maps in a row so far, and it's been lost every time. Every single map that it's been banned, XSET has not been able to win. I'd argue that game specifically against Astralis, where they had a 4-2 half on defense playing more crazy on the roam, wasn't all that influential. Yes, you don't want to have your primary operator banned against you. Yes, maybe you're noticing that there's a bit of a trend, but other teams maybe could look at what you can do to nullify the roam as opposed to what happens on anchor play, because it seems like that's where XSET is most potent, and right now they still have the #1 team on defense through the first 8 games.
That's true. Speaking of potent parts of these teams, 2 players in particular stand out with that. Newers and Spirits on opposing side. We want to kind of break these 2 down because they have kind of been all-stars for their squads.
Yeah, the 2 entry players, and starting with Spirits, I think he's been the most important player on XSET. Now, stats-wise, there is a bit of a gap here, but Spirits has been the main player, I think, that's won games for XSET. He got the final kill to beat Soniqs 8-7 on attack in week 3. He has not had a kill on attack since. His attacking play has really suffered when he's running around on entry. It feels like he's starting to fall off in that area. He's great on the roam. He's a great defensive player, but all in all, XSET have been really struggling when he's not there on attack. Sometimes he's great. Sometimes he's really popping off, and we do see XSET winning rounds and winning games because of him. But so often, these last 3 attacking halves that they've had, he has not been able to get anything going. So struggles from him. On the other side of things, you can't not talk about Newers, the leading candidate for the MVP in the league right now for Stage 2. 100 kills, the only player to say that they've achieved that in Stage 2. Newers is, I would say, the main reason why Oxygen are at the top of the leaderboard, or at least why they were coming into today. You know, he's been working really well as a duo with Vertical. I think his nades are very good as well, something he doesn't get credit for as much as he maybe should. He's your classic entry player, right? He's good at getting those opening picks. He's in a lot of opening duels. Technically negative, 18 and 21, but still 18 opening kills is a lot for an entry player, especially for somebody here on Oxygen.
And a lot of times you're making a trade that ends up setting your team up for success anyway. So you can't just take kills to deaths in that situation, can you?
Totally.
Yeah, true enough. Well, let's talk about Oxygen a little bit more in depth here, too. The thing that blows my mind with Newers, as we start to focus in on Oxygen, is that he's plus 36 in kills and deaths overall. So, yeah, maybe he's got a couple down for the opening kills, man, but if he does live through it, he is usually taking a couple more down with him in the round.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Newers is right now on pace or looking to set a much higher margin for the overall NAL single stage kill record. Right now, he sits at 100. Back when Vertical got over 100 last stage, it took him until the very last game to actually do that. Newers is starting this day at triple digits. The possibility for him to get, like, even if he got like a couple more kills than that, even if he got like 4 or 5, the possibility of him setting the kill record higher than anybody else in NAL history has been able to set it is up there, given the way that this best of 1 format works. So all he needs is a couple, and he's got the backbone to do it because Foxay's been there for him. Laxay makes sure that he doesn't die before he's actually getting into position to find those frags. OXG are running like a very well-oiled machine. Even if the numbers themselves don't necessarily propel them all that much higher than other teams currently in the league, based upon current results, they're 5th right now on attack, which is 9% or 9 percentage points above the average, 53%. And then on defense, they're at 3rd, and they're only about 8 points above said delta. Whereas there's still a lot of competition in the NAL that is very, very close. Like, I mean, if we look at a team like Astralis, who's the 2nd highest team on defense, there's only a 3-point differential between the two of them on that half. So OXG are still in the thick of things as far as these rankings are concerned, even though it might not be that they're, catapulting above these teams by a very wide margin, and they still are the number 2 ranked team in the league, period, for a very good reason. It's because of that same level of consistency over and over again.
Well, I mean, one last Newers point. I mean, getting 100 kills in 8 games. He's averaging more than 10 kills per game, which is just a phenomenal stat to think about. It's really something else. But we're going to find out what map we're going to. We know what the bans are, so let's check out how that all broke down.
Well, please tell me it's not Oregon again, because we've seen this 3 times today.
You like Oregon? Come on.
And we certainly would love to see something that's not that. I think for both squads, you've got a couple options or maps that they still have yet to play. As far as OXG is concerned, they've not played a Border, a Chalet, a Clubhouse, or a Sky. And then for XSET, there's still 5 maps on the pool they have yet to play. Technically, XSET have one of the shallowest map pools when you consider the ones that they've played so far all stage. It's only been 4. 2 of them have been played 3 times. So theoretically, XSET do have a few less options. Chalet, Theme, Border, Club, Oregon, CAF, you get through most of the permabans at this point through. And as far as OXG are concerned, you're kind of forcing XSET into a bit of a hole with these last couple bans.
2 of XSET's, in fact, XSET's 2 most played maps are still in the pool. Club and Bank throughout this year have been XSET's most played on maps, 2 that they've loved. Oxygen likely to ban one of those out. They get the next option. The last choice is, well, Skyscraper. OXG actually takes Sky out of the pool, leave XSET with their choice of 2 maps they are very familiar with. Clearly, Oxygen feeling that they are prepared for these 2 maps. Villa from Oxygen's side of things, they kind of hated it last year. Teased it once at the major, beating Team 1, and then a second game over DZ where they did get a really good 7-3 matchup here in Stage 2. XSET, on the other hand, their most played map of the entire year. Recently beaten Mirage and TSM, but only found 5 rounds against Astralis, so they have shown that they can bleed on this map.
I would call this XSET's best map because on none of the maps they've played this stage do they have a higher than a 50% win rate. And on a map like this is the one where they have the highest defensive win rate of any of the 4 that they've played so far through this stage. I look at an OXG team who's only played this once. They do have a fantastic attacking win rate on it, which might be a great contrast to the way that XSET played defense here. But to me, I'm a little bit concerned about OXG letting this go all the way to Villa, understanding their prowess on it. Maybe they can take some lessons from that Astralis game and how to dissect everything. But still, if you're XSET, I think you're kind of breathing a sigh of relief that you got this one.
Yeah, we'll see if that translates into a much-needed win. Again, if they win in regulation, they are into the Berlin Major. It's time, though, to make some predictions. So first, we'll send it over to our casters. It's going to be Intero and Pengu again. And this one, do you go with XSET because they want it more? Do you go with Oxygen because they've proven themselves already? What's the thinking going into this one?
He's thinking real hard over there.
You want to go first? I will say this morning when I made my predictions before we got into the studio, I put down OXG because I do think they're the better team.
Okay.
But part of me wonders if OXG is going to take this match easy because they don't really have like the same need to go as hard. They've already made it. I mean, I guess like they want to maintain like best team overall, yada yada yada. But I feel like I don't know. There's a lot at stake here. I'm just going to sit at my original prediction and say I'm going to go with OXG. But there's a big part of me that really does think that XSET could win it. I mean, I said the same thing about Mirage versus DZ, and I was way off base there. So.
I mean, this one I think is a little bit closer, though. We'll see. What do you think, Pengu?
I'm in the same boat because I feel like OXG is the better team, but XSET got so much more to play for.
Yeah.
We're on a boat.
I think we're on a boat now, Parker. I
Looks
think
seaworthy,
OXG, they want to get first place. So I'm going to go OXG.
All right, 2 for OXG, so no faith that XSET can get it done, or at least not enough faith to make the pick. How about the analysts? We'll check back in with our casters in a moment, but Jacob, Jesse, what do you think?
It's tough.
Repping the set?
You know what? There's a possibility that XSET win this game, and it still doesn't count for anything, because if it's an overtime anything, then they don't end up going.
That's the way it goes.
Likely.
The battleground, I think, favors XSET. But I somehow feel like the pressure is something that they've never really been able to fight through. They were in a position similar to this in that Astralis game at the very end of stage 1, when both of them were already qualified, and it was on Villa, and it was an 8-7, and they were the ones that lost it. After having lost an 8-7 immediately prior to that in Playday number 8, I don't really know if I have that much faith in XSET in clutch moments. I think this game is going to be close, especially given how both of them play. But I'm still going to go with OXG because somehow I feel like this falls off for XSET at the very last hurdle because they have history of that.
All right.
I think this game all is on Spirits. I think he really needs to show up and have a big matchup. His struggles have been on attack. We're going to a map that he's comfortable on because he's played a bunch, and they get to start on defense. I'm repping the set. I think XSET take this one. I think they've gotten a pretty advantageous position on both the starting side and the map. So let's go with XSET and say they sneak their way into the major.
That's how you bait somebody into throwing their prediction away.
You're 0-3 today.
Wow. I think there's only one perfect predictor so far on the day.
Is it the coin?
It's the coin.
It's got
Coin's
all
3-0 so
on the
far.
day. Wow.
It has, indeed. We'll see if it gets this one, too. Again, it is an inanimate object, so you never know. But it's going to be heads, XSET. It's going to be tails, Oxygen. Let's go ahead and flip it. Oh, all right. The coin says tails. Coin says Oxygen. So Oxygen, theoretically, still putting in a good performance despite already being locked in for the Berlin Major. XSET, you know, I mean, we might have a kind of a TSM situation here, too, where they look good and then they kind of collapse at the end. Fan vote, what do the fans say? Oxygen as well, all right. So
I stand alone.
I was the outlier last time and it didn't work.
65% of the fans said Oxygen.
There's a reason I'm above 50 and the rest of you aren't, okay?
Like, I got to say, I'm not just saying this either. Like, if it were me picking, I would actually go with XSET. But at the same time, I could totally see it being wrong again because I do think they struggle a little bit in clutch situations. I do think this is a point where they may just collapse too. But there's only one way to find out. We're going to have to watch the game to see the result. Right before we get there, though, let's see the community poll, something that you can influence the result. And the question this time is, who's Fox's favorite friend, Kino or Newers? Ooh.
Gee.
That's a touch. Ooh.
This is not really for you to decide, but I guess you get to weigh in.
I mean, I think I know what the answer is, like, if you ask Fox, but I'll let Twitter decide.
All right, well, we'll let Twitter decide. And in moments, we will see who decides to win this next map on Villa. Is it going to be XSET in regulation going to the Berlin Major, or will it be any other result, in which case things are wide open? We'll have to wait and see. We'll be back in a moment here on the Rainbow Six North American League. Don't go anywhere.
would say overall with our performance, I'm happy with our performance, but I'm not happy with the end results towards the end of the season. We should have closed out a lot of our games a lot better, or just closed out games in general. So going into the major, we aren't necessarily focusing on anything specific aside from fixing some strats and fixing some areas that need fixing. Going into international, it's going to be interesting. Mitch has never played an international event, and Ethan obviously has no LAN experience outside of the NAL and in terms of international as well. So I'm curious how that's going to go, but nonetheless, I expect, you know, results. I expect success. Whether that success brings us to top 4 or even winning it, I'm not going to accept anything lower than that. So going into Fox has really improved in terms of taking that IGL role throughout the years. Obviously, when you first start and where you are at years later, you expect, you know, results and expect improvement. And I can say, just as Fox's teammate and, you know, being like a little brother to me, Fox has made drastic improvements in terms of his IGLing. And then outside of that, just him as a player, me and him have always been very close in play style. So it's really cool to see him play similar to how I play and still to keep that consistency and drive going that we've been doing for so long.
I'm Laxing, and this is the NAL.
Oxygen versus XSET is up as our 4th match of the day. For XSET, a trip to the major in Germany next month is very much on the line, but there's also repercussions for other teams based on this matchup. If OXG wins in regulation, if OXG wins in overtime, if OXG loses in overtime, DZ makes it to the Berlin Major. That's it. So their fate is very firmly in the hands of Oxygen.
Yep. And then you have some former OXG players on XSET as well, so there's a whole lot of brotherly companionship and love spreading around. Also true. We'll have to see, you know, who is Fox's best friend after all.
I mean, that's a great question. Who is Fox's best friend? Is it either Kino or anybody from OXG? Who knows? It really could be somebody outside of those two as well. OXG has some new merch, by the way. That's what you see in terms of the shooting sleeves on both Foxa and Laxing. And I think, wow, Foxa actually has double sleeves. Wow, for both shooting. Franklin, vertical, right in front of your screen. He's got one as well. Look at the shake. He's shaking. Oh, he's shaking.
He's already shaking. Get me started yet.
It's getting the shakes out, baby. We're going to Villa for our 4th matchup of the day. Draw you in with energy and then ease you in with the supple tones of our voice. XSET will be starting on defense. OXG will be starting on attack. Caliber Jacob with the bold proclamation that this is XSET's best map. Well, we will see. Let's test that. OXG comes in 1st overall in the North American League. They were actually the first team to clinch a spot to go to the Berlin Major out of any single region.
Yep.
Soniqs are tied with them at 16 points apiece. Based on the current tiebreaker scenario set up, I believe Soniqs are actually ahead of OXG, but a single point for Oxygen would put them back on top. Parabellum has already played today. They were at 14 points. They cannot catch the top. So if OXG gets a single point, then guess what? They will finish 1st in the NAL no matter what. You made a noise at the smoke ban.
Yeah, there is this thing where
Tell us about the lore.
Kino's a one-trick smoke player. When you ban out the smoke, it becomes useless. And what do you know? There's a smoke ban on the board. So now we're playing 4 versus 5 effectively for OXG because Kino's not going to be in the server on defense. So it's going to be a fun start for XSET because that is where they start their journey on the defensive side.
I like these bans, and as you pointed out, I like that we're starting to see more Finka bans, frankly. And that'll be a target ban against Newers. You said that there was a conversation on social media yesterday about people being washed up once Finka gets nerfed, which should be coming soon, hopefully. Cross your fingers, cross your toes. Perform whatever pagan rituals you might want to do to try and will this nerf into action. But either way, Newers will spend the first 6 rounds on another operator. When they talked about how there won't be a Finka available, one of the operators that they said they'd flex onto is Iana, and that's exactly who Newers is going to play first round.
And I interviewed Newers after Well, the last time I was here, actually, and I was like, Newers, do you think, you know, if people start target bending your finger that you're gonna, like, not do as good? He's like, nah, I'm the best.
We actually wouldn't do as good, he'd do as well.
Do as well, then. As amazing as he has, breaking 100 kills to the first player. And he goes, no, because I'm good, and I'm not a crotch finger player. So now, Newers, you got your chance to prove that in the final game against XSET for first place, that is. And of course, Iana, great operator to do that with. ARX does so much damage, 47 damage, 700-something fire rate. It is one of the best guns in the game, period. And you still get those double grenades and the Gun 6 utilities, so you really don't lose a whole lot besides that crazy LMG and healing effects from the finger. Quiet first round so far, as OXG are slowly creeping towards the building on the study balcony and taking downstairs in lobby control. It's going to be a study-oriented frontside take, and of course, at this level of play, going for a direct study hit is very difficult because of all that focus on the top main stairs. So OXG are trying to both take the study balcony, take the lobby itself, trying to work some of that grenades from downstairs, trying to find some kills, some damage. A slow start, nonetheless.
Well, damage being done, but you got the Kona stations up right, and Kino makes a very quick celebratory lap around the bomb site to heal himself back up to full HP. Because Finka is banned out, there is no medic on attack. So when you start to take damage, the only thing that can actually get you back to life is if you run into a Kona station or your opponent has Doc and accidentally shoots you with one of those stim pistols. That's it. There's no way to top you up. And that can actually be a problem for some of these attacking lineups, because obviously Finka brings a ton to the table, but we see tons of chip damage that gets done, and there's no way to rectify that. Dream, for example, is a full bullet less in a gunfight of a man than he was at the start of this round. No, not personality-wise. I'm talking physically.
Yeah, health-wise.
Health-wise, of course. Dream is still a whole man, as far as I am aware. Either way. There's the very first pick. Yaga takes down Newers. He's finished off. The Yana no more. Spirit's actually credited with the kill onto that one. Even though it's an Aviator Games defense, there's a very big focus from the defense of XSET downstairs towards living room and library to hold a very viable component of this map.
Yeah, and OXG not really doing a whole lot right now. They're kind of just waiting around. Of course, Foxy and Vert now rotating to that master bedroom area. So they're kind of trying to hit the back right now. But that 90 default camera might still be up unless the Twitch drone cleared it out earlier. But regardless, DS is there on the pillar, has the angle. It comes down to a 1v1 gunfight. But his toes, his little legs are sticking out. Bit of damage gets done, but with those Kona stations on site, I'm sure they're going to be topped right up. But yeah, bottom left of your screen, DS almost back to full. Oh, there we go. Back to full HP, and Kino takes Dream off the board. He is no man no more in this round, Pogger, as he is in the grave.
Well, 2 for XSET to start off with. The guns will continue to come alive. Kino fragging out quite well. You might take the smoke out of the man, but he's still going to smoke you either way. It's Foxay is the last player up for OXG. A lot of work to be done with 5 players to be found, and he'll discover Kino, but no success. What a huge and dominant start by Kino to get those final 2 picks. A nice multi-kill for him, proving that he's more than just that one-trick pony on smoke. XSET take round number 1.
They do in dominant fashion, flawless in fact, and that just means that OXG, they gotta do better in the following round because you can't really do a whole lot worse. They did do a ton of damage, but with those Kona station and the round taking so long, well, pretty much every single member in defense finished that round on full HP before that final gunfight. And that's gonna take us to the second bomb site of Trophy Statue, and the one interesting operator here is that we got a mirror. But before we see any mirror action, we'll just go to a quick technical pause here to figure out what the issue might be. We'll get straight back into the round in just a minute or two. We're back in no time. In the meantime, of course, the players cannot talk to their coaches, but they can talk amongst one another. So maybe they'll just have some jokes, have some fun.
Just a little banter.
A little banter.
Just some bants back and forth. We'll go to a quickie, as there's that drone bug that does seem to pop up from time to time. Not ideal timing, of course, after the very first round, and not a lot to analyze either. While we have you here, let's talk about the Berlin Major, because that's what's on everybody's mind. OXG qualified last week. They were the first team to do so in the world, and are in a position while they might have slipped to second place in the NAL standings because of the tiebreaker setup between them and the Soniqs. OXG will go no matter what. XSET, as you can see, they need to win in regulation to have a good shot. Anything other than that basically seals their fate outside of that top 4. The reason for that is because if XSET triumph in overtime or lose in overtime or regulation, DZ goes. So the defending major champions, winning their first international trophy in Charlotte will go in their place, leaving a single spot left to be fought over by Astralis, Spacestation, XSET, and Parabellum.
So to simplify, XSET winning equals XSET goes, XSET not winning equals XSET probably doesn't go. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. That is the truth. And we'll be right back in just a second because we are booting up the server right now back on Villa. We see the players fist bumping on your screen as well, saying, you know what, it's time to game, baby. And we'll see if XSET can get the second round.
I appreciate the way that
board.
you say it. I really do.
I don't know. You say it always makes me laugh, so I'm happy I can do the same to you.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, well.
He's back, baby.
He's back.
This XSET squad has looked mighty fine since assembling this new roster. There were obviously some questions and concerns about the experience levels of some of the players, specifically Gomez and Diaz coming in as they did not have any real credible Tier 1 experience, yet they seem to have fit in quite effortlessly. And Kino and Yaga, who not exactly were supporting cast on OXG, but simply weren't the stars, have really proven their value, I think, on this team. Add spirits from over towards Parabellum and the run that they went through to qualify for SI with him on that roster, and you've got a potentially dangerous lineup. And I mean, hey, XSET made it to the Charlotte Major. Their very first stage as an official team. They finished top 4 in the North America League. And now as Stage 2 comes to a close and we find the most competitive stage in all of the North American League's history, XSET are still hanging in there. Currently in 7th place with a dead even scoreline of 4-4 through their 8 matches played so far. This is still a very, very strong team that can easily go toe-to-toe with the top, and I would not be surprised if XSET do make it to the Major, irrespective of what happens in this matchup.
I fully agree, and I had a lot of doubts with the roster originally, but they really have proven themselves, and it just goes to show that the meta game of Rainbow Six Siege, like how the game is played, is also changing a lot, because having this kind of aggressive roster with not as much support and IGLs and experience wouldn't have been as successful, in my opinion, a year ago in the past, but nowadays at how fast Rainbow Six Siege is being played at this high level, and how aggressive the meta is, like Ian and Finga on the attacking side, it just goes to show that we are in a new era of Siege where the young gunners really get to shine, and more of us boomers, we get to retire or fall behind on the scoreboard. And that's going to leave us to like whole new kind of style of Rainbow Six Siege. In this first minute, it's pretty fast, but it goes fast in the wrong direction because Newers, he takes out Laxing.
Well, that's going to be a tilter for OXG as well. I do think that the team that has the most to prove in this matchup is XSET. OXG is going to go in, obviously, with a lot of questions because internationally, they always seem to be on that 8th to 4th bubble, somewhere there. Getting past that is a major hurdle. Can they answer those questions with this lineup? Well, after losing Laxing, they found 2 kills. Both Spirits and Gomez on XSET are no more for this round. So a nice bounce back. Without the kill from Newers onto Laxing, the friendly fire, this would be a 5v3. And OXG would be sitting very pretty, not the case, obviously. And they've lost their Thatcher, which is particularly damning of all of the operators to lose.
It is, but thankfully they did open up that initial statue wall first and got rid of that mirror windows, so at least they got that value because now the mute also is off the board. Of course, Jammers, they stick around, but a knife here from Kino onto Fox's leg and knee means that maybe Fox's best friend is Kino, but Kino's best friend might not be Foxe. Yogg follows up onto Jim as well, so the man is gone once again. Verton Newers up to clutch now after a rough start to a round that was a nice comeback, is now back in the top position.
Newers baits out Kino as the explosion goes off. Vertical next one up. Okay. Newers, triple kill, technically quad kill with the kill on the Laxing. It's Yaga in the last stand against his former teammates. He does some damage to Newers in the process. 30 seconds to go for him to wait out this position. XSET with the lead already. Could lose it. He gets swung on by Vertical, and there's no chance for Yaga at all. As well played by OXG. Through that mid-round, Newers in particular finds himself in these positions so frequently where he can net a couple kills very quickly on Kino's first round. It's a multi-kill. Second round, Newers, his own multi-kill. And it really is a battle of the 2 star players for this team. It's a 1-1 scoreline now, as OXG takes round 2.
That it is. And we're gonna go.
Who are you gonna give first blood to in that round?
Well, I gave technically I noted it down for XSET because they're the ones that would like benefits from it.
I mean, technically, OXG got the first kill onto their own teammate and then got the first kill onto XSET after that.
Exactly. So I don't know.
I mean, either way, I think you got to give it to OXG.
I guess technically you have to.
I think you don't have a choice.
I have no choice. Okay. Okay. Stats don't lie. Newers did pop off. Did get both opening kills in that round. And we're going to go back to Trophy Statue once again because we deem that we don't want to go tertiary just yet. Of course, in Villa, we do see all 4 bomb sites being played. That living library bomb site has like a very low pick rate. But in the NAL, most teams typically bring it once on the defensive half. At the very least, they know how to play it if they feel like they need to, if nothing else is working. Could be a cheeky jump out. Nope.
Diaz was thinking it, but not quite quick enough. Instead, a late reinforcement will go up onto the vault wall. A successful defense for XSET on Aviator Games in round number 1 means that it's locked for this round. It will reopen at the tail end of the 2 minutes and 30 seconds that we have to go. Instead, it's a second attempt at XSET's trophy and statuary defense. The very first time we saw it was the last round. Did not go out so well in their favor, despite getting quite the leg up. Losing Laxing for OXG's side. A team kill from Oxygen really benefited XSET, but unfortunately for them, OXG was able to recover. Losing a Thatcher when there is wall denial to be had can be particularly damning, but as you see from the setup that XSET has onto the triple panel wall, they are not fully reinforcing it and trying to hold the hard breachers at bay. And now with the mirror window opened up, things are going to be a little bit easier. It means that XSET cannot as aggressively hold that position.
Newers sit off the edge there, falls down, gotta repel back up. Impact goes up below. Don't think there's anything really on the wall just yet. I don't think Jim has tossed out any Selmas. Of course, that Jammer did get EMP'd, so perhaps they did try and follow up, but either way, there is one more impact in the pocket of York if they need it later on. Fox doing a lot of rotation so far on Villa, just like going from window to window, trying to cut rotation so if XSET steps too far, they find that kill, but no, it's Gomez finding Laxing on that master window repel, trying to get an angle in towards the bomb site through that mirror window opening, and I'm curious as to why Dream has not opened up the walls yet.
Well, down goes Vertical. XSET, the very first pick, and then another to add to it as well with Laxing going down. And it's been an unfortunate start for Laxing in this position. Newers with those 3 kills in the previous round, looking to add to that tally now with a minute to go. And he's got a mark and a beat on 1 as an explosive goes off from below. A nice nitro cell lobbed up by Kino, but no targets found in that particular instance. There's still lots of information as to where these defenders are, and Dream gets baited in. They know that there's one playing in the corner, but XSET have a crossfire established, and Gomez a beautiful shot to peek around it, and another to follow too, as suddenly XSET have a very big command of this round. It leaves Fox, who was on the roof, to plot the demise of his team and consider what to do next as he loses more HP and is in almost unwinnable position. A 1v5. Jump into your doom, maybe. Impact was kill 2 for his trouble. A second from Gomez on the Spirits. Still hard-pressed to imagine how Fox gets out of this one, as there's just so many players from XSET watching that single jump in. Fox is no more for this world. Diaz, the very final kill. XSET goes back to the lead as we have a seesaw of a match through 3 rounds.
Yep, 1 round back and forth we go, but XSET looking comfortable right now in the driver's seat, especially in that last, of course, in the first round that was a flawless. And they're in a great position now because AVG now opens up once again, so we can escape that tertiary bomb site situation for now. And that's going to put you just in an even better position to finally get that lead and go to potentially a 3-1 scoreline. So AVG it is, no surprise there. We are going to see a similar situation as last time, where Spirit brings the shotgun on the Thunderbird. I assume because there's not a smoke on the board to like make as many holes in the floor, both downstairs and above. And then, of course, York is on the mute, can play the shotgun, can play the MP5 if he wanted to, but you also have Kino with that second shotgun too, so a lot of soft destruction, essentially, from the side of XSET.
Well, as we talked about the site rotation, Trophy works out a lot better the second time around, and is a very different execute from Oxygen onto the bomb site, read out by XSET and stopped in its tracks. XSET seems to be at their best when they can channel that aggression very well and play off of the picks that they find early in the round. If you allow teams to settle in against XSET, you usually have that clutch potential there, but without the smoke and with XSET's anchor play being hurt, it seems like their on-site play is not as strong as it usually is. So roam effectively, get an early pick, and hold on to that advantage. It seems to be what works best for XSET.
He just punched the alibi prism on the ground.
It was annoying him.
Clearly.
It was in his way.
But that's rude. Minus 10 points, by the way, I just want to note. That's not good for your scoreboard scenario. And Yogg is running MP5K, by the way. That is why the Thunderbird has the shotgun. That is confirmed bottom left as we see Yogg's 31 bullets. The shotgun does not have that.
You need somebody with site destruction, site reconstruction. Kino likely has the Bailiff.
Yes, he does.
So at least there's some there, but the Bailiff is a poor substitute for the SAS shotgun that we do see as the main site construction setup. Vertical takes down Yaga, that's the very first pick. So the Mute, who has that MP5K you talked about, will not be a factor outside of the jammers that have been assembled all over the map. Oxygen gives himself a bit of breathing room. Again, the off-site play for XSET is where they have been living and dying through these 3 rounds. If they're not able to consolidate mid-round, they're going to find themselves in some serious trouble. There's still some off-site players, by the way. Gomez being the one we're watching right now as he gets droned out by landing. Kino picks up 2 kills. All right. There's something about this bomb site in Kino that's just really magical, Nick, because this will be his 2nd double kill that we've seen on this exact same site. Spirits with secondary sidearm, bearing 9 in hand, means Laxing will still be denied a kill. He's yet to find one. On the hunt now is OXG to close these numbers. XSET doubled up on the 2 players, and Spirits with shotgun out, tries to do some damage, but cannot do it. No secondary sidearm here to be found. Close range. Telltale signs the F2 down below. The sledge will peek up. That is an inopportune time, and Spirits will find the final 3 kills. As the last 2 just walk right up to him, and Kino confused by that. As I think you could say, we are too.
I'm not. When he first swung down into the lobby from that distance, like, you know you have a shotgun, right? Like, that's not gonna work. And then I swung again, like, yeah, you're gonna be dead, brother. But no, he backed up, played it patiently, utilized that piece of barbed wire on the main stairs. Vert was forced to walk up into it, and then you got those 1v1s, isolated gunfights. And now OXG are calling a tactical timeout, and this kind of reminds me of when they played their game online from home, and they were like, you know, not doing too hot. And then after about 3 to 4 rounds, they called a tactical timeout. You know, Redeemer, he got it into the boys, like, guys, we gotta play, we're here, we gotta shove, we gotta do this right now. And then after that timeout was taken, it was a whole different OXG that ended up showing up in the server after that 1-minute timeout. So let's see if that's the case here as well, because OXG, they're kind of fumbling the bag right now on their attack inside of Villa.
It's a quick time for a timeout to be taken, but I do agree with you. I think you got to take it at this point. Oxygen's confidence right now has to be in the gutter. Laxing having an uncharacteristically slow start. Finding himself 0-3 since the rehost, still searching for his very first kill. I mean, one of those rounds I don't think was really his fault as he peeked a window and Nurs killed him by accident.
That's true.
Either way, you still need to change something, and they've made a small adjustment. Laxing on this attacker repick, started off on the Zofia, was on Thatcher for a lot of these rounds. Now a Lion is showing itself. Other than that, the attacker repick has not been particularly prevalent.
Nope.
That's okay, you don't always need it. Find your lineup, find how it works, and then go from there. Things seemingly settled for Oxygen. The Lion will be the only real change. Against an XSET lineup that is quite trap heavy. Malusi, if you consider her gadget a trap. Capkin with the EDDs, and then the Razor Blooms from Spirits. So lots of destructive potential, and as we know, the synergy between a Razor Bloom and Malusi's Banshee is huge. If you can't get out of the way of the explosive, it'll kill you.
That it will. Thorn Pierce paired with a slowing element, and the Banshees are pretty much the best thing at doing just that. Intro from OXG goes successfully as Nurs finds Yogg. No refrag there from Spirits on the main stairs, swings back, but of course, with this Lion charge coming out, well, this nade is going to show your location, but the nade does not get the kill, just does a bit of damage onto Spirits, who's running away.
Not timed as effectively as it could have been, because you know with the Lion coming out, you're going to have to scamper off. Those grenades from below are so critical for a good execute. It's something that I think it was TSM has really struggled on the nades from below, if I remember correctly. Another nade expended by OXG does not find a target, so You'll have to go back to the drawing board on that one. Spirits, who'd taken damage from the first nade, now patrolling above over towards Astro. This is a kitchen defense. So Astro is a crucial part of map control because it sits over one of the main arteries to the bomb site. You want to hold that as an attacker. You want to get your soft destruction in place because then you can also take control of the trophy and statuary components to narrow down where the defenders sit beneath you as you tear through that floor.
Absolutely, and then we see attackers are primarily focusing on a horizontal attack on the primary floor of the first floor, but they're not really progressing right now, right? McAllister working that memo angle where Jimmy's opening up that door right now. The wall is soft. That's going to help the attackers. Pandry sneak around, not going to work out because Kino, he hears the footsteps, takes out Vert.
God, Kino's been so good, Nick.
He has. 4-1 so far. That's after the rehost, of course.
He had, what, 4 kills in the first round, was it, I believe? Spirits got the first kill, technically, but... By the way, XSET finding their marks. Laxing gets willed back to life as it's a minute to go with a 4v3 favoring XSET. OXG got close to the bomb site, now with Laxing back up down below. What better place for a rat than in a wine cellar? And that's exactly where he is, but not exactly the rat plays that you come to expect from Laxing. Gomez finds Newer's target acquired. Dream now taking out Spirits, both teams trading back and forth. Laxing just a bit too slow, gets slaughtered by Diaz, who has a second kill for Dream in mind. But wait. Let him walk up. There's some Capkin traps in the way. Dream back inside a Memorial. Lots of openings that have been created by those Selmas. Dream will take a bit of damage. Miss out on an opportunity for a kill onto the Malusia Gomez. And now it's even less HP for Dream. Diffuser in hand, but there's an EDD on the doorway. Is Dream going to check? That's the real question. Doesn't look to his left, walks right in, but there was an EDD on that door frame that could have very easily taken him down. That was the one pinged earlier on. Doesn't matter, you don't need your gadgetry to do it when XSET's guns are hitting their marks. The timeout for OXG doesn't do all that much. XSET takes the immediate round. It's 4-1 in their favor. They win the first half with still 1 round to go.
That they do. Looking good so far for XSET. And Laxing was so close to a great flank there on the pantry stairs and just a little bit too slow on the Kaid. Doesn't get that 2v1. Instead, it goes oppositely for Dream. I was trying to clutch it out, but could not do so because of the crossfire established from XSET. That's going to lead us back to Trophy Statue Bomb side where XSET, well, they've had a 50-50, you know. They lost it the first time, won it the second, and now they're trying a third on the final defense of this half. And then we're going to get a side swap to see if OXG can wake up on the defensive side.
Laxing back on Thatcher, but there's still 20 seconds left for him to attack a repicker. Well, 15 technically.
Yeah.
XSET really likes this Mira setup that they do on the wall, not fully reinforcing all 3 panels. And frankly, I'm surprised that we haven't seen this strategy more in non-pro play. Ranked in particular, if you're watching this, if you know how to hold this setup, it's very strong in an uncoordinated place. It's obviously very strong in a coordinated position, too, against pro teams. But if you can hold this off and make sure that you're not getting pushed from Astro, puts the attackers in a compromising position as they have to use a lot of utility to try to open up that wall. Maybe a bit too sophisticated for average solo queue play, but still, like I said, it's definitely viable.
Yeah, grab your friends.
There you go.
Do it together.
Play with your friends. Isn't that a thing now, too? Is like you can bring back a couple.
Oh, yeah.
King George actually invited me to come back to Rainbow Six. I never stopped playing it, but I appreciate it. Though the idea of playing with King George in a ranked capacity makes me want to tear out my toenails. Newer's first kill takes out Kino. Kino had gotten a couple multi-kills for his team, but his impact in this round will not be felt outside of the mute jammers that remain as the mute is down for the count. OXG have actually gotten 4 of the 6 opening picks.
Yeah.
And it hasn't resulted in anything more than 1 round. So not ideal conversion on a very important metric that a lot of teams highly prioritize.
And a bad time in there. The Twitch drone opened up that mirror window right as Newers was going to grenade it. So therefore the player that was Jaeger went away from that mirror window and then they didn't do any damage. Second one followed up. Did a little bit, not a whole lot though. And OXG are still looking for those up nade kills. Fishing, as we say, for those kills.
Angling.
Angling
for that kill. Halfway point of the round, by the way. Mirror window has been ejected at this point, but XSET are still going to be confident in the way that they hold that part of the map. Statuary is not being let go of just yet. Maybe not Statuary, but up towards Astro. Newer's being droned on in. There's a Malusi Banshee up there, but he's worried about getting swung, so you've got the insurance policy of a nade just to keep them at bay. draw it out. A Gone 6 will take care of the Banshee, but some of the bottom of that wall being opened up allows Vertical a long angle in. It works both ways, though, and the defenders can fire right back. Foxy takes out XSET. XSET's Yaga, but then Gomez has one of his own. Well played, and not the target that Foxy was going for, Nick.
No, it was not. It was a wallbang straight through, but Laxing on the bomb side now just takes full control.
That's 4-2 in favor of OXG. 30 seconds to go. Diffuser in the hands of Dream getting planted out. Can a Nitro Cell stop it in its tracks? Goes off, but it's not anywhere near where the diffuser is being planted. All the while, DS tries to retake the site. He's gone. Spirits is on the bottom floor with a Vector. 3 armor. Not particularly quick, not nimble, and doesn't really have a weapon to take multiple engagements with, but he'll stumble his way up to the top as the diffuser continues to go. OXG has his attention, and he's got the attention of them as well. Dream, the last one, after getting the diffuser down, good objective play, and then getting an exit frag to end the round and end the first half. OXG put together a final round victory, but it still favors XSET as the team swap sides.
Does. And Villa is one of those maps where if you're good at attacking it, I do feel like you can have like an attacker for Villa. At the same time, if your attacks aren't hitting their marks, or if the defender's aggression, like XSET was doing, just wins those gunfights, that's when it gets really, really difficult. The opening kill, getting that early shutdown of the attacker's entry is very important. It's why Aviator Games, this bomb site right here, is arguably the most played, or it is the most played, and arguably the most preferred bomb site from teams, because you can shut down those entries quite successfully on the main stairs, study balcony, etc. Attackers gotta do so much work to get a foothold on this bomb site, unless of course they go for that roam clear strat, where you go all the way to master bedroom and you work that angle instead. And that's also exactly why most defenders will send 1 or 2 players on that side of the map, like we see Fox and Vertical right now. They extend on over and they have like a small foothold. They can like sit there for a minute, kill a few drones, then fall back. In this case with Foxy on the Valkyrie, you even have some verticality in play, like I see from down below with information game. A big counter here, Nuke on the side of Spirits. Very, very common operator on Villa as well. You can just creep out in the basement, come up a staircase, get a kill, and then fade away again.
No Nook play that we saw from Oxygen either, and of course no Finka play because she's banned. So the LMG Russian Menace, nowhere to be found. Am I talking about Fuse? Am I talking about Tachanka? Am I talking about Finka? They all are LMG Russian Menaces. The fire rate of Glaz's DMR, you could make an incredible argument that thing sometimes functions like an LMG, either way. First defense for OXG up top. And if we go back to the very first half, XSET got first blood twice, OXG 4 times. They burned their timeout on OXG's side after round number 4. 3 bomb sites played, no living room library popped up.
Nope. Bit of engagement here, but no damage being done. And now with that C4 going out, we can assume as the attacker, there might be a piece of information somewhere, perhaps a Valkyrie camera. And you'll be correct, because Foxy is on that particular operator, and Fox still has his own C4 as well to use if he gets the right information as to where the attackers will be coming from. Rotating shields.
I was going to say a little bit of a change there as OXG decides at the halfway point of the round that they don't like what they're seeing, so why not move back, fortify the bomb site. XSET not attacking over from study, at least not yet. That emphasis from the attackers coming in trophy and statuary. Spirits as the Nook might be the point man to get on in, but instead Laxing sees the Zofia. Couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat on that engagement. Gomez, the first pick. XSET already up by 1.
They are in a strong position. Foxy on this flank could be so lethal with the right timing because 2 members are right above him. But it feels like that he thinks that they know his whereabouts because he backs off as they punch that barbed wire. Of course, member on that study balcony gets a kill, but it's a trade, 1 for 1.
Different players, though, not the same ones involved. Vertical out-duels Spirits as there's a swing, and then Foxy down below gets traded himself out before dragging Yaga down to the afterlife with him. A 2v2. Plenty of time left for both of these teams to sort out this affair. Problem is, both players from XSET are lined up in the same area. Anybody with a good shot could punish them for it. And that's Newers, 6 kills to his name. He's been a phenomenal player for OXG. Broke 100 kills after Playday number 8. And just looking to add to that tally. He's highlighted by the desk. But he can't outduel the Zofia of Gomez. No, instead it's Vertical to emerge from safe. And he's anything but safe. Gomez with the final 2 kills. And XSET take the very first round on attack. Remember, they win this in regulation. they go to the Berlin Major. That's pretty much the only way they're going to accomplish a trip to Germany.
Yeah.
Because if they win in overtime, their odds drop way too low.
10%.
That's not a comfortable spot to be in.
It's a terrible number.
1 in 10, awful odds. So anyway, XSET are very quickly putting together an impressive villa here. Again, OXG are only playing for first place. They are playing for SI points, by the way. They want to finish first in the NAL. Right now, they actually trail the Soniqs based on our current tiebreaker setup. We'll see if that landscape changes, but if round differential is the most important thing, the fact that OXG's only picked up 2 rounds so far is not going to cut it, frankly.
No.
OXG's first defense on the Aviator did not go their way, so instead, they fly themselves over to Trophy Statuary. They'll defend the other bomb site above. Amazi comes out. It's been a while since we've actually seen Amazi get played in the NAL with any reliability.
Yeah.
If you're worried about XSET accumulating too much info, gathering too much intelligence, then Mozzie is a great operator to slow them down and make it so that your entry is fraught with peril.
That's a good point. Of course, you got Gomez with 10 kills, similar to Sophia LMG, and Spirits went from Nuke to Montaigne, so a very different approach here. Although, to be fair, last round on the Nuke, he was also leading the front entry for his team, so he can do that same thing now with a shield in front of his face, keeping him safe. Now, vertically speaking, this is where OHG can do some damage, right? C4 and Laxing, C4 and Foxy. If you can take out Spirits from below, massive value. But it's also why you have members just droning downstairs a floor beneath to ensure that doesn't happen. Now the Monty walks up, and this is what Monty does best. Extend the shield, walk up, be annoying. Member of your team on 90 repel, that's gonna cut the rotate. C4 gets forced out, and Fox has to sprint away, okay? Takes a bit of damage, but he'll, I wanna say lives.
For now. You can hear the rappel on the window, too. Foxay and Newers have both taken a single bullet's worth of damage, but right now that equates to about 40% of their HP. Not exactly the spot you want to find yourself in, with still a ton of time left for XSET to sort out this affair. Kino had some technical difficulties, but it seems he's back online, which is good for XSET and good for Kino and good for us, because it'll mean a closer matchup between the two of them. The Monty will be the focal point for both OXG and, of course, for us as well, to see what kind of damage can be done with Spirits being the main issue for OXG to deal with. As you can see, they banned out Smoke on Oxygen's side, one of the best operators to deal with a Montaigne. They don't have any real ability from this lineup to deal with him outside of a Nitro Cell. Laxing has 1 remaining, and that's it. You have to wait for the Monty to be vulnerable and gun him down. Nice shot from Newers inside a Master. Down goes Gomez, and the Monty will continue to move upwards, take some damage from those impacts, a sturdy amount, or a sturdy Monty, but some damage still done to him either way. Surratt angle from Foxay. Kino removes vertical. Spirits doesn't have access to the diffuser. Diaz does. He's going to look for a diffuse going down. There it is, right behind the mountain.
Oh.
Who can deal with it?
C4 from Laxing.
They know it's there, and it's from below. Laxing collects them both. He's not involved in the action on the main floor, but that's okay. He's able to narrow those numbers. Now it's Kino to go down. Yaga left to his own devices, and Newers picks up 3 kills on the round. OXG denies a match point for XSET, but there's a lot of work to be done for OXG to close that gap between these teams.
Laxing with good patience there, sat downstairs for the full duration of that round, just waited for that right opportunity to strike. Yellow Ping came out, they had that information, tossed out the C4, got 2 kills, shut down the Monty and the Planter, and we're gonna have a quick rehost, a tech pause if you will, as we're gonna make sure that Kino is happy, because he might have had, you know, emotional damage from that smoke ban, and now the admin is there to make sure that he's okay, and that all and everything will be good. So just give us a minute or 2, and we'll be right back.
Well, I mean, we're going to keep talking. We're not.
Oh, we're not going to.
We're not going.
Oh, we're not. Oh, okay.
We're not going anywhere.
Okay, what do you want to talk about? You said they were flying from AVG to Trophy, by the way. Is that because AVG bomb site? Is that a.
Aviator with the planes, yeah. They literally boarded one of the planes in Aviator, and they.
That's pretty cool.
That's my flying sound.
No, in my ranked games, people shoot those down. And I think King George does it too. It's rude.
Nice. Oh, nice, dude.
Yeah, no, it's not nice.
Gone from talking about pro play to talking about ranked.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Downgrade. Or is it an upgrade?
Wow.
Not downgrade, is it? Ranked play, pro play, neutral play. Okay, I'm sorry.
How many world championships are you going to win in ranked?
Technically None.
With some of the ways that these kids that play ranked celebrate, you'd think that they would be winning world championships by winning a single round.
You think so?
Do you knife the floor after a kill? Relax.
Whoa.
Relax. Relax, okay?
What do you do when you celebrate? You just go, let's go! You shake your arms up?
I mean, I realize that it's a video game and that there's more to life and achievements than simply clutching around, but sometimes I'll get pumped.
But it feels so good though, Parker. You win a nasty 1v2, you're shaking, adrenaline, goosebumps, you're like, oh! Like a king of the world for like 20 seconds of your life every once in a while. It feels amazing. Come on. Maybe it's because you don't, no offense, but maybe you just don't find yourself in those positions.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
A similar refrain. I mean, at the end of the day, the casting desk is the great equalizer. You know, you can make fun of me for being bad and ranked all you want, but guess what? Now you're here with me. We're on the same level. I don't care what you did. I don't care how you do. We share the same desk, my friend. So, that said, kitchen defense for OXG. Down below, the Monty was fun to watch.
It was.
We'll get another opportunity to do that as Spirits will go on to the French operator yet again. If it wasn't for Laxing, you gotta think that round is heavily favored for XSET, but a Nitro cell in the dying moments of the diffuser being planted is really what makes the difference. Nobody from XSET had the wherewithal to get down below and check to see if there's a Nitro waiting.
Yep. They did a good job early on, XSET that is, to check the downstairs for the Monty, but when it comes to the bomb set itself, that's kind of when they stopped having those drones downstairs, and that's what Laxing capitalized off of. I do like the argue here, because, you know, the verticality, the Valkyrie cameras, the C4s, they are a problem. And with this IQ scanner, you can really map out the layers of this bomb site, where the claws are, the denied information, etc. And most importantly, if there's a Valkyrie camera inside of master bedroom that the defenders can use to then land a kill on you with a C4.
Is that the electric claw that we've been seeing a couple times that gets thrown into that hutch or the cabinet or whatever it is down below? Because it certainly looks like that. Tricky angle to hit. That's very dense wood.
Very dense wood.
Very dense wood. I don't know what they make those things out of, but boy, they just don't make them like they used to. So hard to get. Control of above, by the way, for XSET as the Monty teases them. Drawing the attention of OXG. Two separate players from Oxygen looking in the direction of the Monty. They'll toss out some impact grenades, do about a quarter of the Montaigne's life, but that's about it.
Not catching anybody on this, defenders are moving around so much, XSET needs to hold angles and like try and cut them on the rotates. Instead, Newers, he keeps running around just killing people from below, and it's Kino off the board.
Newers really is just worth his weight in gold on this team. Answered back by Yaga from XSET. That's who Newers replaced. Both teams in a 4v4. 44 seconds left. Always funny when those numbers tend to align. You know a thing or two about 4-4s.
Oh boy.
I'll start him again. Same opportunity to get the diffuser down. Gomez free. Also at 10. Well, he's not just killing. He also succeeds here, and the Monty can just sit and wait. Look at all the damage that was done to Spirits, though, in that ensuing fight. OXG will have to take it right to the Mountain, who's very, very close. A long arm from Dream to try to draw them out. One kill from Newers, Foxing down, but there's the Mountain himself. The Mountain moves, and XSET cleans the floor with OXG, dominating them in the final 3 engagements. That's match point for XSET.
I saw that there was actually going crazy in the in-game chat there. There's a whole text there going through back and forth between these two teams, and that's because there's history between them, you know? And right now there's blood in the water because we're staring down the barrel of match point. It's 6-3 for XSET, looking like they're in a good position to make the Berlin Major after all.
No. Win for XSET means that they go to Berlin.
Regulation victory.
Regulation victory, and I'm glad that you said that because XSET right now has guaranteed themselves overtime. But as you can see from the graphic on the bottom of your screen, if XSET make it to overtime and win, that's not good enough. That is just not going to get them there. An overtime loss obviously spells the end of the hopes and dreams of the XSET roster of going to Berlin. So OXG, they're fine. They're making it no matter what. They've got their flights booked, their bags packed. They're going to Germany. XSET still in jeopardy. As for DZ, and then Parabellum, Astralis, and last but not least, Spacestation. things do not look great for them if XSET wins here, because that means that the remaining 4 teams will be fighting for a single spot. 3 of those teams will be joining the NAL Losers Club.
Damn.
The No Majors Club.
Damn.
The sit at home and wonder what you could have done club that currently is occupied by Mirage, Beastcoast, and TSM.
All right, potential final round, and look at the lineup. Blitz, Amaru on the board. No line to follow up, but we're going to see here a nade or Gonzix come out. Blitz rushes to top main, 90 in Amaru. It's going to be an explosive round. It's going to start in 3, 2, and 1.
And a blitz on the board. Out you go. Where's the Amaru going to go? A flash onto the Wamai, and it's a game of chase towards Newers. OXG rebuffing the very first advance. Down goes Gomez. Dream finished off by Yaga. Blitz sees another, isolating him onto the stairs as Yaga cleans up with 2 kills. XSET only have lost the Amaru. That's it. Down goes Laxing now, but it's a trade as Fox from below finishes off Yaga. The Blitz will need to get in on it. A single player for OXG is left standing. It's Fox and he'll have to confront the Blitz on the stairs as Diaz has diffuser in hand. And Fox on the stairs has more work to be done. He can see the pistol, but he can't do too much about it. Shoot away at the shield. Timer will work against Oxygen. Fox losing more and more HP, and it's Spirits to do it. Pack your bags, XSET. You're going to Berlin, the 3rd team in the North American League, to punch their ticket to the major. XSET made it to Charlotte. They're going to Berlin as well. Their 7-3 victory in regulation is more than good enough. Only 1 team left for North America to send to the event. Who's it going to be? That's the question. OXG going no matter what. Not a huge loss here for them, but it looks like they won't finish in first for the NAL. That will be the Soniqs who do that.
Surprising.
Surprising, given the start. Yeah. They lost to Mirage last week, but the Soniqs stuck with it. I mean, hey, that XSET roster, they had Kino and Yaga on the team. They go to XSET. Kino and Yaga made it in Charlotte. They'll make it again in Berlin. Doesn't matter whether they're on OXG or not. They left for greener pastures. The green team's going, now the red one is too.
Newers was given a fist bump, but went for the Hawk instead, so there's still some camaraderie there between the 2 teams. Of course, you said a loss for OXG here, not a huge deal, right? They still make it, that's all what it's all about. But Newers does look a little bit like he wanted that first place, you know, and he's still a young gunner. He still has that motivation to keep going and push for first place, but maybe next time. Maybe next time. An impressive showing from XSET. I'm going to say something that is going to physically hurt a part of my body. Okay. Caliber Jacob was right. He called this the best map for XSET, and he was right. 7-3 is a pretty dominant scoreline for how competitive the NAL is, prevailing with that level. Absolutely. 4-round difference, that's huge for XSET. And frankly, it's a confidence-inspiring win to go to Berlin too. XSET dropped their most previous matchup against DZ 5-7. Before that, a 5-7 loss to Astralis. They scrappily beat XSET 8-7, but that was about it. Hugely played, but that's it. It's time for a break. Sit tight. We'll be back in just a couple minutes for our final match of the day.
repping the set once again works out for Jesse J. Chick. XSET punched their ticket to the Berlin Major, doing it in style over Oxygen. They get the job done. They're going back. I'm excited to see what XSET can do in another major.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see them there. I mean, their run got cut a little short of the NA teams. They didn't do amazing. They still got top 8. Nobody's going to complain about that. But I think as a fresh roster, you know, go into their second major, it's going to be really nice for them to hopefully have a bit of a deeper run and just show what NA can do.
Look, man, XSET's doubling the amount of events they've ever been to in their history in Siege. They're doing great by comparison to where they were a year ago, and the young core they have as the backbone of this team is so exciting to watch, dude.
Speaking of that young core, we've got one of them standing by in Vegas. Kino is ready to chat with us, I have heard. So, Kino, congrats on the win today. Congrats on getting back to the major again, the second in the row now for XSET.
Thank you.
You know, coming off of a 2-loss week, it had to be a little bit scary, a lot of pressure coming into today. So playing against the top team in the stage coming into today as well, like, what did you talk about as a team coming into this one? What did you tell yourselves to kind of keep the nerves down and keep the results good?
Most important, to always have fun. Like, even though we're in a risky situation, like, we couldn't even go to OT. We had to win this game in regulation. So I was telling on my teammates, just play with confidence, have some fun, and if we're not having fun, then we're not going to win. It's that simple. We changed a bunch of strats. We changed how we're playing the game. We expected a smoke ban, and it worked out pretty well.
Nice. I wanted to ask you about that, because I asked Pambazoo how he felt about Finka bans, and now I want to ask you a similar question. Everybody's banning the smoke against you. Is it a smart ban? Are you too good on smoke, or are you flexible enough that it doesn't really affect you too bad?
To be honest, it affected us a lot in the beginning. 3 smoke bans, 3 Ls. It's like I can play other operators, but it changes our whole setup. Like, we rely on the smoke shotgun to make all the rotates, all the holes, all the pixels, and like even like getting a kill here, a kill there, denying plant. And those smoke bans on the first 3 games hurt us a lot. But for the past week, we've been practicing without smoke actually, so we were ready for it. We expected it.
Kino, I know that this is a point that we've talked about a lot. We talked about it at Charlotte while it was happening. We talked about it at the start of this stage. But I got to ask you, now that you've got an entire stage under your belt and you don't have the coach that you expected to have behind you for the whole duration, what's it been like now? Are you guys going to be okay going to Berlin without Bodega in your corner? How's it been with that?
Vivas is as good as Bodega. Like, they're both amazing, really amazing coaches. And I think we are more ready for the Berlin Major than we were for the Charlotte Major. I think we learned a lot. Like, getting top 8 was like it gave us a lot of experience. Most of our players, like Diaz and Gomez, they never played international before, and that was their first event. So I think we're prepared now. I think we can go far. I think we go maybe win the whole thing. You know.
Ooh.
Who knows?
All right.
Hey, man, he said it, not me.
Yeah, you know, so you're saying right now, you're calling it XSET wins the Berlin Major?
Yep, I'm calling it.
All right, that's good. That's what you should say. That's the correct answer when someone asks you. If you're playing for the team, yeah, obviously. Well, we got one more question for you before we let you go. We touched on this a little bit, but coming into the Berlin Major, what would you say is the #1 thing you've learned since Charlotte that's going to help you excel at Berlin?
What affected us a lot in the beginning was, like, we were over preparing for the teams, like over counter shredding, overdoing a lot of stuff. We just realized that I mean, of course, like, do a counter shred here and there, but we realized if we play our game and have fun and play with confidence, we are better than every team in the world. I think I think we have 5 really skilled and talented players. So
all right,
play with confidence. Winner wins, we win the game.
It's hard to disagree after seeing the hurt you put on Oxygen just a few minutes ago. So congrats on the win today. Congrats on the trip to Berlin for the major, and good luck with the prep.
Thank you. Just a reminder.
Yeah.
I don't need smoke.
Oh, okay.
You know that not teams that are playing up any smoke. I don't need smoke.
There you go.
We know that now.
Works on anything. All right. Well.
And now every team in Berlin is about to not ban it against you for the rest of eternity.
They got it.
Yep.
I see the reverse psychology. I see what's going on here. Yeah. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Kino. Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Doesn't need smoke. He's right, dude.
There you have it. I mean,
He's
hey,
right.
the results don't lie. Today, especially, they did not need smoke to crush Oxygen
Technically,
7-3.
it's 4 games where it was banned. He did say they lost 3. They won this one. It's nice when you're able to adapt around it. But like he said, they got practice on that specifically, which is the big important factor here. And he didn't even really need to do that much on the scoreboard. He still had a crazy 9-5 game. But when it comes to area denial and how they decide to tailor their anchor play a little bit differently, you could tell that doing it without a smoke is 100% possible if you just make the right couple of tweaks here and there.
Yeah, playing a lot of alibi instead, flexing around a little bit. You know, we saw a couple different ops coming out from him, but ultimately got the job done, 9-5. I do want to highlight Newers. I know he's on the losing team, but 11-7 and 5 opening picks. There were only 10 rounds in this game. That's half the opening kills from him. And we've talked about how Newers, the one thing we said about in the pregame, amazing player, positive in anything, slightly negative in opening picks. Well, that's gone now. It's going to be positive on that stat and still a really strong game from him.
That guy's numbers are just going to be insane at the end of the stage now. I mean, I believe he broke the single stage record for kills now at this point.
I do believe he did. I think he's now set for any NAL stage that is done under this round robin format. Even though last stage we only had 8 games, or last year we only had 8 games per stage because it was 9 teams, this still is now the new record. So congratulations to Newers in only his 2nd stage in professional play, setting the record for most kills to a single NAL stage. I wonder how that compares to like EUL. That'd be interesting to do a double check.
I mean, we'll have to look at the stats later, but speaking of stats, let's check out Gomez from XSET. Jesse, you wanted to take a look at these numbers in particular.
Yeah, 12-5, 80 cost. I mean, they're good numbers, but I wanted to talk about the impact, especially that he was able to have on defense. He was doing really good swings to stop Oxygen from getting in and around the site. Oxygen, a lot of the times, were like stalling outside of the bomb site, whether it was Master when they were attacking on Statuary, or whether it was outside of Study when they were attacking on AVG. And often we saw Gomez going for these great swings to get those picks. And then even on attack, moving over to the Zofia, really had a good time. Started with a 4K. You can't ask for much more than that. I thought he was trading his teammates really, really nicely. Got a lot of those impactful frags for the squad. So, you know, Gomez, maybe a player that we often think of as secondary to Spirits on some of those entries and some of the attacks, but this was his game. Stepped up, showed what he can do, and I'm really happy to see it.
It's like Kino said, a squad of 5 talented players, and I mean, everybody's really stepping up right now. And this is the exact performance you need to have going into a major, right? I mean, obviously this got them to the major to begin with, but then it also kind of showed off what they can do. And like I said before we started really talking to everyone for this segment, like I'm excited to see what XSET can do in Berlin, because I do feel that they've grown a lot since that trip to Charlotte. I think they could go deep. Let's check out some of the replays from that last series. The first one we're going to look at is going to be the replay from round number 9. And this is just another, fun use of Montaigne. Like, I mean, I don't know, this perhaps my favorite operator to walk. He's like an angry trash can shuffling towards you. What can you do? You can't break through his armor.
What I love about this is how they play around the Monty, right? Gomez gets the kit down as Spirits is covering. They've got coverage up above too. We'll see it for a second. Up here, Fox is in a position to cause so much trouble, but Diaz stops him by swinging right when Fox goes for that hatch frag. Eventually, Gomez downstairs is able to clean up a couple of good picks as well. Spirits even whips up the pistol for one of those frags at the very end. I thought the way they worked around that Monty is so important. And the round before it, they kind of struggled because the C4 from Laxing killed the Monty and the Planter together. Can't have a C4 from below when you're playing on the main floor. So nice little push there from XSET, and that's just great Monty play from Spirits.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we love shields today, apparently, in this postgame, because the next round we're going to take a look at is the very last round of the series, and this was a blitz rush, which is another fun strat to see. Just walk
It's
behind
not
the blitz.
that we love shields, it's that XSET love shields, and they use them really well. But Spirits on blitz is something that honestly isn't anything new. The man is sitting study balk right now, taking a second to drone, but he and Yaga are about to become the tag team of a lifetime. So as soon as he comes through, he's going to be looking for Newers on main stairs and maybe across back towards Dream, who currently has the rotate back in bar. So wait for him to come in. He'll have the initial entry. Newers has to back away. He'll get blinded. Yaga's going to be the one to push in. At the same time that the Amaru goes into the classical window, Yaga's going to come back around, find Dream, immediately find the kill that Spears was already prying him for on main stairs. So he gets both the guy behind bar and the one on main stairs. Gomez uses Amaru there just as a complete distraction, but it sets XSET up for the rest of this round win so beautifully.
You'd almost think the site was living room library with all these defenders on the bottom floor. XSET had full control of this take after Spirits did what he did over on the main stairs. Fox the last man alive in a 1v3, but they know exactly where he is, and Spirits shut it down. Really just a great play. Again, shields after shields after shields. 3 rounds in a row we saw from XSET, twice in the Monty, once in the Blitz. The first time it didn't work out great, but then they followed it up with 2 beautiful plays, and because of it, they're going to Berlin.
So they're not going to have smoke banned against them. I mean, they could have that and shields, but it'll probably just be shields banned against XSET from here on out. So we'll see.
Could be, but then that opens up the smoke. So, you know, it's...
Attack versus defense operators. I mean, you could ban the Blitz and the smoke. You take away Spirit's best op, you take Kino's best op. But Kino says he didn't need smoke anymore. So.
All right, he doesn't need
I'm just going off what he said.
There we go. Well, they don't need anything more to get to the Berlin Major. They have done exactly that, and that means there's one more spot to decide and one more map in which we will see it decided, and it's multiple teams that have a chance of going. Do not go anywhere. The final match of Stage 2 coming up in just a moment. Astralis versus Space Station. That map will decide the final team going to Berlin. We'll find out who it is in just a few.
Joe, do you have the win percentage for Foxay when he's in his rabbit pants?
Ooh, yes, 58%.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep, got it.
And Iconic right now, is he in his Batman phase or Top Gun?
No, Top Gun by 2%, just barely.
Awesome, thank you. And Parabellum, they won last week. Penguin post a Pokemon gift before the match?
Was Squirtle.
Okay.
Water type.
Thank you, thank you.
And that's actually a first for them. They actually haven't posted a water type Pokemon and won.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I would have expected better results. What's their super charm percentage?
Oh, that one's an easy one. It's only 45%.
That explains it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're ready for the show.
Hold on one second. Did you need the opening kill conversion rate to wins?
Nah, I don't think that'll be useful.
Yeah, I mean,
I would have used that for it.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, let's go.
Well, there you go. A little bit of a behind-the-scenes look at the way the analysis prep comes together here on the Rainbow Six North American. Like, pretty accurate, right?
Yeah, we were getting prepped. You know, we were getting the stats together. I think we got basically everything we needed. Thanks to Joe Bro for helping out with those stats. Yeah,
you watch what pants Foxay wears?
Yeah, well,
Who doesn't?
It's important.
You don't? Wow. Huh.
Maybe I really am a fraud.
This is why your prediction rate's under 50%, Jacob. You're
True.
not paying attention to the
They
stats.
don't record that on
Cookies was
CGG
right.
yet, but they should.
That's why
should.
Joe Bro's a team analyst. He gets it done.
Am I about to be replaced?
Let's talk.
Never know.
Let's take a look at the results so far. The eliminated teams, the teams that have punched their ticket to the Berlin Major, and let's find out. Well, there you have it. It's gonna appear. Ooh, so many eliminated, but so many going now. 3 teams confirmed: Soniqs, OXG, and XSET. It's all down to Astralis and Spacestation Gaming and DarkZero as far as who takes that last stop.
Yeah, 1 spot left, 3 teams up for grabs for it, and all of them have different paths forward to qualify. All of them are also uniquely in very different positions. DarkZero at the moment, without the points totaled up from this game, are the ones who sit in that 4th place position. Astralis have 13%, they're down at 6th place, and Space Station are in 8th place. So there is a crazy discrepancy, all of them having different points totals, but it's relatively simple for Astralis. All they need is a win, and they guarantee themselves in. DarkZero are looking for Space Station to get a win in overtime, which then means Astralis then cannot surpass them in points, which then makes sure that Space Station actually qualifies from this. But it's still all over the place about who might actually end up doing it, because it could also come down to how many rounds Astralis wins to begin with.
Yeah, bottom line, if Astralis win the game, they're in for the final spot at the Major. If Space Station win and they dominate 7-1 or 7-0, Space Station are in for the Major. And if DarkZero win, and if SSG win, but it's a 7-2 game or closer, DarkZero sneak in instead. So once Space Station lose 2 rounds, all of a sudden they're not playing for themselves anymore, they're playing for DarkZero.
And how much do you think Space Station want to help DarkZero get to a major?
Let's just say I'm sure there's some PTSD from last stage.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know if there's any any goodwill between those 2 teams as far as Space Station. Like, you know what? Let's help our buddies DarkZero get to the major. I don't know if I can count on that. So. We'll see. Either way, you know they're going to be playing hard because Spacestation Gaming, they still have that slim chance of making it to the major. We'll see if it's possible. I mean, I feel like it's a remote chance, right? I feel like there is a high likelihood this ends with Astralis going to the major, but you never know.
I mean, the likelihood was just in that graphic right there. We just saw we saw it already.
It's in Space Station's hands. Like, if they come out here and they dominate, it's them, right? So they've got nobody to blame but themselves. Ultimately, they're the ones at a 3-5 record right now. They've not had the best stage so far, but the amount of overtime games they've managed to push it to have given them this shot here. Beat Astralis, dominate them, and you might have a chance. But otherwise, it's still going to be very tough for Space Station.
Do you remember back when it was that Cyclops versus Team 1 series that we had that even caused a tiebreaker way back at the Mexico Major? Remember when it was Team 1 that specifically had to win in a very specific time frame? They managed to do it, forced a tiebreaker game, and then ended up winning said tiebreaker the first time we ever saw it in Siege history. This is a very similar position for SSG. It's not a matter of just winning outright, if you allow Astralis to get a certain number of rounds on you, you're gone. There's nothing you can do, and you have to allow the results to speak for themselves, but you have to estimate things that Astralis have never seen before. If you have major strats, use it now.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die, right? And two of the players that are going to help each team do, in theory, are Rampy and Iconic. Two of our MVPs from Stage 2. Now, Iconic did get 2 MVPs, but I will say I feel like Iconic has had bigger highs and lower lows than Rampy across the board.
You're absolutely right, though. Iconic, the only player in the league that has had multiple MVPs. Rampy getting his first last week, Iconic getting his second. But the games that Iconic is not getting MVP in, he's really looking rough in the lobby. Against both XSET and DarkZero, he was the MVP. He was popping off on Finka. He was able to run around, have some great roaming impact. But then we saw him against teams like Oxygen, against teams like TSM and Parabellum, where he was one of, if not the worst player in the lobby statistically. He's been very hot and cold. Yeah, I know, hot and cold, plays for SSG, blah, blah, blah. But genuinely, Iconic has been super hit or miss. Rampy's been a little bit more consistent. I do think he struggled at the start of the stage, specifically on defense. Was getting run over by the roam clear a couple of times we saw at the early part of the stage. But heating up now as we get into the second half. I think that the way that they've been moving him around on the Yana, those Finka bans coming in clutch to allow him to kind of play some other operators, I think have been huge for him. And yeah, I'm excited to see these two go head to head.
I will say too that these are the two players that look the most irritated in their profile pictures as well. Yeah.
True.
Just look angry.
Just
look
their
upset.
natural state.
Chill out, guys.
They're focused, dude.
Yeah. Let's talk about Spacestation Gaming a little bit here. That's a team that, of course, we know they need to win 7-0. They need to win 7-1 if they want to have a hope of getting to the Berlin Major. And if they don't, and then they still win, then they help DarkZero get to the Major, which would be kind of wild. That'd be a storyline in itself. And then, of course, if Astralis wins, they just get through. So, yeah, let's talk a little bit more about Spacestation in depth. How difficult is it going to be, Jacob, do you think, for them to get the job done, to get the 7-0, to get the 7-1?
I mean, I know that teams usually try to think about winning by the widest margin possible, but sometimes that's not always the case. You're going to have something that slips through the cracks, or somebody will have counter strategy to a point that you don't necessarily estimate, and sometimes it takes a couple of rounds for teams to figure these things out on the fly. Some teams are notorious for those slow starts. I don't necessarily think SSG is one of them, but it is a matter of getting down on themselves early. In the game where we saw Rampy get clobbered in Playday 7, he then had a crazy comeback performance on Clubhouse immediately after, and then I asked him specifically, hey, how did you manage to pull that one off? He said, I never give up on myself. He was definitely down in the game on Playday 7, but that's how he's always been, even though it happened in Mexico because he was underperforming. He's been thinking about himself not performing up to standard for a very long time, and where he holds himself is at one of the highest calibers that you were ever going to see because he's got the reputation to back it up. This entire Spacestation team feels like it runs on that same kind of ideology. They all have a lot of experience. None of them are rookies like a lot of the league is seeming to be permeated more and more with. They know the kind of stakes that they have, but the question is, can the amount of experience that they've culminated in all of that intense pressure that they've put themselves under, is that going to boil over, or can they get the job done in explosive fashion right here, right now?
When I think about SSG and I think about strength and weaknesses, the best thing I've seen from them so far throughout the league has been that the pushes have been very adaptable. It seems like they can go against any type of situation and always find success when they're taken. We saw some weird bans when they played against TSM, but they still had good plans. They were still able to make it work. Where SSG struggled has been defense when they're playing in those late rounds, site-focused takes. Sometimes SSG let their opponents take control of their site. They let people in when they really shouldn't, and they struggle to take that site control back. Astralis, on the other hand, are not a team that do a lot of site-focused takes. You take a look at a team like Soniqs, like Parabellum, that sometimes do kind of make these site-focused takes work. Astralis like their own clears. Astralis like to go a little bit wide on their clear. So when we see Astralis playing the way that they have been, I don't know that that style of take is necessarily going to work super well against an SSG, who have in the past succeeded pretty nicely on the roams.
True enough. Well, let's talk a little bit more in depth about Astralis. On the other side of the arena, this team that went so far at the Charlotte Major, all the way down to the final map of the final game against DarkZero before losing, now have a chance to get back to the Major again. It's not as clean of a ticket this time around. Last time they definitively made it. This time they need to win in the last match of the series, but this is a squad that can get it done. The question is, can they handle the pressure here at the last moment?
And I mean, we've seen Astralis persevere through tough moments before, right? Obviously, back in Charlotte, they did lose those grand finals, but it was a tough road to get to those grand finals to begin with. They had to play against a lot of other North American teams. They came out on top of nearly all of them, and I think this stage, although it's been a rockier road, they've still shown that they can play against the top inside of North America. I think this is a stage for Astralis that started out kind of weak. They had to play, of course, under a lot of tough circumstances. They had to play call-out on their team for the first game. Then they had to play from home for a little bit, right? They had a player get COVID and everything was really rough for them. But since that first opening kind of couple of games, they really have looked a lot stronger. I think they've done a really good job clearing the roamers, winning the early game. Again, that's something that I don't know if it's going to be as effective against a team like Spacestation, who are also pretty good on that roam, but I do think it's where Astralis have excelled. And on defenses, I feel like it's generally been good, but somewhat iconic reliant. When he's not there, they've struggled. They struggle to trade him when he dies. They struggle to let him, run around and maybe get those frags when he should be popping off a little bit more.
Right.
So, if Iconic's not heating up, and you take a game like Beastcoast, right, where it took them a long time to heat up, then it could get very dangerous for Astralis, and they could get to a situation where lose a couple of rounds, have a couple of bad defenses or even takes, and all of a sudden the major's not in their hands anymore.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, too, I feel like a lot of people forget that they had that rough start, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people look at where Astralis is in stage 2 and they're like, oh, it's not as good of a stage. But you really do have to think about how it all started and how they kind of had to play with this sort of like being a little bit hamstrung between having the coach play, having to play from home, a little bit of a bout with COVID there at the beginning.
Yep.
And, you know, since then they bounced back. I would say they haven't looked as dominant as they did in stage 1, but the rest of the league has looked so good, you can't really hold that against them because I don't think it's that Astralis has necessarily taken a step back as much as a lot of other teams in the league have taken a step forward.
Totally.
But it's time to find out what map we're going to. The bans are in, and so we shall see where the final game of stage number 2 will be played. It's not going to be Villa. It's not going to be Clubhouse.
So, Villa's an interesting ban coming through. Astralis have played that map a ton this year. 7 plays this year, 4 wins in stage 1, and then 2 wins in stage 2. A very nice ban from SSG. They don't want to let Astralis go to what is probably their favorite map. Skyscraper Chalet. Chalet, another interesting one coming through. That's one where you take a look at Space Station's record, and they're actually quite negative on it. They're on a 4-game losing streak on Chalet. Still, for Astralis, it's a map that they don't feel like they want to play. They have not played it very much recently. It's not a map that they tend to play very often, so just a comfort ban. Don't want to risk it against an SSG who maybe have been working on it in the background. And then Border and Cafe. Border, the map that these two teams played back in stage 1, was a 7-5 victory for Astralis. So pretty close, I guess too close for comfort for SSG, who don't want to repeat that losing match. And they're going to walk away without having that in the pool still. Theme Park, Bank, and we end on Oregon.
Again. All right. We love Oregon today.
Our 4th Oregon today, and potentially the 6th Oregon map in a row that Astralis will win. That'll be the stat if they manage to win today. They haven't lost Oregon since last year. 2 wins in the NAL, and then 3 wins against every team in their group down at the major playoffs. Every other team bans this map against Astralis because they're so good at Oregon. But SSG have clearly been prepping. They've clearly been getting ready for it, and they're going to try to take it against the Kings.
So it's a matter of counter-stratting. You know, I mean, do you think SSG has been able to kind of put something together enough to make that happen?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, right? We talk about Space Station as having one of the most resilient and the most advanced support staff in the scene right now. They've got Lycan, of course, a great coach. They've also got Luke and Sov, who do really good work in the back lines as well for this team. They've got a big team helping this team out, going for those counter strats, making sure that the team is ready for a match like this. Lycan is not a coach that loses very many map ban phases. So obviously they have a plan for this, but I'm just excited to see what it is.
Me too. And you know what? That means it's time. It's time for predictions. That's right, we're gonna have to put our money where our mouth is, or not really, there's no money. Our invisible pride currency, I guess. But that's what we gotta decide. First, we're gonna send it over to our casters, Intero, Pengu, standing by one final time this stage, gentlemen. What will the picks be?
Well, first we were on a boat.
Now we're standing.
Now we're standing.
But we are actually.
But we're
sitting.
We're sitting.
There's no
You are
proof for
sitting.
that.
I can see behind the desk.
I
You're
can
both
proof for
sitting.
that.
I'm wearing jorts right now, so I'm
He's
not
not
exactly
lying.
keen to stand up. I'm wearing jorts.
He is wearing jorts.
I'll say
A
that.
light blue jorts.
They're not that bad.
I have pants on. Show my knee.
I mean, well, jorts are pants too. They're just
Short.
shameful pants.
Short pants.
Oh, I meant short. That's
Predictions.
Yes.
To get us to drag us back.
Yes, drag us back to
On
the standing
topic.
desk.
Good
yeah.
idea.
I think Astralis and Oregon have looked phenomenal at the major, for example, the UNI cast. I think they are very capable of their 1v1s, their aggression. I think if Iconic shows up, it's an AST win. If Iconic has a really hard time, could be close, could be SSG, but my heart says Astralis.
I gotta see a stronger stage from SSG before I can start giving the nod to them in situations like this. I think Astralis has proven themselves. I think Astralis are hungry. Astralis are at their best when they play with a chip on their shoulder, and coming in against an SSG team with their major on the line, they also have an opportunity to knock DZ out. Like, how cool would that be if you're Astralis to know that you prevent DZ from making it to the major? I gotta go with Astralis.
All right, so 2 for Astralis. We'll check back in with our casters in just a moment as the map begins. That means it's down to us. Now, Jacob had to step away for a moment, but Jesse, what do you got for this prediction?
See, I think I like the way that SSG match up against Astralis. Again, I think that the way that they defend is not going to necessarily be exploited by Astralis the way it has been against some teams. And SSG are starting on defense on Oregon, which is a defender-sided map. So if SSG want that 7-0, 7-1, you know, this is a path to it. Certainly those advantages are there in the early game. They're just going to Oregon where Astralis are so good. I'm sticking SSG anyways. I don't care. We'll go. I'll send it. I was gonna pick SG before this game started, and I'm not gonna let that map ban phase change it for me. Let's go for Space Station, and for their case, I hope it's at least a 7-1, but might be DZ going to the major instead. We'll see.
Going crazy with the picks here. All right. Meanwhile, we got Jacob just off camera here. Shout your prediction to me. What do you got? Astralis for Jacob. All right, so that's a lot of picks for Astralis. Meanwhile, the coin, let's see what it has to choose. It's going to be heads, Space Station, tails, Astralis. A big flip to end the stage, and it's heads. The coin says Space Station Gaming coming in for a bit of revenge. I mean, because by the same token, although Astralis could knock out both Space Station and DZ, Space Station could knock out both Astralis and DZ if they get it done with the 7-0, 7-1. So what is sweeter? That's the question. Another question we have to answer is our community poll. Let's see what it, actually with a fan vote. Astralis, obviously.
Wow.
Community poll. What's it gonna be? We'll find out in just a moment. It is, who's having a silent ride home tonight? Space Station or Astralis? That's basically just also asking who's gonna lose. Unless maybe if you win and have like a meditative sort of like, you know, kind of bring down the emotions a little bit, calm yourself so you can get a good night of sleep. Could be an option too.
If SSG win and it's like, you know, a 7-3 though, I think that'll still be a pretty quiet ride home. That's not the result they need. So it could be both.
Wrong.
You could both be right.
That's true. Well, we'll see who takes it. Only moments until we get started with the final map of Stage 2 that will decide which of 3 teams, Astralis, Space Station, or DarkZero, will take the final spot for North America at the Berlin Major. You don't want to miss this one. Rainbow Six North American League will be back right after this.
I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me a notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Hold you down till you dry. Hold you down till you dry. All the time, he's my mind. All the time, he's my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I was sipping more for 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubble still won't go away. Last year my best man hit a stain with bad face. Now he's got a LB on the water's cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I bow to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist. Or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Hold you down till you dry. Hold you down till you dry. All the time, he's my mind. All the time, he's my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you.
find those targets. To retrieve Trip, there's Forrest to walk right in and get the final kill.
Beastcoast did give us a hard time today. It's what we expected. It definitely pushed us today than we wanted to. They put up a good fight, but in the end, we just kind of played our game again and beat them. Based off like the outside view of looking into Berlin and before the match, we don't think about it at all. You know, we're just trying to play one match at a time, and you know, whatever happens, happens. All we want is just to win that day. That's all. I think if we don't make the Berlin Major, it's because of how competitive NAL is right now, and also like we had a pretty rough start. We only had like a better latter half in the beginning.
Downed, just disrespect.
That is disgusting. What a display of disrespect between peers. Astralis win their second in a row. They're one round away from pulling off the unthinkable, which is a comeback to push overtime. Final matchup of the day, final matchup of stage number 2, and the final team to secure their spot in the Berlin Major.
Yeah.
Jinx, you owe me a Coca-Cola.
You don't drink Coca-Cola, Park.
That's because I'm diabetic, but you owe me a Coca-Cola Zero or Diet Coca-Cola.
Thank you. I wouldn't want to kill you.
Whoever our sponsors are, you owe me a diet version of whatever that is. I'm Ataro. I'm joined by Pengu. We are going to be signing off this broadcast at the tail end of this matchup, and then we will be back in a couple months for stage 3.
True.
But before we get there, Spacestation has a very, very, very small chance of making it to the Berlin Major, a Doki-sized chance, if we can use it as a unit of measurement. Astralis has a very good chance. DarkZero also has a chance depending on what happens here. Look at that at the bottom of your screen. If Astralis wins, no matter what, if Astralis wins, they go to the Major. They will join XSET, Soniqs, and OXG as the 4th team to represent North America for Spacestation. They only have a 13% chance in regulation. Why? Because the criteria is that they must not give up more than 2 rounds. If they win 7-1, as far as I'm aware, they go to the Berlin Major. If they win 7-0, they go to the Berlin Major. If they lose 7-3,
they
out.
Don't go.
DZ goes. So if Spacestation wins 7-3, it's mutually assured destruction. Neither they nor Astralis will go to the Major. It's the defending champs.
Oh.
That's quite the interesting ban there. Zofia removed from action as we now get underway with our 4th Oregon matchup of the day. We hope you like the Pacific Northwest.
Because
even though, have you ever actually like looked around at like the scenery of Oregon? It does not look like it's set in the Pacific Northwest. It looks like it's set in Waco. I wonder why. Because it almost seems like it was based off of Waco, Texas. I'm no geographer.
No, that's the fault. You play GeoGuessr all the time. So you kind of are, actually.
I'm actually platinum in GeoGuessr.
That's so sweaty. What? I'm actually plat ranking, guessing areas in the world.
So people will say, oh, you're just a gold. Not in GeoGuessr, I'm not. Checkmate.
All right.
Don't know if we're going to have a rehost here.
Nah, we gotta play the
Apparently
round.
somebody crashed. Who knows? Let's talk about the operator bans.
Well, we had a little bit of a Flores Valkyrie from the side of Astralis and a Sophia, which is very, very peculiar because normally when you want to ban an LMG operator, you ban out the finger. So the Sophia ban is very specific in this case. That's going to go out from SSG and followed up by the Wamaya. We're actually going to jump into a quick rehost, it
Called
seems. You did call it.
Called it.
And honestly, better to do it now than before we get into the action so we can like, get all that out of the way and just keep on rolling once we get back into the server. So just a minute, we'll be back. Operator bans, as I said, a little bit of a target ban from SSG, pretty standard stuff from Astralis. Flores, of course, being utilized very heavily. We saw that earlier today from DarkZero. You can just clear out a ton of utility if you need to, and that being off the board means that attacking becomes a little bit harder.
Just a little bit.
A little bit harder.
Just a little bit harder.
Also means basement's pretty strong here. You know, you got the Goyo, you got the shields, you just don't have the Wamai as a defender, so you're not gonna be super duper safe from grenades, but you got the Rooney Boonies and the Jaeger Bakers, and you'll be okay.
What did you call them?
Jaeger ADSs and Aruni Gates.
You called them something else.
I called them a cute version of them. So I called them Aruni Boonies and Jaeger something. Jaeger Bakers? Was that what I said? Bakers? Jaeger's Bakers. I think that's what I said. It's safe by the bell. Hey.
Bamboozled. I honestly don't know. First defense for Space Station. Downstairs, laundry, supply room. The 2 bomb sites that you're going to see most frequently here will be on the basement, laundry, supply room, and then back up top on the double dorm bomb site.
They got a Rooney and they got the Jaeger. I was not half wrong. Just, you know.
I should hope with all of the experience that you have that you would not be wrong, but who am I?
Everyone is wrong once in a while, Parker.
That's correct.
Everybody's wrong. It's your Fabian. You're never wrong.
Okay.
Fabian's...
He likes to think he's never wrong.
Have you seen the UL desk when he's there sometimes? And he's
I try not to.
Okay, well, I'll tell you that he kind of uses his position to kind of talk bad about other teams and then say, but I could make them better if I joined their team, kind of vibe, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair to utilize your position? Would you do that, Parker? Would you try and get on a team like that? Or do you feel like you just don't have a chance to join a team like that?
Are you seriously asking me if...
You could be a player if you try.
I don't think we need to go through this again.
All right, whatever.
30 seconds into action. First, EE1D is burned. Take a look at the lineup on the right side of your screen. Lion, Ash, Nook, and Finka. This is a strange one. We don't see Ash as frequently as we used to.
Well, Sophia Ben might target that. You want that soft explosion in the basement. And of course, that's a bit of a substitute from Sophia. But a worse one at that, because you don't get the LMG, don't get the stun, so it is clear. It's okay.
I mean, Ash is not exactly the best substitute for Azofia, but she works in a pinch. The two used to be almost interchangeable at one point in the meta.
That's true. Oh my god. It's a long time ago, actually.
Very long time ago.
Now we got Finka instead.
Mm-hmm. Anywho. It's the first can opener, the secondary soft destruction or hard destruction gadget that gets brought. You can see that Astralis are absent a traditional hard breacher. A lot of teams will run one of 3 operators who have access to that secondary hard breach gadget. And Iconic starts things off. A good game from him is what you said is needed for Astralis to prevail. A nade goes out and it destroys Folt. Space Station suffering the first casualty of the round and of the match.
And it's early because now they got well, 2 hatches opened up and they got the opening kill. It's only a minute and 30 into the round. That's a great start. Now Astralis can take it a little bit slower because they got that advantage, right? They don't want to throw that away. Of course, Bosco is on smoke. You do have some traps from the Thorn that they can slow you down as well. But overall, Astralis have a ton of time to work with. Now, there's a Runing Gate on Blue Double Door. They only have 1 flashbang left to really clear it efficiently. So that is going to be a bit of an issue. But at the same time, that's not the main push because Iconic, he's on site.
Oh my goodness, LMG in hand, tearing right through them. Rampy the first kill for Space Station, but that's all that SSG is able to get up to this point. Unless Bosco can do something about it. No, Iconic, the king himself, finds 3. And the last one for good measure. Astralis take round number 1, and that is bad for SSG. They lose one more round, and they are out skis. That's it.
That's a rough... I mean, Iconic literally just walked in from bottom laundry stairs and got... Well, he got 2 kills, he got a nade kill earlier, so sitting on 3 already, and it was an off kind of beat push because SSG, they weren't expecting it, and no one else, like anywhere else on the map, really applied too much pressure, so a really, really good push, or opportunity rather, seen from Astralis. They took advantage, it worked out, and already now we're going to see that secondary bomb set of Kid Storm defense because we're not going to go back to the basement after what just happened. That was way too difficult to deal with, so instead, a rather similar lineup being brought here. Of course, the Mute to deny the walls and Ward in case of any smoke grenades or Ying Candela usage, which J9O, he has a Tagger repick currently onto that Ying operator, so both teams kind of reading well into the situation of what the other team might do.
Well, rough spot to be in for of your Space Station. You have such a small window of opportunity to make it to Berlin. SSG have not had the best result at international events over the last calendar year.
No.
You think,
not quite.
Yeah, you think back on it, and it was...
The furthest they go is quarters.
Yeah, they cannot seem to break out of that 8th place hump, which I get it. Like, you can't get over that hump. It's not exactly a bad result. I mean, if you consistently told me that you were a top... I think we talked about this on a previous broadcast. If you consistently told me that, you know, we're going to finish top 8, That's great.
That is good.
You, out of every single team in the world, statistically, you are the 8th best team. At worst, obviously, because there's 4 of you that are going to finish 8th.
True.
You are statistically the 8th best team. That is actually great. But for these players and for these organizations, and for, frankly, the roster that Spacestation has, 8th is not good enough. So they need to make it there. SSG did not make it to Charlotte. They didn't have the best performance at SI in Stockholm, and now it doesn't look like they're going to make it either unless a miracle can happen over the next 7 rounds.
That is true, but anything is, of course, possible. Slow start once again as teams are taking their time, not really trying to get too aggressive on these engagements. Aggressive style here from SSG, opting for that trophy kind of master bedroom contestation, but they're going to peel off as those shields start falling off and their protected areas start becoming vulnerable. Astralis, they are applying pressure from 2 sides right now. Master bedroom balcony and big tower as well. So they are choosing right now where they want to strike from, because currently SSG can only guess where that's going to be, because you're opening up all these windows, applying this pressure, opening up attic wall. Now you're going small tower to go below kitchen for verticality possibly. Astralis are really just trying to apply pressure from every angle possible.
A bomb has been located.
A multi-pronged approach, some would say here, Nick. Look at the lineup from Astralis again. Hard breacher list. Can opener being brought from the Ying. Already both have been used. They had them on the hands of the Nook last time around. So I like what's being brought from Astralis. 1 minute to go. Not a single casualty. Not a single death. Not even a little bit of action. In fact, a little bit of a boring round.
Oh, it's about to go fast very soon. Just wait. Iconic goes in bottom white. You got Candela's out. Smokes, you go in 10 seconds time. It's going to be chaos.
But look at Fultz from below. He's going to be Kingmaker. Down goes Hot and Cold. Trying to defend towards big window. Fultz is still waiting for the vault on it, and there it is. A shotgun blast takes out J90. Bosco credit with the kill. Another from Astralis will come on in. It's Bosco down as Astralis continues to find their marks. Iconic lets one slip by, but he's got other avenues if he needs to deal with them. Shot through the wall, gives himself a relatively easy death at the hands of Skies. While the diffuser is down, SSG are in some serious trouble. It's all left onto the shoulders of Rampy in a 1v3. This is it. This is your trip to Berlin. Rampy, can you clutch it out and win for your team? Or is that it for this stage? He's got a beat on them. Swings on, but no, that's it for Spacestation's chances. 2-0 for Astralis. Bye-bye, Berlin. It's now down to 2 teams. Astralis will fight for their lives. It's DZ to watch on the sidelines and see what exactly happens in this matchup, as Spacestation have now been mathematically eliminated from making it to the major.
Yeah, that was a bit of a rough round to watch, because I believe a player of SSG actually ended up
Hot
crashing.
and Cold crashed right as it began.
Simon was like running in place, and of course we don't know if that's gonna, like, what would have happened if that didn't happen, but it looked like Iconic was just gonna walk on in regardless and get that kill. But either way, if you're Spacestation, knowing that's like your shot at the major, that's gonna suck regardless of what you think may or may not have happened. And we're just gonna investigate really quickly with a tech pause to make sure that it doesn't happen again before we get right back into the server. But you are correct. This means that either Astralis goes to the major, or if SSG wins, that DarkZero can still go. So that's really all the options, or the outcomes rather, they are right now.
All right.
All right.
Possibly get them back in. Game is paused. I don't know exactly what's going on with Hot and Cold. You can see that there is a couple folks there doing tech support with him. 3 people. Don't know if they're provided by the league. I know Larch is there, but the other 2 could be just employed by the Esports Arena in Las Vegas. A heartbreaking end to the stage for Spacestation, as they now need to carry out the rest of the mission, which is either beat Astralis and give DZ an opportunity to make it to the major, or just simply roll over. And you have effectively allowed Astralis to get revenge on the team that bested them in Charlotte.
Yeah.
Obviously not very happy about that round, and honestly, I don't blame them. That was a weak start for Spacestation, but I don't want to say that in that exact context, because Astralis brought some very inventive tools and played their entry perfectly through those 2 rounds in order to counter the offsite play of Spacestation.
No, Astralis definitely did do a good job. Like, we can't take anything away from that. The rotations, applying pressure from like 3 to 4 different angles, getting with diffuser, Iconic, of course, finding the opening entry, etc., doing really good work with the finger. And then the post plan as well was played rather safe in that 3 versus 1 scenario. Ramby only allowed to get 1 kill, then the post plan was played safer after the fact, and therefore, of course, they also got the round. So Astralis are doing good at what they usually do good at, and now we are, I don't want to say we're dancing, but we're flailing our arms a little bit. There we go. That's a dance right there.
They're wild waving, arm flailing inflatable tube men, I believe is what the official terminology is from Family Guy.
Oh my God.
What they're really doing is they're getting the blood flowing. If you are watching this at home and you have not been mobile for the last little while, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to get up and I want you to do 5 jumping jacks. If you can't do 5 jumping jacks, that's okay. Maybe just wave your arms around too. Maybe get up, stretch your leg, get some water. If you're watching on a TV or a speaker system, hopefully you're still able to hear our voices from wherever your water or beverage of choice should be. Maybe you want some hot tea, something that we drink right now, but maybe start the wave with your family. Not entirely certain. This is an unusually long tech pause. I don't know exactly what has befallen the computer of Hot and Cold, but it is...
Yeah, it's gotten ill. It's got the common cold.
Oh, it's a little under the weather.
So we're going to pat its head, rub its back, get a little heating pad, and get right back up to speed. That's the plan, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you are...
Iconic.
What?
He's having a great old time, that's all. I think it's... Whenever you're finding yourself in a tech pause like this, from both sides, it obviously sucks, right? Astralis, they got momentum, they're winning rounds, they're doing good. SSG, they're getting crushed. Like, that sucks. But if you can keep the vibes up, have a good time, and not really let it get to you, and just like start round 3 when this gets resolved, like nothing happened, you're in a great position because tilt is something that can get to you, and you're like, oh my God, a break. Why can't we play? What's going on? What's taking so long, etc. It can really break your mental, you know, from now until the 3rd round starts. That's not what you want, and that's why I like Seeker and Astralis and just kind of having fun with one another.
I mean, why not? What else is there to do?
Complain. That's the thing. You can complain or you can be happy, right? That's pretty much all there is to do.
Are they allowed to have their phones on the stage? That's the real question.
I believe that we are negative. And at least back in my day, that was a negative.
It appears that we are doing an amputation of the monitor.
Oh.
On Cold has a replacement screen there now being brought on in. They will do some surgery.
Cord out, cord in, and then turn off, turn...
Breaking news from production, they are indeed swapping out the monitor.
Nice. Good. Hopefully, Hot and Cold's happy with that too. Because, you know, sometimes you can get really attached to how you position your monitor, and then you gotta get it ripped away from you, you gotta redo it again.
Yeah.
That's a whole thing. Some players, you spoke of Doki earlier, some players, they actually would like tape their setup, and they will like calculate like the angles and like the distance. There was a player, I forgot who, doing invitationals, I believe, who brought out like an actual measurement tape, and he would measure like the distance from the table edge to like where he wanted his keyboard and his mouse and monitor and stuff. And it was a whole process, and it took a while to get done. But when he finished it, he was like, he knew exactly where things were, and they were gonna be where he wanted them to be. And in a way, I respect that kind of precision in your job. I do.
Well, this is the, as I talked about, this is the amputation here. Don't know.
No, you know that, I'm sure you've played this game because you're older than I am, but you know that game where it's like you're a doctor and you got like a magnetic guy?
It's called Operation, and yes, I played it.
See, I knew you'd know it. It's kind of like that.
Well, it was more the gesture that you did that wasn't shown here on the screen.
I was just trying to store some memories from my own childhood, thinking that I was pretty bad at that game, but it was pretty fun. Gotta have steady hands. And I feel like when you're a kid, with your imagination, you're like, oh my God, my patience not gonna make it.
Yeah, you know what? It's because you got a weird bone inside you, and we just got to get it out without touching the outside and have the metal go when you hit it wrong. While we are filling the time needed to get Hot and Cold's PC back up and running, you are probably wondering what is going on with the Berlin Major. You might not have heard about it. We've only talked about it about roughly 10,000 times so far in the broadcast today. There are 1 spot remaining, and there are 2 teams now officially in the hunt. Spacestation mathematically eliminated from making it to the Berlin Major. So now it's down to Astralis versus DarkZero. DZ wins into the Major if Space Station wins in overtime or in regulation. As you can see, Astralis must win the match in order to go alongside XSET, Soniqs, and OXG.
Yes.
If Astralis loses in overtime or in regulation, DarkZero will be the team to go to the Major. So basically, Astralis win, you're in. Lose, you're out. It's that simple, and that's the map that we're working off of right now. If you're a fan of DarkZero and their beautiful space-esque jerseys, never maybe more relevant than the images that have been shared from NASA of the new Cosmos. I know you've been seeing that.
Yep.
Fascinating stuff.
Yeah. It really makes you wonder, like, there is so much more stuff out there.
I mean, I just see those photos and I'm like, more MacBook wallpapers, more backgrounds for your iPhone. You know, of course, just waiting for Apple to take them and use them.
True.
But at the same time, those beautiful jerseys from DarkZero might be present. Instead, Astralis will have an opportunity for revenge. They lost the Charlotte Major to DarkZero, and now Astralis can eliminate DZ officially from the Berlin Major sweepstakes.
You're correct about that. It's a bit of a shame we don't get to see both Astralis and DarkZero there, because a matchup in like semis would be kind of cool. At the same time, I don't mind NA having an arguably like weaker chance of winning a major, because Europe's got to get back on top, baby. We're kind of down bad in recent time. I'm not gonna lie to you. We're struggling out here.
I don't know what's going on. And the look, Larch with the, I don't know what it is. Something's gone wrong.
Something's fishy. We are still looking into it.
I mean, these teams might not play again until the Berlin Major's over. So, I mean, at this
okay. Okay.
It's a joke. It's a joke. They will be back playing very shortly. But in the interim, while more diagnostic work is done on this PC situation, we're not going to waste your time. We're going to throw to a break. We'll be back in, well, I don't have a time limit for you. But whenever it's done, we'll be back when it's done. See you then.
Best believe it, ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On the mission, best believe it, ask for it, you receive it.
I'm dipping in the corner in something imported. I'm copping the land at the sand where the shore is beautiful. Women who time in the mirror to show up the shows and see me perform this. Used to ignore me, I'm all the day here, but I used to be timid. I don't know what fear is, just taught at my dog and he told me he got me. I hopped up the line and went straight to go get it, I got us. Building this up out of mortar and brick. The way that it's going, I don't see it ending. The pigment is tinted, I'm really that. Go figure. Tapped into a higher power, feeling bigger than me. It's centering me. My enemy silent, they see that I'm fire, can't put my energy. I got some real ones on my sideline, abiding by them guidelines. I'm way up near the skyline. You so barely fine, right? Only kings around me, others go now why I shine bright. Yeah, you hella fine, right? Hey, you looking like the wine and dine type. I'm basking in that limelight. Brody, get your chip stack, I'll teach you. I'm the wise guy. I'm getting right. Bad that shit I'm sending out with vibe wise. You know we good on this side. I feel a black power. Dollars coming, let me see it. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Ask for it, you receive it.
Like glue, the leather stuck on me. I wanna move. All the money can buy. Hold me, wear me, love me, treat me. I am. Drive me, fly me, taste me, amaze me. I am. I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I might rent the Lambo and go drive it like it's stolen. I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me the notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I was sipping Moet for 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubble still won't go away. Last year my best man hit a stain with bare face. Now he's got a hell behind the water's cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I bow to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist. Or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. You said hello and
Parabellum's strategy for their offense hasn't really been working.
Drip gets the second plant now down though. They've missed the position of it. Kool-Aid's gonna be able to surprise. He swings out. He gets the first kill for free. Does he get the second as well? No, Surf will be able to deny it. And that's gonna be Beastcoast completing a massive comeback down all the way from 0-4, winning it in regulation.
After the Beastcoast loss, we really needed to refine our identity. I mean, you don't lose to Beastcoast and then come out the week happy, so. Our play has become a lot more straightforward. It's not as much playmaking. It helps me call more. Like after the Beastcoast game, we've kind of changed up a lot. Our pacing's different, like a lot of things are different. If people want to keep thinking we're this brain-dead aggressive team, I mean, let them do that. They can play scared the entire round. We'll just wait. I mean, competing has been my dream ever since I started playing Siege. NAL is one thing, but being able to compete against names you've seen all across the world for 5+ years is something that is just, it's a dream of mine. The entire atmosphere around majors is perfect. I don't know, I just love competing and, I mean, making events.
Welcome to Looking for Tomas, the unique approach to finding the perfect team match for pro players in the NAL.
Yo, how's it going? I'm Tommy. Call me T-Dog. Mr. Break Your Heart, 421, because we keep it clean around here. Look at these trees, man. I got a pot with a pot on it. I like nature.
Will teams be graced with Tommy's skill and charm? Here's how he feels about each of the candidates.
We got Oxygen first up. All they do is drop that Gucci, man. You know me, I dress for less. If you know, you know. All right, man, now we got Beastcoast. Drip, I got bigger muscles than you. I can't be carrying y'all, yeah. Now we got Astralis. Man, there can only be one person with a suit over there. Call out, I'm calling you out. I look better in a suit, brother. XSET. We had history, but like I can't go back. They got a one-trick smoke. Imagine if he gets banned. I just see the message from DZ. DZ, you cute. You got a small house, man. You think that backyard is big enough for me? I need one double size bigger. I'm the big dog. Bonjour, Parabellum. I speak better Francois than all of y'all. Est-ce que je peux aller aux toilettes, s'il vous plaît? Oui, oui. Soniqs. See your message. Honestly, just not good for you. Next. Oh, yes. You a dime, plus 99, and it's a shame. You don't even know what you're worth, baby. Come to think of it, keep the banana. Ooh, SSG. Jeez. I remember y'all in y'all glory days. Y'all want me? I need 4 other World Championship players on the team. I only accept excellence. Hottin, skedaddle. Whoa. Raj, we're both adults. Yeah, I might have left or got dropped. We left on good terms. But man, you want me? Second chance? Really? All right, listen. You've always been a 6. You want me, you gotta be a 7.
Oh my.
The desk. We spent a good couple days together. I love and miss you, you big, round, voluptuous circle. Listen, even though we spent a good couple days, and I might have went around the circle like 4 or 5 times, I skipped a couple heartbeats. And it's not because, you know, I'm a big guy. I found my true love. I already love and miss her. But listen, I'm open for opportunities. Hit my lineup, Mr. Break Your Heart, 421 on AOL.
I don't think I've seen that content yet, and I gotta say, it's fantastic.
I was loving it. It's like watching it like small like soap opera, like I don't know, TV show. It was great.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Thomas is looking for team, I suppose, looking for opportunities, whatever you'd like. Just as we were looking to get ourselves back into this matchup, and it seems we have succeeded. We have succeeded! Spacestation unsuccessful on their 2 rounds, and because of that, their major chances are gone. So now they will play Spoiler to see if they can actually knock out Astralis. Now, It's not exactly an easy task. They just shut down AST, or Astralis goes to the major. The last two teams fighting for the spot. Astralis and DarkZero, in case you weren't paying attention during that break.
Yup. We see the roam set up here. We saw this earlier as well from
What's that? What's that? Yup.
Yup.
Yup. What is that?
Yup, dude. I'm just trying to say, I like this from SSG Parker, okay? I'm like, yup, like it. Castle barricades, keep the barriers to deny lines of sight and make the attacking life a lot harder. But look at this lineup and look where Astralis are spawning. Backside on construction with Amaro going in big tower, you can assume. Meaning that we're going for a backside take, baby. And it's going to be Forest on the Nook. Bit of an interesting one here in Oregon basement because there's only really one way into sight. That's down a staircase. Of course, there are multiple of those, but still, we go in and we get taken down because Rambi is there. Either no drone from Astralis, or they knew there was a guy there, but just did not care. And that's going to cost you because that means you're playing with one man down. Forest, you're dead too.
Oh, Foltz on the roam. Takes him down, as you said. Goodbye to Forest. Astralis, much better entry on the first two rounds. Spacestation finding this fifth gear at probably the worst time possible after having just watched their stage go up in smoke. Still, well off-site. Both Skies and Foltz playing together by small tower. There's a player in. Look at this. Wrong side, though. Instead, we'll break the door.
No way.
There's no way Iconic doesn't drone this out. A grenade goes in. J90 with one. The follow-up not there. Skies was still down below, as far as I'm aware. Will they hold this angle, or will they retreat? This is a laundry supply defense. By the way, this is the basement, Nick, and all the action is happening by small tower. Very similar to what we saw out of the first Oregon match that you and I casted earlier in the day of DZ versus Mirage.
Yep. You're all right. We did see this earlier today, and it's a fourth Oregon game, so it's easy to get things mixed up at this point because, of course, teams, they do play differently, but you can only do so many things different when it comes to like the default setup, like where the jammers go, the barricades, the setup, etc. It all looks similar, but of course, every team has their own bit of flair. Rambi hiding in Armory, just waiting for the right opportunity, while the rest of his team, they hide on site. Because Astralis, well, it's the unknown shuttle, rather, just two members. They got to do all the work now. Droning, walking in, entering, trading, getting kills, and trying to clutch out this round for their team. And they have wandered across the entirety of the map at this point, and they're back where it all began, on the big tower side of things. Got a 50 seconds to work with. They got a nade, and that's about it. And that's going to be the 3-2-1 go kind of vibe here. As they drop down the hatch, see what they can do. Not much, gets shut down, leaves shuttle in a 1 versus 4, has to get some damage in, but cannot find it. Noise from 11 has got pistol secondary now because Sledge got nerfed. He's gonna get taken out. Honeycole claps and says, good job, boys, good job.
Oh.
Yeah, it's getting personal over there.
He looks pissed, man.
Furious and angry. SSG are on the board, a little bit late for their liking, but they are on the board regardless, and they can still fight to win this.
Oh. Dorms again, first defense win by SSG under their belt on to the bottom floor bomb site, as you talked about. Teams living and dying off of the roam. 6-pick means that you can, or attacker repick, means that you can basically assemble your lineup to be the best counter to what you see on defense. That's why you see a lot of these teams on defense play so loose around the map, because just as W7M revolutionized in LATAM, the best team in LATAM, and dare I say it, honestly, probably one of the best teams in the world at the moment.
Yeah, supposedly it would be, yeah.
W7M basically took this trend and said, okay, well, we're going to play offense on defense. And it's worked out very effectively for them, and it's obviously working out for a lot of the teams in NAL who've emulated that. Spacestation knows a thing or two about defining a meta on defense. The Clubhouse defense jumps to mind.
Yep.
In that previous round, SSG placed a lot of their pieces over towards dorms and inside of dining. They greeted the members of Astralis, who seemingly did not spawn in with drones.
No, they went in dry, and it did not work out. They did not have any information to work with. Ying being attacker repicked despite the Warden being on the board. And we've seen this big tower situation before. It was Canadian last time in the defense, holding on strong, and he got some good value out of Mirage. Skies, however, will just bail at the sound of that Ying weapon firing on all cylinders and give up big tower. So Astralis applying pressure on both fronts here. Front side, master bedroom balcony, as well as big tower under pressure. J90 does have that secondary hard breach can opener. He can open up the attic wall, unless, of course, there's a mute jammer, then he needs assistance from below.
I like what we're seeing, though, out of these Astralis takes with no dedicated hard breacher. Again, running with a secondary hard breach in the hands of Jaina. No, I can't believe Iconic just got that.
Jesus.
He Kobe's in a nade as far as it'll go, and Bosco is no more. The first pick goes to Astralis on what was one hell of a toss.
That is like, I mean, if you're standing there to defend anything, I'm safe, this is fine, and then all of a sudden, you're just gone. That's what happens when you got no Wamai and no Jaeger on the board. Those Runic Gauge do not really work in that particular situation, and that's going to be Astralis in the driver's seat with that opening kill, and that's going to be a very important one because it's smoke of all operators that got taken out, right? Now you've bought yourself 30 seconds extra on the clock as an attacker because those toxic babes are no longer in play to stop you in your tracks or slow you down. Iconic, same thing as last time, just rushed up that wide staircase.
And he's one hit away now as Hot and Cold puts it right back and actually denies the entry back in. Hot and Cold swings around as Skies finds SSG's first pick. One for Hotton as well. Iconic has made his way through the top of White Stairs, but he's losing his teammates left and right. It's him and DP Fire, just DP Fire left now as Space Station finding a way back into this matchup. That's the top floor. The first two attempts at these bomb sites did not work out well, but unless DP Fire pulls off probably the best clutch of his career, it'll be a 2-2 for SSG. Indeed it is. Rampy makes destiny become reality. And it's a tie game. An unfortunate start for SSG cost them a chance at the major. They're now playing essentially for bragging rights and to stop Astralis from making it themselves.
It does appear like SSG are really trying at this, the higher LC. Like, it seems like they want to try and get the victory and either deny Astralis the satisfaction or just thinking that, you know what, we're going to end this on a W and show that we have indeed improved over the course of this stage. Regardless, SSG in that last round, really good hold. The crossfires, very well established. Every single moment where Astralis was pushing in one direction, there was two members of SSG ready to fight together, and that's why they managed to get back all those kills and put themselves in a great position. Now it's tied up 2-2 as round number 5 starts. Tertiary bomb site is on the table, and of course, it is going to be the meeting variant, not the dining. Normally, this is the case, so nothing out of the ordinary. And we also have the community vote. Who's having a silent ride home tonight? Space Station or Astralis? Jesse pointed out, well, very close, relatively close actually. But if SSG were to win, then both teams might have a silent ride home because then DarkZero are going to be going to the major.
That is a very good point. Space Station cannot make it themselves, so now they effectively play to end Astralis' opportunity. And there was a part of me that wondered, if SSG cannot get it done, do they care at all about whether it's Astralis or DarkZero?
Yeah, I had the same question, but given how they're playing right now, either they don't know that they're out, or they just want to end on a victory and take that away from Astralis. Either way, it looks like SSG, they're trying to win.
As should be the case, by the way.
As should be the case.
Sounds silly to say, but that is very true, that it should be the case. Astralis have flirted with that hard breacher-less lineup for so long. Now it's Forest to take on the more traditional mantle, as there's no secondary hard breach gadget to be found in the lot of them. DP Fire on the Ying will bring smokes, as will the Twitch of Iconic. Get Iconic off of the Finka, give him to Jaina. I know this is a much more standard style of lineup, I would say. Maybe I spoke too soon, by the way. Disco Dance Party, Candelas go off. Nobody can see a damn thing. Iconic, the very first kill. Rampy down next to Forest. Astralis taking no prisoners whatsoever, but neither is Bosco. Still inside of Attic, but he's trapped right now. There's no way out. That's a great question. I have no clue what's happening either, Nick. Oh, no. Oh, no. Bosco, it happens again. They throw a grenade, and he catches it, maybe not willingly, but it's in his hands either way. That's the whole point of the game of Hot Potato, and Bosco was an unwitting participant. Skies left alive. This has been the story for SSG over the last couple play days. Skies put in a position to get a couple exit kills, but that's it. Right now playing by flag, by split, whatever you'd like to call it, against the 4 players of Astralis with over a minute to go. Skies gets droned out, has to reposition, losing some gadgetry in the process. From stage, he rotates. Those are 2 very good rounds from SSG, but it looks like, well, I mean, it looks like the magic might end, and indeed it does. Hard to control the SMG-11. DP Fire has no problems with his LMG. The Ying gets the final kill, and Astralis goes up 3-2.
3-2 indeed. And that was, again, like a very, very well executed round from Astralis. Just the pure aggression and trusting in the teamwork, just walking in on through, taking added control. The Candelas actually did so much value. They're blinding pretty much every single member of SSG, and the timings of those blinds were crazy because when Bosco came from the flank, well, the moment he got the first kill, he got blinded, had to run back through attic because he couldn't see anything, and that just made his life so much harder. Now we're going to go back downstairs, and that is, of course, where SSG, they had a bit more success. See if they can do it one more time. This is the last round for the defending side for SSG, unless, of course, it goes all the way to overtime. Ideally, Spacestation wants to go 3-3 even split, which, given how things started off for Astralis, would be a phenomenal way to end the half.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like for a moment that the, you want to say, hopes of Astralis were fading. Spacestation was really fired up on those 2 rounds. But then, as it always happens on a map like Oregon, you go to that 3rd bomb site,
and
it's not 3 times the charm. Laundry downstairs, dorms above, far easier to hold on to than that meeting defense, and certainly more than we find a lot of teams on dining and kitchen as well. So the final defense for Space Station will go to a bomb site they've already gone to twice, lost once, won once. It's Laundry Supply down below. E1D was burned very early by DP Fire. I don't know if the purpose was to try and get an early roam pick. Maybe they saw something they liked on drone, but it isn't successful at all. No damage done to anybody by Space Station.
Sitting tight, waiting, droning out the roam game here, expecting SSG to be creeping around somewhere on the map, but it's a pretty generic basement staircase hold where we're looking for a drone or 2, falling back down the staircase, maybe kill another and fall back to the side. It's a good way to stall time and buy a few, kill a few drones, but you're not really going to have any map control in this regard. That means that SSG, they're preferring the bomb site itself. That's where they want the fight to happen. And if you look at the attack and lineup from Astralis, they don't have a Ying, they don't have any smoke grenades. They're actually not in the greatest position to do much in the basement attack itself, besides just purely gunning it out, which, fortunately for Astralis, they're very good at. It's what they've been doing most of the round so far. It's what they're known for, generally speaking, also the Charlotte Major where they got to the Grand Finals. So this shouldn't be a tall task for Astralis, but it's definitely not going to be easy either.
Going with a more traditional lineup again with this hard breacher in play, but the problem is the Electric Claws will be something they have to deal with. Flores is banned out. Thatcher is not, yet Thatcher has not been present for Astralis at all. So they can't really get rid of the Electric Claw as easily as they would have liked. Instead, they will have to go through blue to likely take care of it unless a grenade can be tossed in that direction. Right now, it doesn't seem like anybody's assembled over in that part of the map. Instead, still figuring out what's going on the main floor. Even if you do go towards blue, where now 3 players from Astralis have very quickly moved over to, you got hot and cold as your main impediment, and you can stop some of those X-Kairos from going down. Space Station, the very first kill. Can they add to that tally? Not yet. They certainly can't. Astralis sweeps right through, and just like that, SSG have lost 2 players. Bosco will contend against the Hordes as they rush in towards Elbow, but he's got 1 on his left, he's got 1 on his right. Sky's a second kill with the Nitro Cell, goes out on the Forest, Fultz from above, sees the Lion, easily dispatches DP Fire. Now it's just down to the anchors on the bomb site for the remaining players from Astralis. 25 seconds left for Shuttle and J90 to get in. Shuttle's in, but he hasn't done much. A beautiful shot on the skies. That's a reward for the 2 kills they had earlier on. Bosco next one up. Gets swung by Shuttle. He's hitting every single target. Suddenly, Astralis have found themselves in a very winnable position. It's Fultz in a 1v2. He's got marks. He can soften them up, but J90's a better shot. Astralis were in the danger zone, but they pilot their way out of it, and the first half goes to them, 4-2.
That is disgusting from his shots. Without those shots, I don't think they win that round, but they were found, multiple of those indeed. And Fultz had a nice flank as well here, had a big impact, but look at this. Shuttle gets 1, then he found a second, just leaving Fultz last man standing, but to come back to site after getting that flank inside a meeting room. And it almost as if the meeting hatch was open and Fultz's flank had more impact, but at the same time, the reason for all the things that happened was because it was the hatch was kited, and the attackers did indeed not manage to break it open. And that's going to mean that SSG needs to show up massive on their attack in half, because a 2-4 scoreline is not a great position to be in. Now, SSG target banned the Sophia, the target banned the Wamai. This, I don't believe, is going to impact SSG themselves much at all. They are bringing the Maverick right now in Skies. That's going to give you 2 grenades, and you can deal with the Kite Claws if a Kite is being brought. Whereas if you play the Thatcher, sure, it's faster, more efficient, if you will, but you only really get the EMPs in terms of utility, which means that you do miss out on those 2 grenades, which SSG, they like to nades from below, they like using nades in general. I think this is a wise choice for them. It is peculiar to me that they go from Jackal to Ace last second from Fultz, because now you bring in triple Heartbreach for a basement attack with a heavy roam presence from Astralis, which we should know, especially with the drone phase and attacker repick, that they're doing. Jackal here would have been very, very good, but let's see what they can do about it regardless.
Zazami roam that has become very common on Oregon will present itself from Astralis. Again, use those Kibas to give yourself mobile cover over inside of Dining Hall. Easily thrown out.
Good night.
What an incredible shot by J90 that was. Fultz didn't even see it coming. All the while, Fultz was still able to get those Selmas off, so some value from his death.
Jesus. That's a montage shot right there. Look at this one-way angle as well.
And another.
Breach. Oh, days. J90, you beautiful man.
Rampy will give some credit towards that, as Astralis are starting off this defense very effectively. 2 picks and on to arguably the 2 hottest players from Spacestation. Not in terms of looks, in terms of ability, Rampy and Fultz. I make no judgment.
No judgment
on their physical appearance.
They're all sexy though, if you ask me.
All right. I go back to that super tweet. Why does every member of Space Station look the same but in a different font? I think that's very funny. Either way, get maybe more jokes from Super as he's qualified for Berlin. Yeah. Astralis are a couple rounds away. They must win, so simply getting to 6 rounds for Astralis is not going to get it done. They need to seal the deal, either in regulation or overtime. Space Station only really had those 2 good rounds in the middle of the first half. After that, they've gone back to their old, somewhat inconsistent style of play, I think you could call it.
Yeah, I would say so. All depends as well, because I feel like playstyle nowadays also depends on matchup. Like if you play like a very passive team, then you can't necessarily do what you normally do, vice versa with aggression. So I think that a big skill right now in Rainbow Six Siege at this level of play is being able to adapt your own playstyle slightly to your opponent's playstyle so you match well against. Because if you play really unstructured and lose against a very structured team, you might get caught off guard with crossfires and whatnot. So slight variation in gameplay is necessary, of course, but the baseline has to be solid. 40 seconds left, 3v5, SSG. They really need this round, but they're not in a great spot to get it.
Consolidated inside of the bomb site. All 5 players still upright. Space Station's advance looking like it'll come towards Freezer, but J90 is there, ready to defend it, defend his team's honor. Not for longer, and certainly not for more, as a grenade from Skies will flush him out. Explosives getting tossed on in, that'll be the Banshee taken out as well. So Forrest will send out a toxic gas canister to slow that advance. Through the smoke that he himself had created, down goes Hot and Cold. Skies dealt with inside of Freezer, a chilling end with Forrest. Pulling out the shotgun, and a Do-Si-Do gets 2 kills for Astralis to give them their very first round on defense.
That entire round, like every kill that happened was so satisfying because you had the 1-tap from J90 into the 1-way from J90, then that triple kill right there from Forrest as well. Extremely satisfying 5 kills from Astralis, I would say. Very nice. And that now means that SSG, like, now it's getting tough. Now it's round 8, we're down 2-5. Of course, things can always turn around. We gotta take the Kid Storm's bomb site next. And we need this right here to go our way. Once you stare down the barrel that is match point, that's when life gets really tricky. No more room for mistakes, not once, not ever. And Astralis being a clutch team, knowing that they can do what they do and they're desperately needed to do it, that's not where you want to be. And it's ironic because Space Station used to be arguably the most clutch team in the world, at the very least in North America. But this stage, it hasn't really been their story. It's been Astralis kind of taken away from them in Stage 1 and Stage 2, and at the Charlotte Major. They're the team to clutch it up, do the impossible time and time again.
We'll sleep on Astralis because it has been such a close stage for every single North American team. And frankly, I don't even know who the favorites from NA would be going into this major. I think it's safe to say that based on what we've witnessed from all of the regions, North America is probably still the favorite. but I do look at LATAM as very close to being even. LATAM has had its own upheaval too.
Yes.
A lot of the favorites are not going to make it. Liquid, for example, will not be present at the major. They did not qualify for CES. They're not going to have a fighting shot.
Nope.
There's been a lot of changes. Black Dragons and W7M, who are still newer teams, will be the ones fighting for it. It is a shame that we weren't able to see the potential from W7M at Charlotte, but as far as I'm aware, unless visa troubles befall them again, they'll be present in Berlin, providing they qualify, of course, because they have not yet. And
They have not?
No, I mean, they're going to CES, but they got to win their way.
I thought they were qualified, actually.
No LATAM teams are qualified. They're qualified for CES.
Okay.
They are not qualified for Berlin.
And then CS qualifies you for the thing.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
I see.
The Copa Elite 6,
Yes.
CES, as people know. Either way, that's about LATAM. Right now, Astralis are 2 rounds away from making it to Berlin. That will solidify the 4 teams from North America. It's been hot play from a lot of individual players. No real poor performances from Astralis in their respective roles so far. Great game from J9O, I think, is what's been propelling Astralis forwards after Iconic had those first 2 great rounds.
Well, you're right. Shots are taking turns having their great moments, and it's a decent round so far. So on round 8, time is really slipping away from SSG. They just got that attic breach open up. Bosco working on the master bedroom side as well. So it's a multi-pressure attack from Spacestation, hitting both sides at once here. That means the Astralis, they gotta figure out which guns are gonna go in which directions. And with all these soft ones out of attic, J9O's position in particular can be very hard to play correctly. Now he does have 2 key barriers in his pocket. He can deny line of sight, and that's gonna help in his situation. But other than that, look at his crossfire. Nice damage from Shuttle. It doesn't do a whole lot of his fingers on the board, but 45 seconds left to go. SSG clocks against you.
You just have to have good coordination from Shuttle. That's the big thing, and he's just a bit too hesitant on where to engage. Bosco makes quick work of him. First kill for Space Station. Things will heat up with the 30 seconds left on the clock right now. J9O in a bad spot. He pops up to take the engagement towards Trophy. He dies. So instead, engaging onto the Maverick, and J9O in attic finds 2 kills. Another could be lined up. And there it is, a 3rd for him, a 4th towards the armory door, but he loses out. Clock strikes midnight on that Cinderella story. It's Fultz now in a 1v2. Match point from Astralis to be had from Iconic. 2 kills for the King. Suddenly, 1 round away for Berlin for Astralis.
J9O, disgusting now. 2 rounds in a row, just takes his team on his back and just carries them and threw it in the gutter. And I mean, he was feeling himself. You know, that 3rd kill, lost that gunfight, but look at this. The 180-degree flake, gets it, hops on the ground, gets the 3rd kill afterwards. Then, of course, lost the 4th engagement, but still, what a nice save. And I said it in that round. Astralis, so clutch right now, has been so clutch since they kind of reshaped their performance in their roster. And they're looking at like they're in a very good position for the major. 1 round away now. As we're at 2-6 match point, tertiary bomb side, and this is the big difference maker. It's not going to be meeting kitchen like we've seen all throughout today, basically. It's going to be that kitchen dining bomb side, which really struggles against the likes of Hibana, which Bosco right now is showing. Sure, Iconic got the mirror, you can do some stuff with that. But the Hibana is going to make the small tower tag much more accessible. Fultz is a tanker repeating onto glass, and it's very important to note because that's going to be their execution-based operator. The reason why glass is so important, because the entirety of the A bomb site that you see right now is very open. You can't really plant anywhere safely, but with the glass and with the OSA, you're giving yourself 2 different opportunities to plant inside the A bomb site if you want to, and you can still even go for a B bomb site attack by taking meeting control and breaching the walls. However, look at the spawn position, it's probably going to be a small tower attack. So J9O, all eyes on you, my friend. You're extending up into small tower. You have no real support. You've done it 2 rounds in a row, getting multiple kills in a crucial position. This is your 3rd time to do it. You are in a crucial position. Everyone's gunning for you. All 5 members are going to try and get you down.
Oh, you said it right. All these eyes are going to be on him. And I mean, the MX Storm can be a little bit tough to control, as you see with those 2 drones that skirt by. In this do or die position. No way out. We talk about playing to die, and that has never been more evident, as it looks like a nade is going to be primed and ready with J9O's name on it, but he takes the engagement either way. Down goes the shield. 10 kills to his name. Droned out yet again. Still trapped, but he's wasted a minute of SSG's time. SSG cannot afford to let it go, and Bosco jumps in. J90 stops him. Another one will follow up. Same position. Cannot win it. DP Fire 1 as Rampy trades it out. SSG still at a disadvantage, though. And the other thing, too, is that Spacestation have not flushed out these players who are not too far off of that dining kitchen bomb site. Still set up inside a small tower. This is where SSG can settle in with half of the round to go.
They lost the Glass and the Hibana, actually like two of the most important operators. Of course, Osa is still on the board, so that is very good for SSG. That's going to be the big win condition. 2 smoke grenades, and of course the Osa shields at 9 lines of sight. You can essentially walk in here, try and get the plant down. The thing is, DP Fire has 2 impact grenades. Forest has 3 toxic babes. That is more than the defenders need to deal with these Osa shields and the smoke grenades. So as long as DP Fire is in a position, and of course staying alive to utilize impact grenades, they should be in a good spot to deal with this piece of utility.
A little bit of damage done to Iconic and DP Fire, but other than that, they can sit quite pretty. One Adrenal Surge for Rampy will get him back to full HP as he'd taken some damage earlier on. That's a good 40 seconds that have now been burned, and Space Station will herald their entry, but Rampy finds another door awaiting him. Fires away, Iconic answers it. Astralis are 2 kills away. That's all they need to find. Space Station had that good burst in the middle of round number 2, or round number 3 and 4, the first half. But other than that, it's been all Astralis. They've been all business. And they have 30 seconds to wait it out. That's it. Space Station waiting patiently. Astralis getting a little restless. Forest peaks. A kill from Skies comes in. 3 more to be found. He also sets up a shield. Skies working in a bathroom. He's found his way, an opening. They do more damage right now as the Azami is there. Out-dueling DP Fire is not a possibility, so instead it's Hot and Cold, the newest pickup, and he's no more. One of the newest pickups can't do it. Iconic seals the deal. 2 good rounds from Space Station is all they get. It's a Berlin trip for Astralis. That means DZ doesn't go, Nick. Astralis, Soniqs, XSET, OXG, the 4 teams to represent North America at the Berlin Major are all set.
Yep, but there's more. Apparently, with this outcome, Astralis is back in 1st place.
Wow.
I believe I read earlier on Twitter that they could have been 1st or they could have been like 8th today based off the results. Very big gap because NAL is so tight in competition, but somehow they finished 1st place. I don't want to say somehow because they're not playing bad, but like no one thought that big of a swing was going to happen in the final play of NAL, I don't think.
Well, that would mean that OXG finishes 3rd, the top 4 for you. Astralis, Soniqs, OXG, XSET. Those are your top 4, and Astralis will win their 2nd stage in a row. Keep in mind that when it comes to these results, in terms of the major, not the end of the world whether you finish 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. I mean, obviously that does matter to a certain extent, but the big thing here is 6 invitational points. Astralis' performance in stage 1 at the Charlotte Major and now in stage 2 puts them in an amazing spot, and it's hard to imagine them not being able to go to SI next year. So kudos to Astralis, and what a performance that was. Space Station, like I said, the first half had a good performance. Those 2 rounds, that was all she wrote. It was all Astralis all day, and they go to the major because of it. That's it for you and I this stage. That's it for our matches for this stage. But before we leave and say goodbye, well, we've got a desk to break things down. But before that, a break. See what I did there? You thought we were going to the desk, not this time. Sit tight, we'll be back in just a minute.
through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffing. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rainbow Six North American League. We have our final team decided. Astralis is going to the Berlin Major. That's right, Doa Jesse Jacob here with you at the desk. We know all 4 teams now, and one of the representatives from our 4th and final team going to Berlin is waiting to chat with us over in Las Vegas. It's none other than Iconic, of course, from Team Astralis. Who else would it be? Congratulations, Iconic, on getting back to the Major again. Getting it done against Spacestation Gaming. How big is it for you to have a chance to go back to the Major, rectify what went wrong at the very end of Charlotte?
I mean, obviously it's a big part because of, just losing that grand final is just straight fuel to the fire. So, we're going out there hungry.
Good to hear.
Iconic, I want to ask you about the map that you guys ended up on here today, because you ended up on Oregon, one of your favorite maps. Would you say it's your guys' strongest map so far throughout the map pool with this current roster? And regardless if it's your favorite or not, what do you think about this map makes it so strong for you? Because I believe this is 6 wins in a row for you guys on Oregon.
I think it's just a map that fits our play style well, and we just have a good feel on the map, and we're just comfortable on it, honestly. Like, we like in my opinion, I like all the maps in the pool, so I really don't care what we play.
You guys are like legitimately one of my favorite teams to watch just because the vibes always feel like they're so high. I saw you guys laughing and cackling and everything on the sides, especially like during the tech pause and everything. But you had a bit of a hard stage to get here in the first place because it was a rough start. How do you keep such a high mental even while some things don't necessarily go your way?
It's all about just remaining in the process. And, we have a great group of guys here. We all love each other. We work hard with each other day in and day out. So we know if we're pushing each other to the best of our capabilities each day in and out in practice, we're going to be better than everyone else in this league. So I think that's it.
Fair enough. Well, I got one more quick question before we let you go. I'm going to ask you the same thing that I asked Kino after XSET's game earlier today. Looking ahead to that Major in Berlin, is there any team from another region in particular that you hope you're going to be able to run into?
First off, just out of just love for the Wolves, can't wait to play those guys because they're doing really well right now. Shout out to them.
Cool.
Love all of them. And then just like as a rivalry, I want to play BDS again. So, yeah.
All right. I think BDS on a lot of people's lists, it sounds like. So hopefully you'll get that shot. Until then, though, thanks again for stopping by and chatting with us. Congrats on the win, and good luck with the practice for Berlin.
Right, thank you. You guys have a good one.
You too. There you go. One more time, Iconic from Astralis, and it was an iconic performance from the team in general with that 7-2 victory over Spacestation Gaming. They are going to the Berlin Major. Spacestation, they needed to win it 7-0, 7-1 to go themselves. Anything less than that would be a DarkZero spot in the major, and I don't think they were too keen on that either way, but any way you slice it, Astralis the better team today.
Yeah, I think those first 2 rounds, the most important to steal that momentum away from Spacestation. Iconic was a big reason why they won both those rounds, got both of the opening picks through rounds 1 and 2, really did have a great job kind of rushing through the site and having the impact down on Laundry, went back upstairs and found the opening into the Dorm's bomb site. However unfortunate that round ended up being. Nice play from Iconic. Obviously 11-4, you can't be too upset about that. Almost a 90% cost. He's had a great stage. Again, ups and downs, but all in all, finished out very strongly.
So good to see this from the Astralis core, especially after the rough start that they had. I'm very, very worried about Spacestation. I think I've said that a couple of times. I don't really know what you do going forward from this point. You were fodder for a lot of different teams so far. As far as this stage is concerned, which is not a place that you yourself are accustomed to being in, I think Astralis were very well poised. They kept their composure. They understood we need a massive win streak. We need like a lot of things to go our way in quick succession. They found that. They created their own opportunities and they excelled when push came to shove to a point where they now jump back into first place overall. Remember back when they were struggling, middling like 4th,
Right?
5th, 6th, 7th even. Somehow they claw their way back and they are the #1 seed. They have won 2 straight NAL stages and they didn't have nearly as hard or as easy of a way back into it in stage 2. So congratulations to Astralis for what is an incredible achievement.
Impressive performance, and you got to wonder what's going to happen at that major without DarkZero standing in their way now. One wonders. One wonders. A lot of other good teams are going to be there, though, too, so we'll have to wait and see. For now, though, it's time to reveal who our final day MVP is, and we're going to do it a little bit differently today. We're going to show you 5 players on the screen, and you'll have to predict which one it is. So let's get those players up there. See what our options are. We've got Surf, Kansan, Hyper, Gomez, and J90.
We can't do it based on who has the most kills because 4 of these guys are tied at 12.
That's true. That's true.
It's not really an option here.
I'm feeling. I thought Surf actually had a great day today. I also really liked the Gomez. I might go Gomez. I did a whole stats highlight from him after the game. I'm putting my money on GMZ.
Honestly,
vote for Gomez.
I'm voting for Kansan. I feel like he was rock solid in the back, like last 3 rounds in that Soniqs game that gave them the victory earlier. I'll go with Kansan. I'll give it to him.
All right, let's see who it is. Who's today's MVP? The final day of stage 2. The MVP goes to none other than J90. That's right. From Astralis. Put on a fantastic performance right up there with Iconic here on the final day. And a deserved MVP.
Absolutely, and really did close things out nicely against Spacestation. Him and Iconic had kind of the big game today. Iconic maybe having a little bit more of that impact early. J90 closing things out for Astralis, and that did matter a lot for Astralis, right? They needed that win to go to the major. For SSG, maybe that game for them was done after a couple of rounds, but that was a big game for J90, securing the spot and our final spot, as we now have 4 NA teams going to Berlin.
God, Astralis players just keep racking the MVP awards up, man. Like, what is this? Like, Iconic has earned several. He's earned 4 overall. I believe there was a time where Forrest got one earlier in the stage 2. And now we're looking at this for J9, which is like, what, the 3rd time an Astralis player has gotten it because Iconic's already had 2 during stage 2.
Right.
It's ridiculous how talented each individual member of the squad can get. And it also kind of goes to show how, remember back when they were the Disrupt core and we kind of were worried that they were kind of squandering what they were worth? This is credit to Callout's leadership and the way he's able to twist this team into his own image. It is nuts how good everybody on this Astralis team is.
I mean, think about it this way. There's 9 play days, 10 teams in the league. Astralis has claimed a 1/3 of the MVPs. That is very impressive for any squad. And yeah, vaulting back into first place. Now they got to take it to Berlin. Now they got to put on a good major performance. Let's check out.
Now they have to actually win a major, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that'll help cement the legacy a bit. But let's see what other teams from NA are going to try to stop them in that. Of course, we had 4 teams getting through. Astralis, Soniqs, Oxygen, and XSET are our 4 representatives from the North American League going to the Berlin major. Should be a pretty epic showing, to say the least.
Jesse, I don't know about you, but I'm getting some pretty major deja vu of the Charlotte major.
Yeah, it looks pretty similar, doesn't it? After the stage we've had, after all the craziness, after all the upsets, there's only one new team in the top 4, and it's the team that won the last. It's the team that won the last major that got knocked out to 5th.
Yeah, and there is obviously a difference here in that OXG is in 3rd as opposed to 2nd.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's an entire carbon copy with Soniqs just kind of getting inserted into DarkZero's spot, but that is essentially what we've got here.
And the bottom of the table also the same. TSM in 9th, Mirage in 10th. Rough stage.
Wait a second.
Rough stage.
Now I'm actually curious about what it was to stage 1. Okay, it was, ooh, how close are we? Okay, not exactly,
close.
but everybody is
Close-ish.
within one place of where they were in stage 1 with the exception of SSG. SSG were 5th last stage, they're 8th after stage 2 is done.
You know what's different though? The points. Only 4 points separate 1st place from 9th place. This was an incredibly close stage.
You needed
minimum
about 17 points to qualify for the Charlotte Major last stage.
Yeah.
No team got anywhere close to that here.
These teams are playing way too close against each other. I mean, the entire quality of the league overall was way up in stage number 2 compared to what we saw in stage number 1. It was so competitive. We talked about it. Day number 1 coming into the league, we're like, get ready. This is going to be one of the most competitive stages we've ever seen. And it delivered. Would you say this is the most competitive stage of NAL ever?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the most.
I know I'm new
stage
here.
we've
I
ever
just
had.
wanted to make sure.
No, without a doubt. I mean, even back in like the best of 3 system, we saw some fantastic matchups, but you couldn't really gauge competition to the same level because that was a format where, I mean, you had double elim. It was close. You'd have longer games. You'd have players with higher stat lines, but you wouldn't have something that was nearly this close. When you're talking about a best of 1 round robin sort of system, I don't even think. I mean, maybe there's been a BR6 stage that's been at a similar level of competitiveness to this, where you've had to wait until the last day or 2 days to determine most of the people who would then qualify from that stage. But still, as far as the NAL is concerned, this is the tightest we've seen it in its whole history.
And so this led to a very difficult stage of predictions, and it's time to unveil the results of the predictions overall for the stage. The numbers are a little bit lower for all of us from stage 1. Even the coin, which did finish about 40%, which I'm very proud of the coin there, but it was, aside from Pengu, the lowest. Was Pengu our lowest in stage 1 as well?
I think he was.
Oh, Pengu. Oh, come on.
Which at this
better on the map
point,
than predicting him, I guess.
I'm happy to announce my retirement. Twitter, you finally done it to me. So congratulations, you'll be taking the spot right next to Jesse. I don't envy you, by the way, about having to deal with Twitter constantly every single day on the desk next to you as opposed to me. Like,
me and Twitter, maybe Twitter will do a little bit better. They can't beat the big
I'm
brain
taking
still.
my 37,000 YouTube subscribers and retiring to Cabo. Who's coming
Jacob, little YouTube flex there. Jacob, at least you can take solace that you beat the coin this time around.
Well done, Jacob.
2%. You did beat the coin.
Well done, Jacob.
The coin.
Oh, I forgot that was a thing.
Coin's done.
Oh, yeah, I beat the coin. Screw that coin.
Hey, and shout out to Stokes, up above 50%.
This kid.
My
good job,
brother
Sam.
up above
Hey,
50.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, Sam did well.
Yeah. So Stokes and Jesse, the only 2 above 50%. Impressive stuff. But again, that was a difficult stage to call. There were so many. Not only did we have some that were very close, but then we also had a good amount of upsets, I feel like, throughout the stage as well. So that contributed to it. It's pretty fun overall. That's right. Well, that is going to basically do it for stage number 2 here at the Rainbow Six NAL.
That's it?
That's it?
That's how she
It
wrote.
went by really fast this time.
It did.
I don't know why this stage seemed like it was faster than the last stage. Probably because everything was so close and it wasn't like there was a result that was even close to predetermined, I guess, but still.
I mean, time flies when you're having fun, Jacob, and when I'm not stuck in a hotel room with COVID, I'm having a lot of fun.
This stage was better for that, in that regard too.
this.
Yeah. We were healthy. I didn't have to miss a couple days. It's been nice being here for the entire time. We get our little gold star for attendance for this stage anyway. Woo. There you go.
Well,
but
I'm still perfect. So.
But in predictions.
Well, Mr. Perfect, I'd love to get your final thoughts here as we close things out. What do you have to say here at the end of stage 2?
Mr. Perfect was a wrestler, and he's no longer with us, unfortunately.
You're the new Mr. Perfect, apparently.
Am I the new Mr.?
You've just dubbed yourself as such, so
well,
good luck.
Thank
in the ring.
for joining us for the NAL for stage 2 of this year. It's been one of those cases where I didn't know if the kind of competition we had could get any better, but I'm very glad that it has. mostly because I remember saying that the North American League was not a good primer for leagues to actually then go to international competition and do well. I was concerned about what was happening in North America to a point where now I'm not concerned. Maybe I might be a bit worried if Finka gets nerfed, then the whole of a sudden a lot of our players can't do anything, and then we're trying to figure out how to come back from.
Not a crutch
I did hear Panba, I did, but I also don't know what North America is going to look like right now. So all I'm saying is that this is still North America's time. We got our 4 best teams, decided best teams in this league that are going to Berlin, and we're just going to go and win the whole thing again because that's what we've done for the past 6 months.
Best region in the world.
So, best league in the world.
Sounds like
That's right. Well, Jesse, what do you got?
Well, I think it was a crazy stage. We had probably the best stage we've ever had of the North American League. 4 teams heading to the major: Astralis, Soniqs, Oxygen, and XSET. Shout out to Astralis, back-to-back stage champions. Very happy for them. And without DZ at the major, they're probably the favorites heading into things. So North American League, once again, greatest league on the planet, and it's been a good time being a part of it this stage.
Yep, that's right. And a big part of it as well are the people you don't see, the people behind the scenes that make the show happen, our great production crew here. There they are. Hey! Round of applause for them out there. That's right, everyone from the replay operators to the directors to the observers to the producers, all sorts of roles. And this is something that I always like to talk about too, because like a lot of people assume that the only jobs in esports are like caster or player, you know, and that's so far from the truth. You can take that love of gaming and channel that into so many different careers when it comes to esports. So if you like gaming and you don't think you can make it as a player or caster, don't worry, there's a lot more opportunity for you out there. So if you're in high school, college, or even done and just looking for a different path in life, think about it. It could be cool. We need a lot of good people who like games and are good at production stuff. So, so consider that. But that will bring us to the very end of the Rainbow Six North American League Stage 2. I have had a ton of fun hosting this, as I did in Stage number 1. It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you out there so much for watching. Until Stage 3, take care of each other, be excellent to each other, stay healthy, play some video games. We'll see you next time.
Put the place up, yeah we know what